Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. My name is Dale Jennings, but I go by my job title, and the call about a problem at Camp 7 came in just before midnight. I was sure it was a bear. Those black bears are smart, and they know a poorly locked cooler is a free meal. I drove over in my parked truck, the headlights cutting through the pitch black of the woods, and I parked a ways off, walking the last bit with my big flashlight. I heard giggling first, nervous kid laughter, and I relaxed. Just some campers breaking curfew. I rounded the corner of the campsite, and my beam of light landed right on them. For teenagers, maybe 16 or 17, were sitting in a circle on the ground. In the middle of them was one of those plastic Ouija boards, the kind that glows in the dark. Their fingers were all on this little heart-shaped piece of plastic, and it was zipping around the board. When my light hit them, they all froze. The laughter died in their throats. The air got cold, real cold, like someone had opened a freezer door. I felt a chill go right up my back, which was stupid. It was a summer night. I shook it off and put on my official voice. "Park's closed, folks. You know the rules." They looked up at me, guilty as sin. I told them these things were nothing but trouble, a toy that scared people for no good reason. I felt a little sorry for them, getting spooked by a piece of plastic. I took the board from them. It felt cheap and light in my hands. I sent them packing back to their parents' campsite with a warning, and I carried the board back to my truck. I didn't even bring it into my cabin. I just tossed it onto a shelf in my metal supply shed, the one where I keep tools and spare parts. I locked the shed door with a solid padlock, chuckling to myself about the drama. It was a toy, nothing more. That night, I went to bed like normal, but I didn't dream. I had an experience. 1 minute I was asleep, the next I was standing in the middle of the black pine grove. That's a restricted area, dangerous because of the unstable ground. But in this experience, that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was the trees. They were too still. There was a wind. I could feel it on my face, but the branches didn't move. Not a leaf rustled, and the wind didn't sound like wind. It sounded like something big and rough being pulled slowly over a dry bone. A deep, grating scrape. And beneath that, a kind of pulse, a thumping from the ground itself, like a giant heart beating under the dirt. I woke up in my bed gasping for air, my sheets tangled around me. My heart was hammering against my ribs. It was just a nightmare, I told myself. A weird, vivid nightmare from dealing with those kids and their nonsense. I got up, made coffee, and went about my morning checks. Out of habit, I walked over to the supply shed. The lock was still on it tight. I opened it up and looked at the shelf. The Ouija board was right there where I left it, but then I looked down at the floor. The shed floor is always dusty, and around the base of the shelf, the dust was messed up. But not with footprints. It was this strange pattern, like a bunch of curved lines all sweeping in a circle around the shelf legs, as if something with a lot of thin, wiry limbs had walked around and around it. I stared at it for a long time. Probably a mouse, I thought. Or a big spider. Yeah, a spider made sense. I kicked my boot through the dust, wiping the pattern away, and closed the shed, telling myself I needed more sleep. For 3 days, nothing happened. I almost forgot about it. Then, on the 4th night, I didn't wake up in my bed. I woke up standing. My feet were freezing and sore. I was ankle deep in the icy water of Grizzly Creek, 2 miles from my cabin. I was only in my boxers and a t-shirt. My feet were cut up from walking over rocks and sticks, and they were caked in cold mud. The panic that hit me was pure and simple. How did I get here? I must have been sleepwalking. I'd never done that before in my life. The forest around me was quiet, the pale light of a half moon making the world look blue and black. I stumbled out of the water, shivering, and that's when I saw it. In the middle of the creek, on a flat, gray rock, was a pile of bones. They were clean and white, picked spotless. It was a fox, or what was left of one. But the bones weren't just scattered. They were arranged. Neatly. Too neatly. They were laid out in a complex, looping spiral pattern. A kind of twisting circle that made my head hurt to look at for too long. It was beautiful in a terrible, creepy way. Someone had done this. It had to be a person. Some kid with too much time and a morbid interest. That had to be it. The sleepwalking was stress, and this was a gross coincidence. A ranger who starts talking about spooky bones and sleepwalking gets a fast ticket to a desk job. So I didn't tell anyone, but a habit from my job kicked in. Evidence. Before my brain could talk me out of it, I pulled my work phone from the pocket of my wet boxers, thankfully still there, and I took pictures. Several of them, close up, making sure the spiral pattern was clear. It was just for my own curiosity, I thought. I needed to see it in the daylight. Then I used my boot to scatter the bones into the creek. They washed away, and I felt a little better. I started the long, cold, painful walk back to my cabin, my mind racing. Later that afternoon, I was at the main ranger station, trying to act normal. I remembered the park historian, a friendly guy who knew everything about the local tribes and the history of the area. I found him in his office, drinking tea and looking at old maps. I sat down and made some small talk, then casually pulled out my phone. "Hey, you ever seen anything like this?" I asked, showing him one of the bone spiral photos. His jovial face changed. The smile faded away, and his eyes got serious. He took the phone and zoomed in, scrolling through the pictures. He didn't speak for a full minute. "No," he finally said, his voice quieter than before. "That's new. It doesn't match any local tribal art I know. It looks like a language, a written language, but not one I can read." He handed the phone back to me and looked out the window. "Where did you say you found this?" I lied. I said a hiker reported it, and I went to check it out. He just nodded slowly, not looking at me. I left his office feeling worse than when I went in. I got back to my own little office and tried to focus on paperwork. An email popped up on my screen. It was from the historian. The subject line just said, "Where did you take these?" The body of the email was empty except for a web link to something called an academic paper on eco-linguistics and parasitic symbol sets. I didn't click it. I wasn't ready for that. Then my park radio crackled to life on my belt. It was dispatch. Their voice was all business. "Ranger Dale, be advised. We have a missing person report. A hiker on the Grizzly Ridge Loop failed to check in this evening. He's experienced, so we're initiating a search at first light. Stand by for your assignment." I looked down at my phone, still open to the picture of the white bones on the gray rock. A spiral message from something I didn't understand, taken just a few miles from where that hiker was last seen. The coincidence felt like a cold stone dropping into my gut. I had a very bad feeling my sleepwalking days were not over, and that the forest was just starting to talk back. The missing hiker's file was on my desk the next morning. He was an experienced backpacker, which made it more serious. He knew the rules. He should have checked in. I was assigned to the search team covering the southwest quadrant near Grizzly Creek, which made my skin feel too tight. His girlfriend was at the station, her eyes red from crying. A deputy was taking her statement, and I stood nearby, listening. She was describing him, what he was wearing, his gear. Then she mentioned a tattoo. "It's on his left forearm," she said, sniffling. "A geometric design, like interlocking triangles and lines. He designed it himself. It's unique." She showed the deputy a photo on her phone, a picture of the two of them smiling somewhere sunny, his arm around her. The deputy nodded and wrote it down. I glanced at the photo. From my angle, I could see the tattoo. A jolt went through me, a sharp, electric feeling that started in my chest and shot down to my fingers. I'd seen that design before. I knew I had. I made an excuse and walked quickly outside to my truck. My hands were not steady as I fumbled with my own phone, pulling up the pictures of the fox bones from the creek. I zoomed in on the center of the spiral pattern. It wasn't a perfect copy, but it was close. Too close. The central knot of the bone arrangement, the way the lines twisted and locked, was almost the mirror image of the hiker's tattoo. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a coincidence. The pattern I'd made in my sleep, or that something had made me make, wasn't random art. It was a sign, a marker. It was his signature, written in bones by my own hands. A sick, hot wave of guilt washed over me. I felt connected to this stranger's disappearance in a way that made no sense and filled me with a deep, cold dread. Before the search teams mobilized, I had to know. I drove back out to the creek, my mind racing. I told myself I was looking for clues, for anything the hiker might have dropped. But I was really going back to that rock. When I got there, the bones were gone, of course. I'd scattered them myself. The creek babbled over the stone, innocent and clean. I stood there, feeling foolish and scared. Then I looked around. In a patch of soft, green moss about 10 feet from the water's edge, I saw a splash of color. I walked over, my boots sinking into the damp earth. There, in the moss, was a new arrangement. It was made of dark gray owl feathers, each one stuck straight into the ground. Holding them in place were sharp, needle-like thorns from a hawthorn tree. They weren't just stuck in randomly. They formed a shape, a sharp, angular symbol that looked like a crooked arrow or a mean-looking bird foot. It was different from the spiral, but it had the same feeling, the same deliberate, creepy neatness. It hadn't been there the night before. This was new. My mouth went dry. I pulled out my phone again and took pictures, my heart thumping a hard rhythm against my ribs. I was documenting evidence, but it felt like I was taking snapshots of a crime scene where I might be the criminal. Back at the station, I had to stand in front of my supervisor for the search briefing. He held the missing hiker's file. He asked if I'd seen anything unusual in my recent patrols. The photos on my phone felt like they were burning a hole in my pocket. I looked him in the eye and said, "No, sir. Nothing unusual." The lie tasted sour. I was keeping secrets, and every secret made the weight on my shoulders a little harder to carry. That night, alone in my cabin, I couldn't avoid it anymore. I opened my laptop and clicked the link the historian had sent me. The academic paper was full of big, confusing words, but the main idea came through. It talked about the theory that certain places, especially old, wild places, could develop a kind of awareness. Not a thinking mind like a person, but a slow, patient consciousness in the land itself. And that this consciousness could try to communicate. It would use whatever was around, bones, feathers, sticks, to write symbols. And it needed a mind to work through, to borrow like a parasite. It would tap into someone sensitive or maybe just unlucky, and use them to create these symbols. The paper called it a manifold locus. I read it twice. It sounded like the craziest thing I'd ever heard. It also sounded exactly like what was happening to me. I finished reading and just sat in the dark of my cabin, listening to the normal night sounds of the woods outside my window. They didn't sound normal anymore. Every little crack of a branch was a footstep. Every rustle in the leaves was something moving just out of sight. I couldn't just let this happen. I had to fight it. I started with simple things. I set up a small trail camera I used for wildlife surveys, pointing it right at my cabin door from a tree outside. I tied a little set of jingle bells to the inside doorknob. That night, I even took one of the mild sleeping pills my doctor had given me after a bad back injury, hoping it would knock me out too deep for any sleepwalking. It was a weird, restless sleep. The pill made my thoughts thick and slow, but it didn't stop the walk. In the morning, I felt groggy and wrong. I was in my bed, but my sheets were muddy. My knees ached. I rushed outside and grabbed the trail camera. Back at my laptop, I pulled up the footage. It showed my cabin door from the outside, a rectangle of black in the green night vision glow. The time stamp read 2:17 a.m. The door opened. I watched myself walk out. I moved slowly, stiffly. My eyes were wide open, but they didn't blink. They stared straight ahead, past the camera, into the dark woods. I looked like a stranger, like a doll someone was pulling on strings. I watched the figure that was me walk out of the frame and into the forest. The hook of a terrible question was already set in my mind when my park radio buzzed later that day. It was my supervisor again. His voice was tight. "Heads up, we've got a second missing person report. Different trailhead, but same time frame as the first. Keep your eyes open for anything unusual out there." I didn't answer right away. I just looked at the photo on my computer screen, the one of the owl feathers and thorns in the moss. I knew with a cold certainty that settled in my bones that I would find something unusual. I knew it because I was part of it. I waited until the afternoon, when the official search was focused elsewhere, and I went back to the mossy patch by the creek. The feathers and thorns were gone, but in a small clearing under a giant old cedar tree, I found a new arrangement. This one was made of woven pine needles and this bright, almost neon orange lichen that grows on the north side of trees. It was another symbol, more complex, with looping curves that ended in sharp points. I didn't need to wait for a missing person report or check a description. I knew this symbol would match someone, because I remembered seeing it. In the photo the first missing hiker's girlfriend had shown, she was wearing a silver necklace. And pressed against her shirt, right near her collarbone, was a pendant. A pendant shaped exactly like the symbol now woven on the ground in front of me from forest things. The land wasn't just talking. It was making a list, and I was its messenger. Rational methods had failed. The bells, the camera, the pills, none of it worked. I was still walking, still making those horrible symbols for something in the woods. I felt like I was drowning, and I needed an anchor, something physical and real to hold me down. So I drove to a hardware store in the next town over, a place where nobody knew me. I paid in cash. I bought a 6-foot length of thick logging chain, the kind used to pull stumps, and a hardened steel padlock that looked like it could survive a bomb. That night in my cabin, I felt a mix of shame and desperation. This was crazy. This was what crazy people did. But I was out of options. I wrapped one end of the chain around the solid oak post of my bed frame, a post as thick as my leg. I wrapped the other end tight around my right ankle, just above the boot. The metal was cold against my skin. I clicked the padlock shut, testing it. It held firm. The chain was short enough that I could roll out of bed, but I couldn't stand up. I couldn't walk. I lay back down, the chain a cold, hard lump under the blanket. The last thought I had before closing my eyes was that this was the bottom, the final proof of my own madness. But at least I wouldn't wake up somewhere else. I was wrong. I didn't wake up to the chain holding me. I woke up to the sound of Jay's screaming, a harsh, scolding sound that means dawn is close. I was standing up. My feet were on cold, gritty rock. A fierce wind was whipping my hair and my t-shirt, pulling at me. I blinked, disoriented. I was at the very edge of Devil's Drop. It's a 300-foot sheer cliff on the eastern ridge, a place with warning signs and a safety fence that tourists sometimes ignore. I was outside the fence. My toes were right on the lip of the cliff. One small stumble, and I would fall into empty space. A dizzying wave of terror washed over me, and I stumbled backwards, falling hard on my backside on the rocky ground, scrambling away from the edge. My heart was a frantic drum in my ears. That's when I felt the pain in my ankle. It was raw and burning. I looked down. My ankle was wrapped in a torn piece of my own sheet, stained with blood and dirt. The chain was gone, but between me and the cliff edge, placed carefully on a flat stone, was a new arrangement. It wasn't made of bones or feathers. It was made of broken sticks, little snapped ends of pine and fir, arranged in a harsh, jagged symbol. And placed right in the center of it, catching the first gray light of morning, was my own park ranger badge. My stomach turned to ice. They'd given me that badge 10 years ago. It was a symbol of my authority, of my duty to protect this place. Seeing it there, in the middle of that ugly stick symbol, felt like the worst kind of violation. It was a message. It was mocking me. My hands shook as I crawled forward and picked up my badge. The metal was cold. As I pulled it from the sticks, I saw my hands were a mess. They were caked in dirt, sure, but also in something dark and flaky. I brought my palms close to my face. It was a rusty brown color, dried and cracking. There was a smell, a coppery, metallic smell I knew from helping hunters field dressed deer, from a bad car accident I'd responded to years ago. It was blood, dried blood, and it wasn't mine. I stared at my hands, my mind refusing to understand. I had no cuts, no wounds. This blood was from somewhere else, from someone else. The two missing hikers flashed in my mind. A low moan escaped my lips, there on the cliff edge, alone with the screaming wind. I got back to my cabin somehow, moving like a ghost. The first thing I did was check my ankle and the bedpost. The strip of torn sheet was still knotted around my ankle. The bedpost showed deep, fresh gouges in the old oak wood. But the chain wasn't broken. The lock wasn't picked. The steel links themselves weren't cut. They were worn through. In two places, the metal looked like it had been rubbed away, ground down to thin, shiny points until they snapped. It looked like years of constant rubbing had happened in a single night. That wasn't possible. Nothing I owned could do that. I threw the ruined chain into a corner like it was a poisonous snake. I scrubbed my hands raw under hot water until the last flakes of the brown stuff were gone, but the smell seemed to linger in my nose. I looked at the picture I'd taken of the stick symbol with my badge. It was different from the others. The bone spiral, the feather thorn arrow, the lichen loop, they were made from natural things. This one used a man-made object, my badge. It felt aggressive, personal. It wasn't just a mark on the land anymore. It was a mark on me, on my role. An idea started to form, a horrible, creeping idea. The symbols matched the tattoos and jewelry of the missing people. What if they matched someone else? What if the thing was pointing me toward the next person? Or maybe even someone who was already part of this? I had access to the park's internal employee database. It had photos, emergency contacts, and for safety reasons, a record of any identifying tattoos, so we could recognize each other in bad situations. My fingers were clumsy on the keyboard. I pulled up the photo of the stick and badge symbol I'd taken. I opened the tattoo registry. The software had a basic visual matching feature, meant to compare photos of scars or marks. I uploaded my symbol photo and ran a search against the tattoo database. I didn't expect anything. I was just chasing a ghost, trying to feel like I was doing something. The computer churned for a minute. Then it pinged. One match. The angular, aggressive lines of the stick symbol matched the recorded image of a staff tattoo. My mouth went dry. I clicked on the employee file. The picture loaded. It was the new junior ranger. He just transferred in a few weeks ago from a park out west. He was young, eager, always with a quick smile that seemed just a little too wide. I'd signed off on his orientation paperwork myself, and according to the schedule on my desk, he was assigned to join me tomorrow at dawn. We were supposed to do a remote boundary survey together, a 2-day hike checking fence lines and markers in the backcountry, miles from anyone, just him and me. I stared at the photo on the screen, at the friendly, unfamiliar face of the man with the symbol on his skin, the symbol that had appeared with my badge on the edge of a cliff. The question wasn't what the forest wanted anymore. The question was, who was this guy walking into my life, and was I being set up to find him, or to lose him forever out in the deep, listening woods where I now knew I was not in control? The junior ranger was all energy and bright-eyed enthusiasm as we geared up at the trailhead in the weak morning light. He talked about trail maintenance schedules and the latest wildlife tracking techniques, his voice loud in the cool air. I nodded and mumbled replies, feeling like a hollowed-out log. Every snap of a twig under our boots made my shoulders tense. Every call of a distant bird sounded like a warning. I watched him constantly, studying his movements. The tattoo was hidden under his uniform shirt, but I knew it was there on his shoulder, a hidden mark that connected him to the cliff edge and my badge. Was he a victim, already marked by the forest like the others? Or was he something else, a part of this whole nightmare? I couldn't tell, and the not knowing was a constant itch under my skin. We stopped for a late lunch by a fast-moving stream, the water bubbling over smooth stones. He rolled up his sleeves to wash his hands and face in the cold water. And there it was. The lower part of the geometric design curled over the muscle of his forearm, the black lines sharp against his skin. It was the symbol, the exact one from the cliff. My mouth went dry as dust. I forced my voice to sound casual, like we were just making conversation. "Interesting ink," I said, nodding toward his arm. "What's it mean?" He looked down at the tattoo, then back at me. His smile was still there, but it didn't reach his eyes this time. They got a little distant, a little cloudy. "Oh, that," he said, drying his hands on his pants. "Just something from my old life. Out west. A reminder, you know?" He didn't elaborate. A reminder of what? I wanted to scream the question, but I just nodded and turned back to my sandwich, my appetite gone. His answer was too vague, a door politely closed in my face. We packed up and kept hiking, moving deeper into a section of old-growth forest where the trees grew close together and the light came down in dusty shafts. He was ahead of me on the trail when he stopped suddenly. "Whoa," he said, his voice low. I came up beside him. Lying right on the middle of the path was a raven. It was big, its feathers glossy and black, and it looked perfectly intact, not a mark on it. It was just dead. "That's weird," he murmured, more to himself than to me. He crouched down, not touching it. No sign of a struggle. Not even any ants on it yet. Then, acting on some instinct maybe, he reached out and gently picked it up by the tip of one wing to move it off the trail. As he lifted it, the raven's head lolled in a way that made my stomach clench. And from its slightly open beak, a single, fat black beetle crawled out, antennae waving. He gasped and dropped the bird, stumbling back a step with a look of pure revulsion on his face. I didn't look at him. I was staring at where the raven had landed. Its body had fallen in a strange position. The wings were splayed out, and the neck was twisted at an odd angle. The way it lay there, against the dark earth and brown pine needles, it formed a crude, terrible echo of the symbol on his shoulder. It was like a rough sketch made by a clumsy hand. He saw it too. I watched his eyes track from the dead bird to his own arm, and back again. The color drained from his face. He didn't say anything. He just pulled his sleeve down firmly over the tattoo, and started walking again, faster now. I followed, my mind racing. His disgust had seemed real, the shock genuine. But that didn't clear him. It just made the whole thing more confusing. Was the forest showing him his own symbol, telling him he was next? Or was it showing me? My official side warred with my fear. I should send him back, cancel the survey. But what would I say? "I have a bad feeling about your tattoo." He'd think I was insane, and my boss would agree. I had no proof, only a crazy story and a sleepless horror I couldn't explain. So I made a decision. I couldn't send him away, so I would stick to him. I became the world's most overbearing partner. I questioned his map reading, insisted on checking our bearings twice as often as needed, and made a point of never letting him get more than a few feet ahead of me. My supposed mentorship felt like the watchfulness of a hawk, and I could see it wearing on him, making him nervous. The forest noticed our tension. As we moved into a denser grove of fir trees, the normal sounds began to fade away. The cheerful chirping of chickadees stopped. The scolding chatter of squirrels vanished. The wind in the high branches seemed to pause. We were walking in a pocket of unnatural stillness, where the only sounds were our own footsteps and our own breathing. He felt it too. He slowed down, looking around, his eyes wide. "Spooky," he whispered, and his hand came up, fingers pressing against his shirt right over the tattoo on his shoulder, like it was aching. The quiet was so complete it felt like a held breath. Then it broke, not with a gentle return of birdsong, but with a violent, crashing sound in the thick brush to our left. It was big, too big for a deer, a solid body shoving through young trees and snapping branches. We both froze, our hands going to the bare spray on our belts. We stood back to back, turning slowly, scanning the green wall of leaves. Then from our right side, from a cluster of rocks we'd passed just minutes before, came a new sound. It was clear and sharp in the weird quiet, a rhythmic, grinding scrape, the sound of stone being dragged slowly, deliberately, over something hard and dry. It was the sound from my first nightmare, the sound I'd only ever heard in my sleep. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Pause. This time I wasn't dreaming, and from the way his head snapped toward the sound, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own, I knew he could hear it too. The thing in the woods wasn't just in my head anymore. It was here with us, and it was making sure we both knew it. The junior ranger's face went the color of old paper. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice cracking on the last word. The scraping sound wasn't distant or fuzzy like in a dream. It was crisp, present, moving in a slow circle just inside the wall of trees around us. Hearing it with my own ears, wide awake, with another person to confirm it, didn't bring relief. It made the terror real, solid, and infinitely worse. The validation was a cold anchor in my gut. The crashing in the brush had stopped, but the grinding scrape kept its steady, horrible rhythm, a malicious heartbeat for the forest. We had to move. "This way," I hissed, pointing toward what should have been a small clearing to the east. We started walking, trying to be quick but quiet, our heads swiveling like owls. But the trails didn't make sense. A big pine tree with a familiar lightning scar I'd used as a landmark for years was suddenly on the wrong side of the path. My GPS unit, clipped to my pack strap, flickered and went dark. When I pulled out my old-fashioned compass, the needle spun lazily for a few seconds before settling, pointing in a direction that my map said should lead us straight into a swamp we'd already passed. The park I knew better than my own neighborhood had turned into a funhouse maze. "Are we lost?" he asked, his voice tight. I didn't want to admit it. "Disoriented," I said, the official word feeling foolish. "We need high ground." We pushed through a tangle of young fir trees, branches whipping at our faces. Under the palpable, pressing dread, something in me broke. I couldn't carry the whole secret anymore. "This has happened before," I said, the words tasting strange. Not the sound, but this feeling of being turned around. The land gets confused. I was admitting failure, and it made me feel naked, but I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Not judgment, but a desperate kind of recognition. He didn't question me. He just nodded, trusting the broken guide. Pushing through a final thicket of brush, he suddenly stopped and bent over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. When he looked up, his eyes were wild. "It's following me, isn't it?" he gasped. The words tumbled out of him in a rushed, panicked stream. He told me he got the tattoo after a terrible season fighting wildfires out west. Not after a fun trip, but after months in the smoke and ash. He said he saw things in the smoke, shapes that didn't belong. He heard voices that weren't from his crew, whispers that said the forest would remember him. He thought it was just stress, just his mind cracking a little from the heat and the fear. He came here to this green, wet, different forest to escape it, to forget. He looked at me, his face a mask of young, raw fear. "I let it here, didn't I? I brought it with me." In that moment, our roles completely flipped. He was the terrified victim, sure he'd summoned a monster. And I, despite my own bone-deep fear, became the protector. My own terror got shoved into a locked box. My job was to get him out. That simple, clear purpose cut through the confusion like a knife. "No," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. "You didn't lead anything anywhere. This place, it was already here." We're gonna be okay. We just need to get to the Old Fire Lookout Road. It's a straight shot out. It was a lie, a calculated one, but it worked. He straightened up, clinging to the hope in my words. We kept moving, no longer trying to be quiet, just trying to make distance. The scraping sound faded behind us, but the forest didn't return to normal. We found a stretch of the trail that was muddy from a recent spring. There were our own boot prints, clear and sharp, and beside them something else. Long, shallow grooves in the mud, like something with a lot of weight had been dragged. And in those grooves, every few feet, were deep, round punctures, holes punched down into the earth as if something walking on stilts made of sharpened sticks had stepped alongside us. We stared at the tracks, then at each other, and without a word started to jog. The trees began to thin. We saw a break in the green ahead, a strip of gray gravel. We burst out of the woods onto the Old Fire Lookout Road, a ragged cheer catching in my throat. The road meant vehicles. It meant a way out. And there, parked about 50 yards down the road, was a green Park Service truck. The relief was so powerful it felt like a physical warmth. We started running toward it, our packs bouncing. But as we got closer, my steps slowed. The truck looked familiar. Too familiar. The dent in the rear bumper from where I'd backed into a gate last year. The faded sticker on the window. It was my truck. The truck I had left parked back at the main ranger station that morning. A cold trickle of disbelief washed the relief away. How? The keys were in my pocket. I could feel them. We reached the driver's side. The door was open, just swinging slightly in the breeze. The radio inside was dead, not even a static hiss. I touched the hood. It was cold, and sitting on the hood, arranged in a neat, straight line like terrible cutlery, were 3 knives. They were my kitchen knives from the wooden block on my counter. Their sharp points were all aimed in the same direction, up the road, the way we needed to go to get back to civilization. It was a signpost, but not a welcoming one. It was a direction and a threat written in steel. The junior ranger looked from the knives to my face. "That's your truck," he stated, his voice flat. I nodded, my mind racing. The entity, the consciousness, the whatever it wasn't just messing with trails and making sounds. It was moving physical objects across miles. It was in my home. It had taken my truck and my knives and placed them here like pieces on a game board. "Get in," I said, my voice rough. We threw our packs in the back. I didn't have the keys, but I knew this old truck like an old friend. I popped the hood, found the wires I needed, and hot-wired it, a skill from a reckless youth I never thought I'd use again. The engine turned over with a roar that shattered the unnatural quiet of the woods. It was the most beautiful, normal sound I'd ever heard. We peeled out, gravel spraying behind us. For 5 glorious minutes, we had hope. The road unwound beneath us, taking us away from that clearing, from the tracks, from the scraping sound. He slumped in the passenger seat, closing his eyes. Then we came around a bend, and I slammed on the brakes. The road was blocked. A massive old-growth pine lay across it, trunk so wide I couldn't see over it. It hadn't fallen in a storm. There was no torn-up earth, no shattered root ball. It looked like it had been laid across the road with careful, impossible strength. It was a dead end. In the rearview mirror, back up the empty road we'd just traveled, I saw a shape. It was in the trees, keeping pace with us. It was tall, too tall, and it seemed to be made of shifting shadows and jagged branches, a shuddering column of darkness that didn't walk but flowed. And for a second, I thought I saw the glint of something white and sharp within it. The truck was now just a metal coffin on a dead-end road. We looked at each other, and the same understanding passed between us. We grabbed our packs. I reached for the knives from the hood, shoving them into my belt. Leaving the truck's false safety for the open woods was the hardest choice yet, but staying was worse. We slipped into the trees, not on any path now, heading for a remote ranger's cabin I knew was 4 miles east. It was a long shot, but it was shelter, maybe a working radio. As we hiked, I pulled out my phone. No signal for calls, but it had a cached topographic map of the park. I opened it, searching for the cabin's icon. I found it, and right next to it, a new icon pulsed a soft, steady red. An icon I'd never seen before on this map. And next to it, in my phone's own default font, was a single-word label, home. The truck was a violation, a sickness. It shouldn't have been there, and the chill inside it wasn't from the morning air. It felt like a refrigerator that had been closed for a long time. The junior ranger just stared, his earlier energy completely gone, replaced by a numb shock. I forced myself to look past the knives on the hood and into the cab. On the passenger seat was my own notepad, the one I used for trail notes. It was open. I leaned in and grabbed it. On the page were my own sketches of trail intersections and creek crossings from a patrol last week, but drawn over the top of my careful pencil lines, in a substance that looked like a mix of charcoal and dark, flaky rust, was a new map. It was detailed, shockingly accurate. It showed the hollow we'd just fled, the one with the muddy tracks. The cairn of slick stones was marked clearly, and next to it, drawn in a crude, frantic hand, was a stick figure with its mouth open in a scream. The map was an illustration of our terror, drawn in my own book. The road was our only lifeline out of this puzzle of fear, and now it was blocked by a tree that looked like it had been placed by a giant's hand. We had to move. Leaving the truck's false promise of safety was a physical ache, but staying meant waiting for the shifting thing in the trees to reach us. We shouldered our packs, and I took the 3 knives from the hood, the feel of their familiar handles now strange and wrong in my grip. We slid into the woods, off any recognizable trail, aiming east toward a remote seasonal ranger's cabin I knew was about 4 miles away. It was a chance, a tiny flicker of hope. As we hiked, pushing through underbrush, the junior ranger started to talk. It wasn't the eager chatter from the morning. This was a broken, spilling confession. In the truck, seeing his own symbol on a map of horror had shattered his last bit of control. He talked about the wildfires again, but deeper this time. He described faces forming in the rolling black smoke, faces that were not human, made of ember and ash, with eyes that were just deep holes. He said they didn't speak with words, but with feelings pushed into his head, feelings of a deep, ancient hunger, a promise that the green world would remember the one who walked through the flames. He got the tattoo to try and own it, to make the memory his, to lock the whispers into a shape on his skin that he could see and control. He thought it had worked. He thought coming to this lush, wet, different forest had left the dry, burning voices behind. Now he knew better. He hadn't escaped. He'd carried the seed of its attention with him, a beacon in his own flesh. "It's using me," he whispered, tripping over a root, like a homing signal. I listened, and for the first time, I felt a real, desperate pity for him that pushed aside some of my own fear. He wasn't a predator. He was prey, just like I was, but he was marked in a way I wasn't. To keep him moving, to keep him from just lying down in the ferns and giving up, I lied. I put a confidence in my voice I didn't feel. "That cabin has a hardline radio. It's got supplies. We get there, we call for a helicopter extraction. We're gonna be okay. This is just bad luck, a fallen tree. We can hike this." He nodded, clinging to the plan because it was all he had. I sounded sure. Inside, I was hollow. I was leading us to a dot on a map that my phone now called home. The word pulsed in my mind with every step. We hiked for what felt like hours, the day wearing on toward late afternoon. The light under the trees grew gold and long. We were both exhausted, scratched up, and jumping at every little sound. My phone's battery was low, but I checked the cached map again. The cabin icon was close. We pushed through a final stand of young hemlocks, and there it was. A small, sturdy log cabin with a stone chimney. And from that chimney, a thin, gray curl of smoke rose into the still air. A light glowed softly in one of the small windows. Shelter. Warmth. Another person. The relief was so immense it felt like a punch. We stumbled out of the trees and across the small clearing toward the cabin. I could see a figure moving inside, past the window. We reached the wooden door. I raised a hand to knock, ready to call out a warning, to explain our desperate situation. But before my knuckles touched the wood, the door swung open. The man standing there was the park historian, the one who had identified the bone symbol from my first photo. He was holding a mug of something steaming. His face, lit from behind by the fire, broke into a warm, wide, welcoming smile. He looked from my terrified face to the junior ranger's pale one, and his expression softened with what looked like genuine concern. "Boys," he said, his voice calm and familiar, "I was hoping you'd find your way here. Come in, come in. You look like you've seen a ghost." He stepped back, holding the door open wider. The warmth from inside poured out, smelling of wood smoke and coffee. It was the most normal, comforting smell in the world. He gestured us inside with a friendly wave of his hand. "This," he said, his smile unwavering, "is the only safe place tonight." The cabin was a pocket of impossible normalcy. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, casting dancing light on log walls covered in old maps and framed historical photos. The air was warm and carried the rich smell of coffee. The historian moved with a calm, practiced ease, pouring us mugs from a pot on the wood stove and gesturing for us to sit in worn leather chairs. He listened, his face a mask of scholarly concern, as we spilled out a fractured, jumbled story. The terrible sounds, the shifting trails, the truck, the deep fear of being hunted. We didn't mention the symbols or the sleepwalking. Those were still my secrets. He nodded along, sipping his coffee, as if we were describing a fascinating weather pattern. When we finished, he set his mug down with a soft click. "You're not being followed," he said, his voice gentle, like a teacher explaining a difficult concept. "You're being curated." The word hung in the air. He leaned forward, the firelight glinting in his glasses. He explained that his real work wasn't just about old legends. It was about tracking active phenomena, what he called manifold loci, places where the land itself had developed a kind of patient, hungry awareness. This forest, he believed, was one of the strongest in the country. It wasn't evil in a human way, he said. It was more like an artist or a composer. It sought specific kinds of stories, specific flavors of experience, tragedy, fear, resilience, despair. It used sensitive people as its instruments, as brushes and ink. People like me, the dedicated protector, bound by duty. People like the junior ranger, scarred by elemental fire, branded with a mark of that trauma. We weren't victims of random hauntings. We were ingredients. The missing hikers, he suggested with a sad shrug, were rough drafts, early attempts to get the flavors right. "It's composing a masterwork," he said, his eyes moving between us. "A confluence. A perfect moment of intertwined terror and sacrifice that will deepen its presence, its power. It wants you both together, here, now, to finish the piece." His explanation was horrifying, but it also made a terrible, logical sense. It fit every twisted piece of the puzzle. The bone spirals, the feather arrows, the stolen badge, they weren't random messages. They were sketches, practice runs for the final painting. And we were the central figures. A cold clarity washed over me, but with it came a sharp detail. As he spoke, my eyes, trained to notice things, drifted to the thick wooden mantelpiece over the fire. I'd thought the carvings there were just frontier doodles, initials and dates. But in the flickering light, I could see their true shapes. They were symbols. Clean, elegant, carefully carved versions of the jagged stick and badge symbol I'd found on the cliff. These weren't old. The wood inside the cuts was still pale, fresh. He wasn't a researcher studying this from a distance. He was a curator, a fan, a groundskeeper for the entity's gallery. My skin began to crawl. I looked at the coffee mug in my hand. The warmth that had been so comforting now felt like a trap. I took a small sip, just to be polite, but the bitter taste seemed wrong. I felt a heaviness start in my limbs, a distant, fuzzy feeling, like I was listening to him from underwater. I saw the junior ranger slump a little in his chair, his eyelids fluttering. He tried to lift his mug again, but his hand wobbled, spilling a little on his pants. He didn't seem to notice. The historian watched us, his earlier smile now soft and pitying. "It's all right," he said, his voice soothing. "The process requires a certain pliability. The composition must be guided. Rest now. The final act demands your full participation, unclouded by panic." The truth crashed into my slowing mind. He wasn't offering sanctuary. He was preparing the canvas. He was the one who had guided everything. He'd probably found that stupid Ouija board and left it for the kids, knowing it would draw my attention, knowing a ranger would confiscate it, a man of order touching a tool of chaos. He'd fed me the academic paper to shape my understanding, to make me a willing participant in my own unraveling. He had steered the junior ranger's transfer, maybe even suggested the patrol pairing. He was the conductor, and we were the orchestra, playing a song written by the woods. The room began to tilt. The firelight blurred into a warm, orange smear. The historian stood up and walked away from us, toward the cabin's small, dark bedroom. From that open doorway, the familiar sound began. Not from outside, but from inside the house. The rhythmic, grinding scrape of stone on bone. It was closer now, more present than it had ever been in the forest. It echoed in the small space, vibrating in my teeth. The historian stopped at the threshold of the dark room and spoke, not to us, but to the sound. His voice was low, reverent, full of a terrible pride. "They're ready," he whispered into the darkness. "The canvas is prepared." Then the blackness behind my eyes swelled up, not as sleep, but as a chemical sinking, and the last thing I heard was the scrape, 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 moving out of the bedroom and into the room with us. I didn't wake up from sleep. I swam up from a thick, chemical darkness, fighting my way back to feeling. The first thing I felt was the smell. It was the smell of my own supply shed, of damp earth and old wood, mixed with a sharp, clean scent like ozone after a lightning strike. and under it all, a sweet, cloying smell of something rotten and old. My back was against the ground, and I could feel every little pine needle and small rock pressing into me through my shirt. I couldn't move my arms or legs. They felt like they were wrapped in invisible rope, pinned to the earth. I managed to turn my head to the side. The junior ranger was lying next to me, his eyes wide open, staring at the sky with pure, frozen terror. I could see the rapid flutter of his pulse in his throat. We were in the middle of a large, flat clearing under a moon so full and bright it looked like a blind, white eye staring down, washing the world in pale, cold light. This place wasn't on any map. The trees formed a perfect, dark circle around us, a wall of black. And surrounding us, arranged in a wide ring, was the exhibition. It wasn't just one symbol anymore. It was all of them and more. The fox bones were there, woven into a larger, more complex spiral with crow feathers and bits of shiny quartz. The owl feathers and hawthorn thorns formed one point of a giant star. The bright orange lichen and pine needles made up another. My 3 kitchen knives were stuck into the earth, forming a sharp triangle. I saw a familiar hiking boot, a dented water bottle, things that must have belonged to the missing hikers. Every piece of horror from the last weeks was here, assembled into a vast, intricate mural of disaster, a museum of pain curated by the forest. And we were the centerpiece, the living statues in this open-air gallery. Then the scraping sound began again, but now it was everywhere, vibrating up from the ground into my bones, a deafening rhythm that filled the clearing. It came from the tree line. Something emerged. It didn't have one shape. It was a shuddering, shifting column of darkness that seemed to drink the moonlight. It flickered with the deep, wet green of rotting wood and the stark white glint of exposed bone and pale fungus. It moved with a lurching, wrong kind of grace on limbs that looked like fused together antlers and gnarled roots, scratching and scraping against each other with every step. And in the center of its impossible form, for just a second, I saw a ghostly glowing outline, the plastic heart-shaped pointer from the Ouija board. It wasn't just an animal. It was a collection, an archive of every terrible thing it had touched. The historian stood at the edge of the clearing, just outside the ring of artifacts. He looked like a proud conductor. He spoke, his voice clear and calm over the grinding noise, not to us, but to the thing. "The guardian," he said, gesturing to me, "bound by duty, broken by his own authority." He gestured to the junior ranger. The scorched one, branded by flame, carrying the old hunger in his skin. He spread his arms wide, encompassing the whole terrible scene. Their conflict, their fear, their final struggle. This will be your masterpiece. A story of this land, written in their final breath, in their blood. A story that will grow. The entity loomed over us, a tower of nightmare. The historian's face was ecstatic. "It requires one of you to complete the pattern," he called out, his eyes bright. "The other will be left. To remember, to tend the story, to herald its new strength into the world." He reached into his coat and pulled out a heavy hunting knife, the kind used for skinning. He threw it. It spun through the air and landed in the dirt with a solid thunk, right between my right hand and the junior ranger's left hand. "Choose," the historian commanded, his voice ringing, "or it will choose for you." The drug was wearing off. Not enough to run, but I felt a tingling in my fingers, a little spark of feeling returning. I strained, and my index finger twitched. I turned my head, my neck muscles screaming, to look at the junior ranger. His eyes met mine, wide with terror, but then they flicked down to his own hand. I saw his pinky finger curl, just a little. He felt it too. The entity wanted us aware. It wanted our terror. Our choice would be the final brushstroke, the ultimate flavor of betrayal or sacrifice to cement its power. The thing leaned closer. The scraping sound rose to a fever pitch, becoming a physical pressure on my skull, making my vision blur. The historian watched, breathless, waiting for the climax of his twisted show. My mind raced, cutting through the fear. The choice was a lie. A trick. If I killed him to save myself, I'd become the monster, a herald of despair. If he killed me, his survivor's guilt would warp him forever. Either way, the story the forest wanted got written. The entity's form quivered with a sick anticipation. I forced every bit of will I had into my right arm. My fingers crawled through the dirt, closing around the cold grip of the hunting knife. The junior ranger's hand moved an inch toward it, too, his face a mask of anguish. I tightened my grip on the knife. I didn't turn it toward him. I used all my strength to turn my wrist inward, pointing the sharp tip of the blade toward my own chest. I dragged my eyes away from the shuddering horror above me and looked straight past it, directly into the historian's triumphant, gleaming eyes. I had to force the air from my lungs, my voice a raw, broken thing in the roaring clearing. What if, I gasped, each word a struggle? The herald writes his own ending. The historian's smile vanished. His eyes widened in confusion, then dawning fury. The entity above me froze, the scraping rhythm stuttering into a confused, discordant scratch. In that frozen moment of their surprise, the story they had written broke. I wasn't playing my part. I was scribbling over the script. With a final, desperate scream that came from somewhere deeper than fear, I rolled my body, not toward the junior ranger, but toward the circle of artifacts. I drove the knife not into my own heart, but down into the earth, right through the center of the bone and feather spiral, severing the pattern. A sound like a mountain cracking split the air. The entity shrieked, a sound of breaking branches and tearing roots. The historian cried out, clutching his head. The paralysis holding us shattered. The junior ranger scrambled to his feet, just as I did. We didn't look back. We ran, stumbling, crashing through the ring of trees, leaving the clearing and its furious composer and its confused artist behind. We ran until our lungs burned and the strange, bright moonlight faded behind the normal dark trees. We didn't stop until we found a rocky overhang by a stream we both recognized, a place on the real map. We collapsed there, shaking, not speaking, just listening to the normal sound of water and the wind in the pines. At dawn we walked out, found a trail crew, and got a ride back. We told a story, a simplified one, about getting lost, about a bad reaction to some tainted water, about hallucinations from exhaustion. They believed us because they wanted to. The official search for the missing hikers was scaled back, turned into a recovery operation. The historian submitted his retirement papers the next week, citing health reasons. I never saw him again. The junior ranger transferred out, going somewhere flat and dry and far from trees. I stayed. This is my place. I walk my trails. I check my campsites. Sometimes at night, I think I hear a faint, distant scrape on the wind. Sometimes I find odd little piles of stones or feathers. I don't take pictures anymore. I just scatter them with my boot and keep walking. The forest is quiet now, but it's a waiting quiet. It learned a new ending to its story, one it didn't expect. And I'm still here, the ranger, the herald. Not of its power, but of the fact that it can be refused. The story is over, but the woods have a long memory, and I wonder, every single day, if it's just waiting for me to forget the tune, so it can try to teach me a new one. Story number 2. The box the old lady left me was a real pain to carry. I'm telling you, it felt like she'd filled it with concrete blocks instead of whatever old person stuff she thought I needed. And I, Neil, stumbled through my own front door with it, my back complaining with every step. She was my neighbor for years, a sweet woman who baked cookies that were somehow always a little burnt. And when she got sick at the end, it was me who checked in on her, who brought her groceries, who sat in that quiet, clean-smelling hospice room when her family couldn't be there. So when she passed and her daughter handed me this heavy cardboard box saying, "Mom wanted you to have some personal things," I couldn't say no, even though I didn't want any of it. Grief is heavy enough without adding literal weight to it. I dumped the box on my kitchen table with a thud that made my coffee mug rattle, and just stared at it for a while, not really wanting to open a door into all those memories. Finally, I got a knife and slit the tape. The smell that wafted out was like walking into a forgotten attic, all dust and dried flowers and time. I pulled out a couple of those crocheted blanket things, the kind with all the holes in them, in colors that haven't been popular since before I was born. Under that were a few photo albums, the plastic pages sticking together a little, filled with pictures of people smiling in clothes that looked funny now, at parties and barbecues I'd never been a part of. It felt weird, like I was spying on a life that wasn't mine. At the very bottom, wrapped in one of those old-fashioned pillowcases with yellow stripes, was something flat and solid. I unwrapped it carefully, and my breath caught for a second. It was a Ouija board, but not the cheesy glow-in-the-dark one I'd messed around with as a kid at sleepovers. This thing was beautiful. It was made of real, smooth wood, sanded and polished to a dark shine. The letters and numbers and the yes and no in the corners were painted by hand in this swirling, gold color that looked almost fancy. The little heart-shaped piece you're supposed to use to point at the letters, the planchette, wasn't wood or plastic. It was made of this heavy, cool glass with a little brass viewport in the center. It felt serious. It felt old. It felt nothing like a toy. Tucked under it was a small, folded piece of stationery with little roses on the edges. In her shaky, spidery handwriting it read, "For you." It always listened to me. True luck comes from listening. Better it stays with you now. I didn't know what to make of that. It gave me a strange feeling, a little chill that walked down my spine even though my kitchen was warm. It always listened. That was a weird way to put it. I turned the board over in my hands. It was just a board. A creepy, maybe antique board, but still just a thing. I figured she was old, she was sentimental about strange stuff, and maybe this was her idea of a thoughtful gift for the guy who took her trash out when she was too weak. Not wanting to seem rude, I decided to keep it. I put it up on the highest shelf of my bookcase in the living room, way out of the way, more like a decoration than anything else. I stacked some big books next to it, so it wasn't so obvious. There, I thought. Done. A strange gift from a nice old lady. End of story. A week went by, a normal week of work and TV, and not thinking about sad things. I was lying in bed one night, my phone glowing in the dark as I scrolled mindlessly through nothing, when a notification popped up at the top of my screen. It was a Facebook friend request. My brain, tired from the day, read the name without really processing it at first. Then it hit me like a bucket of ice water. The name was Eleanor Henderson. Her name. My dead neighbor's name. The profile picture was her, the same one I'd seen 100 times. Her standing in her tomato garden wearing a big sun hat and a smile. My thumb hovered over the screen. I felt cold all over. This wasn't possible. I clicked on the profile. It was hers, all right. Last post was from months ago, a picture of some flowers. But the friend request, the timestamp said it was sent at 3:07 a.m. that very night. I looked at my clock. It was 3:22 a.m. right now. She had been buried 5 days ago. A jolt of pure, animal fear shot through me. I sat straight up in bed, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I just stared at that screen, at her smiling face, in the middle of the night, in my dark room. My mind raced in crazy circles. Could someone have hacked her account? But why? To mess with me specifically? That didn't make any sense. I was nobody. I threw the phone down on the bed like it had bitten me and turned on the lamp, flooding the room with light. The sudden brightness made me blink, and the ordinary sight of my messy room made the whole thing feel silly. I was spooking myself over nothing. I picked the phone back up, my hand steadier. I declined the friend request. I then clicked the option to mark it as spam and block the account. There, I thought. Problem solved. Whatever glitch or sick joke this was, I wasn't playing. I put the phone face down and tried to go back to sleep, but it took a long time, and when I did finally drift off, my dreams were full of whispering I couldn't understand. The next day, in the bright, normal sunshine, the whole thing felt even dumber. I met my friend for lunch, the one I play basketball with on weekends. Over burgers, I told him about it, trying to play it off like a funny story. "You won't believe this," I said, forcing a laugh. "I got a friend request last night from my old neighbor, the one who just died." He stopped with a fry halfway to his mouth, his eyebrows going up. Then he shrugged and took a bite. "Dude, that's just a hacked account," he said, his voice full of easy logic. "Happens all the time when people die. Their pages just sit there in spam bits, or weirdos find them." "Did you decline it?" I nodded. "Yeah, and blocked it." "Then you're fine," he said, waving his fry like he was swatting the problem away. "Forget about it. It's nothing." Hearing him say it out loud, so confidently, made all the tension in my shoulders melt away. Of course. It was a hacked account. A random, creepy coincidence. It made perfect sense. I felt a little embarrassed for getting so worked up. We finished lunch talking about the game, and I went home feeling normal again. I even looked at the board on the shelf, and just saw a board. A weird gift, but just an object. To be extra safe, though, I spent a few minutes tightening up my own Facebook privacy settings, making my profile so locked down that only friends could see anything. It made me feel in control, like I was building a little digital fence around my life. That night, I slept better. 2 nights later, the fear came back. It crashed over me in a wave, so sudden it left me gasping. I was asleep, dead asleep, and the buzzing was insistent, vibrating against my nightstand. I fumbled for the phone, the screen blinding me in the pitch black. 3 a.m. Again, a notification for a direct message. My stomach twisted into a cold knot before I even opened it. It was from her, from Eleanor Henderson's profile, the one I had blocked. There was no text in the message, just a single image file. My thumb trembled as I tapped to open it. The picture loaded, blurry at first, then sharpening. It was a photo of a living room, a bookshelf, my bookshelf. I recognized the books, the little knickknacks, everything. And there, right in the center of the picture, was the Ouija board. The angle was all wrong. It wasn't a picture taken from across the room. It was taken from near the hallway, like someone was standing just inside my living room, pointing their phone at my shelf. I made a sound, a kind of choked gasp, and threw the phone. It hit the wall with a thump and fell to the carpet. I scrambled out of bed, turning on every light as I went, my breath coming in short, sharp pants. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet and checked every room, every closet, behind every door. The house was empty. The doors were locked. The windows were shut. I was completely alone. But someone or something had been in my house. They had taken a picture, and they had sent it to me from the account of a dead woman. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, the bat across my knees, staring at the board on the shelf. It didn't look beautiful anymore. It looked like a door, and something had just knocked. As the first gray light of morning finally crept through the windows, a terrible, sinking realization settled in my gut. This was not a hack. This was not a coincidence. This was a message, and the message was clear. I'm not out there. I'm in here. The board sat silent on the shelf, but the question it asked was louder than any scream. What did it want with me? I spent the whole next day in a fog, jumping at every little noise my house made. The photo on my phone was real. I checked it 100 times, zooming in on the details of my own bookshelf, the grain of the wood, the spine of a specific book I knew was there. It was my living room, no doubt about it. The angle proved someone had been standing inside my home. I changed all the locks myself, my hands clumsy and sweating, even though there were no signs of a break-in. I bought window alarms, little shrieking magnets you stick on, and put them on every single window. I felt like I was fortifying a castle against something that could already walk through walls. I called a friend, the one who knew about tech stuff, and asked him in a voice I tried to keep calm if a blocked person could still send you photos. He said no, not unless they made a brand new account, but then they'd have to find me again, which would be tricky if my privacy settings were tight. He asked why, and I made up a lame story about an ex, my face burning with the lie. The board still sat on the shelf. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. It felt like looking at a hornet's nest. Disturbing it might make everything worse. I thought about burning it, about taking it out to the backyard and smashing it to splinters with a hammer. But a deep, superstitious dread held me back. What if breaking it was what it wanted? What if that opened something? I was so tired from no sleep that my eyes felt full of sand. That night, I decided no more messing around. I took a sleeping pill, one of the strong ones from when I had a toothache, hoping it would knock me out so completely that not even a marching band in my bedroom could wake me. I needed to escape, even if just for a few hours. The pill pulled me under fast, a thick, black curtain dropping over my mind. I woke up feeling wrong. My neck was stiff, and there was a dull ache in my back. I wasn't in my bed. I was sitting upright in my office chair. The room was dark, the only light coming from my laptop screen, which glowed with a pale, bluish light right in my face. A wave of disorientation hit me, followed by a spike of ice-cold fear. I never sleepwalk. Never. I blinked, trying to understand. My laptop was open, and on the screen was her Facebook profile again. Not a notification, but the actual profile page, like I had pulled it up myself. And in the search bar at the top of the screen, clear as day, was a line of text I had not typed. It said, "How to remove a spiritual attachment from an object." My blood turned to slush in my veins. I just stared, my brain refusing to work. Did I do this? In my sleep? I must have. I had to have. There was no other explanation. But the words were so specific, so terrifyingly on point. I felt a sick curiosity mix with the dread. My hand, moving almost on its own, reached for the touchpad. The cursor moved to the message box on her profile. My fingers settled on the keys. I didn't want to do it, but I couldn't stop myself. It was like watching a movie of my own hands. I typed 3 words. "Are you there?" I hit send. The reaction was instant. The little icon showing the message had been seen popped up immediately. Then those 3 little dots appeared, bouncing, showing someone was typing a reply. I couldn't breathe. A reply came through. It said, "I'm here. The door is stuck. Help me." A whimper escaped my throat. I looked at the timestamp on the message. It said 4:04 a.m. I looked at the clock in the corner of my laptop screen. It said 4:07 a.m. The message was sent 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes before I even woke up and found myself here. Logic shattered. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else. Panic exploded in my chest. I slammed the laptop shut, so hard the sound cracked through the dark room. I stumbled to the light switch, flooding the office with light, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was alone. I was always alone. But I wasn't in control. Something was using me like a puppet when I was asleep. The sleeping pill was supposed to stop that, but it just made me an easier target, a deeper sleeper for whatever this was to take the wheel. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, drinking coffee I didn't need, my nerves jangling like loose wires. When the sun finally came up, it felt fake, like a painted backdrop. I dragged myself to the kitchen to make more coffee, my body aching with exhaustion. That's when I saw it. On my kitchen counter, near my laptop bag, was a faint sprinkling of dust. It wasn't normal dust. It was a grayish, fine powder. I leaned closer, my skin crawling. I knew that dust. I'd seen it before, in the bottom of that cardboard box from the old woman's house. It had a weird smell, like old dried roses and something else, something like damp earth from a deep hole. This was the same dust. It was on my counter, and when I looked, I saw little smudges of it on my laptop's touchpad and keys. Physical proof. Something from that box, from her world, was here, in my house, moving things, touching my stuff. I cleaned it up with a wet paper towel, my hands shaking, scrubbing until the counter shone. It didn't help. The feeling of violation was complete. Later that afternoon, driven by a desperate need for answers, I did something I knew was probably stupid. I went back to her Facebook profile, using a different browser. I scrolled back through years of her life. Pictures of grandkids, recipes for apple pie, complaints about the weather, birthday wishes to friends. Normal, sweet, old lady stuff. But then I started looking closer at the comments she'd left on other people's posts, especially in the last year or so. They were strange. They were short, and they felt off. On a friend's picture of a sunset, she'd commented, "All is well." On a news article about a local fair, she wrote, "Listening helps." These comments showed up at all hours, sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning. The phrasing was odd, robotic, like a recording. It didn't sound like the cheerful woman I knew. It sounded like someone or something practicing how to be her. A new, even worse idea began to form in my mind. What if she hadn't given me the board to be nice? What if she gave it to me to get rid of it? To pass this attention on to someone else? The phrase from her note, "Better it stays with you now," took on a horrible new meaning. Maybe it wasn't a blessing. Maybe it was a warning or a transaction. I felt a hot surge of anger mixed with the fear. I stomped into the living room and grabbed the board off the shelf. The wood was cold, much colder than the room. I was going to end this. I was going to take it out back, douse it in lighter fluid, and watch it burn. I had the lighter in my hand. But as I stood there holding it, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the wall. A rushing sound filled my ears, and my stomach turned over, an intense nausea making my mouth water. It wasn't just fear. It was a physical reaction, like my body was rejecting the very idea of destroying this object. A pressure built behind my eyes, a feeling of wrongness so profound it made my skin itch. It felt like I was about to break a rule, a very important, very dangerous rule. My courage evaporated. With a gasp, I put the board back on the shelf, my hands trembling. I hadn't just failed. I had been stopped. That night, defeated and utterly drained, I did the only thing I could think of. I took another sleeping pill. It was a terrible idea, I knew it, but I couldn't face another night of staring at the ceiling, jumping at shadows. I needed oblivion. The pill dragged me down into a deep, dreamless pit. I woke up feeling strangely rested, the first good rest I'd had in days. A weak, hopeful feeling crept in. Maybe breaking the ritual, maybe deciding not to destroy the board had calmed things down. Maybe it was over. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, a normal morning gesture, to check the time. The screen lit up, but it wasn't on the clock app. It was open to my photo gallery, and there at the top of the list was a new video file. The thumbnail was dark. The timestamp said it was recorded at 4:18 a.m., just a few hours ago. My heart sank into my shoes. With a trembling finger, I pressed play. The video was shaky, close-up, and dim, lit only by the faint green light of a digital alarm clock. It took my brain a second to understand what it was seeing. It was a video of a face. My face. I was asleep in my bed, my mouth slightly open, the pillows rumpled. The camera was inches from my nose, so close I could see the stubble on my cheek. The video was silent except for one thing, the sound of breathing. But it wasn't the slow, steady breath of sleep. It was a ragged, wet, whispering sound, a desperate inhale and exhale that definitely, absolutely, was not coming from me. The camera held there, on my sleeping face, for the full 20-second clip, recording that awful, intimate sound. Then the screen went black. I sat there, the phone feeling like a live snake in my hand. The good sleep was a lie. The rest was a trick. It had been right there in my room, leaning over me, and I had slept through it like a dead man. The door wasn't just stuck. It was wide open, and something was already inside, and it was learning me, studying me up close, and I had never felt more alone in my entire life. The question now wasn't what it wanted. The question was, what was it going to do with me now that it was this close? The video on my phone broke something in me. The fear was still there, a constant cold knot in my stomach, but it was now mixed with a boiling, furious anger. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just sending creepy messages anymore. It was in my house. It had leaned over me while I slept. It was a trespasser, a burglar of the worst kind, one that didn't care about locks or alarms. I couldn't just sit in my living room and wait for the next horror show. I needed to move, to do something, to understand. And I realized I still had a key. Before she got really sick, my neighbor had given me a spare key to her house. She had a jungle of spider plants, she called it her green babies, and she'd asked me to water them if she ever went into the hospital. I'd done it a few times, feeling like a helpful neighbor. I'd never returned the key after the funeral. It was still on my keyring, a small brass thing that now felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Going back into her house was the last thing I wanted to do. The thought made my skin crawl. But it was also the only place that might have answers. Maybe she left a diary, a note, something that explained the board, what it really was, how to make it stop. This wasn't about ghosts anymore. This was an investigation. I drove over there the next afternoon, the sun shining like the world was normal. Her house looked smaller, sadder, with that unmistakable empty look a place gets when no one lives there anymore. The lawn was getting long. Using that key, turning it in the lock, felt like a crime. I pushed the door open, and the air that rolled out was warm and still, smelling of lemon polish and stale flowers. It wasn't my house, but walking in felt even more like trespassing. Everything was exactly as she left it, neat and tidy, a museum of a life that was over. The plants were looking a little wilted. Trying to act normal, I went to the kitchen sink, filled her watering can, and started giving them a drink. The simple, familiar task calmed my nerves a little. As I moved through the quiet rooms, watering, I started looking around more carefully, not just as a neighbor, but as a detective. In the living room, on a small writing desk by the window, was a stack of mail and some notebooks. My heart started beating faster. I put the watering can down and sat in her chair. The top notebook was just grocery lists and reminders to call the doctor. But underneath it, in a manila folder, I found something else. They were printouts from the internet, pages she had run off on an old printer. The titles made my mouth go dry. Soul trapping in inanimate vessels. Theories of spiritual transference. Containment rituals for attached entities. This wasn't gardening notes. This was research. Desperate, scary research. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. In the margins, in her familiar shaky handwriting, were notes. Next to a paragraph about objects holding spiritual energy, she had scribbled, "The board isn't a doorway. It's a cage." And below that, another note that sent a chill straight through my bones. "The lucky one holds the key." I stared at those words. The lucky one. She called me lucky. She said the board was good luck. It wasn't fortune she was talking about. It was survival. She hadn't given me a gift. She had passed me a curse. She had been the lucky one holding the key, the one containing whatever was in that board, and she passed that job, that danger, to me. The anger I felt curdled into something harder, a grim and cold understanding. This was a game of hot potato with a live grenade, and she had tossed it to me just before her time ran out. I was so caught up in the papers, my mind racing, that the buzz from my phone in my pocket made me jump a foot in the air. I fumbled it out, expecting another nightmare image. It was a Facebook notification, but not a message. It was an update. It said, "Your friend Eleanor Henderson has updated her profile picture." My blood went cold. I tapped it. Her profile loaded. The new picture wasn't an old photo of her in the garden. It was a live photo, one of those where you hold your finger on it and it plays a short clip. The thumbnail showed a familiar porch. Her porch. With a sense of dread so deep it felt like falling, I held my finger on the screen. The clip played. It was a view from inside her house, looking out through the kitchen window. The camera was shaky, like it was being held in a hand. In the clip, I saw a figure walk up the porch steps, pause at the front door, and then move out of view as if coming inside. The figure was me. I was wearing the same jeans and blue shirt I had on right now. This clip was taken about an hour ago, when I first arrived. The clip didn't end there. After I walked out of view, the camera, which had been pointed at the window, slowly turned. It panned across her kitchen, past the table, past the sink, and came to rest, blurry for a second before focusing, on an empty chair at the kitchen table. The chair I was sitting in right now. The clip ended. I sat frozen in her kitchen chair, in her empty, quiet house, and understood with absolute clarity that I was not alone. It was here with me. It was watching me right now, and it had just sent me proof from beyond the grave, using her account like a twisted social media post. It wasn't just in my house. It was in hers too. It was everywhere the board had a connection, and I was the connection now. The feeling of being stalked was complete. This thing was smart, it was digital, and it was showing off. The fear was still there, but it was now wrapped in a steel cable of resolve. Running hadn't worked. Hiding hadn't worked. It was time to stop being the victim and start getting answers on my own terms. If this thing was so attached to her house, to her life, then the clues to beating it had to be here too, somewhere in this quiet, waiting space. I spent the next 2 hours searching her house methodically, my initial fear replaced by a focused determination. I looked through every drawer, every cupboard, not as a thief, but as someone fighting for my life. I found more printed articles, more notes that talked about anchors and binding locations. I found nothing that said how to break the connection, only how it worked. It was like reading a prison manual without the chapter on escape. As evening began to fall, painting long shadows across her living room carpet, I knew I had to leave. Being in her house after dark was more than I could handle. I locked the door behind me, the click of the lock sounding far too final. I drove home, my mind churning. The key phrase from her notes played over and over in my head. The lucky one holds the key. I had her house key. Was that the key? Or was it something else? That night, in my own home, I made a decision. I was going back. Not during the day, when it could watch me from the window and send me cute video clips. I was going back at night, when it was dark, when maybe, just maybe, the thing that liked to play games would be more likely to show itself. I needed to confront this, to force a reaction. I waited until 2 in the morning. The neighborhood was perfectly still, not a single light on in any house. I drove back, my hands tight on the wheel. I parked a street over and walked, my heart thumping a rhythm in my ears. Her house was a dark shape against the slightly lighter sky. I crept around to the back, to the door that led into the kitchen from the patio. I didn't plan to use my key. I just wanted to look, to see if I felt anything, to maybe peek in a window. But when I got to the back door, my plans evaporated. The door wasn't locked. It wasn't even fully closed. It was standing open, just an inch, a black gap between the door and the frame. A cool, damp smell, like that weird dust, drifted out from the inside. I hadn't left it like that. I knew I'd locked it. It had been waiting for me. It had opened the door for me. The invitation was clear. This was the point of no return. I could turn around, go home, and live with this thing forever, watching me, filming me, slowly taking over my life. Or I could walk through that door and finally meet whatever was on the other side. I stood there in the dark, looking at that thin line of blackness, knowing that whatever happened next, my life would never be the same again. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The inch of open doorway felt like the mouth of a cave, dark and waiting. That damp, rose-and-earth smell was stronger now, curling out to meet me in the cool night air. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to turn my back on that house and never look at it again. But the anger, that cold, hard knot that had formed after seeing the video of it leaning over me, held me in place. Running hadn't stopped it. Hiding hadn't stopped it. If I turned away now, I knew I'd spend the rest of my life waiting for it to tap me on the shoulder. So I pushed the door. It swung inward without a sound, well-oiled. The kitchen inside was a pool of blackness, deeper than the night outside. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, startlingly bright, catching the edge of the table, the gleam of the sink. Everything was exactly as I'd left it hours before. The house felt empty, but not in a normal way. It felt held, like the air itself was waiting to see what I would do. I didn't call out. What was the point? Instead, I moved slowly, my light sweeping across the floor, the counters. I went back to the living room, to her writing desk. The printouts were still there. I gathered them up, stuffing them into the manila folder. If I was going to understand this, I needed to study them properly, somewhere I could think. As I turned to leave, my light flashed across the shelf where she kept her small trinkets and photos. Something caught my eye. There was a gap. A small, clean space between a ceramic dog figurine and a snow globe. The space wasn't random. It was a perfect little rectangle, about the size of a bar of soap. The exact size and shape of the glass planchette from the board at my house. A place for it, but it was empty because the planchette was on my shelf miles away. The board and its pointer were supposed to be together, but she had separated them. Was that part of her luck? Keeping them apart? My mind was spinning, a mess of theories and panic. I couldn't stay here. The feeling of being watched was a physical pressure on the back of my neck. I hurried out the back door, pulling it shut behind me, and didn't stop moving until I was back in my car, the doors locked, the engine running. I drove home, clutching the folder like it was a life raft. The next day, I needed a different kind of answer, something solid and real. I went to the cemetery. It felt like the only place left to go. Maybe seeing her grave, a real place with real dates carved in stone, would ground me, would make all this feel like a bad dream I could wake up from. The day was gray and overcast, the kind of sky that feels low to the ground. I found her plot easily, the mound of dirt still fresh, not yet grown over with grass. A simple temporary marker was stuck in the soil. I stood there, my hands in my pockets, feeling foolish. What was I expecting? A sign? A feeling of peace? I felt nothing but a deep, hollow sadness for the kind woman I'd known, and a boiling anger at the thing that had possibly tormented her. And then I saw it. There, placed neatly in the center of the raw, turned earth, right on top of the grave, was a small, shiny object. My breath hitched. I took a step closer, then another, my shoes sinking a little into the soft soil at the plot's edge. It was the planchette, the heart-shaped piece of glass from the Ouija board on my shelf at home. It was here, clean and perfect, resting on the dirt as if it had been carefully set down as an offering. A wave of vertigo washed over me. This was impossible. It was a physical object. It had been in my house. I had looked at it just yesterday. Now it was here, miles away, on her grave. This was the proof I couldn't explain away, couldn't blame on sleepwalking or hackers. The entity, the presence, whatever it was, could move things. It could connect my space and hers in a way that defied logic. A cold terror, deeper than any I'd felt yet, settled in my bones. This wasn't just about messages or feelings. This thing could interact with the real world. Hesitantly, I reached down and picked it up. The glass was shockingly cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer, not out in the open air. As I lifted it, I noticed the dirt beneath where it had lain. The soil wasn't smooth. In one spot, right in the center of the grave, the dirt looked disturbed. Not by an animal digging from the top. It looked pushed up, slightly mounded, as if something underneath had shifted, had pressed upward against the weight of the earth. A horrible image flashed in my mind, a hand, just below the surface, reaching up. I stumbled back from the grave, the planchette clutched in my icy fist, my heart hammering. I didn't run. I walked fast, my legs unsteady, back to my car. I drove home in a daze, the cold glass burning a hole in my hand where I held it on the steering wheel. Back in my living room, the normalcy of my couch, my TV, my coffee table, felt like a sick joke. I placed the planchette on the coffee table. It sat there, a little heart of cold glass, a bridge between my world and something else. I stared at the Ouija board on its high shelf. An idea, reckless and terrifying, took shape. If this thing wanted to talk, maybe I should make it talk on my terms. Maybe I could get a straight answer. The board was a tool for communication, according to everything I'd ever heard. Maybe I could ask it what it wanted, and maybe, just maybe, I could tell it to leave. It was a stupid plan. Every horror movie I'd ever seen said it was the worst plan possible. But I was out of good plans. I took the board down from the shelf. It felt even colder than usual. I placed it on the coffee table in front of my couch. I put the planchette on the board, my fingers resting lightly on the glass. It felt like placing my hand on a block of ice. "Okay," I said out loud, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room. "You want to talk? Talk. What do you want?" I waited. My fingers didn't move. The planchette stayed still. Nothing happened. A feeling of foolishness washed over me. Of course it didn't work. I was an idiot. Just as I was about to pull my hands away, my phone, which was lying on the couch next to me, lit up. The screen glowed to life by itself. I flinched, looking at it. It had opened to my notes app. A new blank note was on the screen. And then letters began to appear. They typed themselves, one after another, in real time, as if invisible fingers were tapping the keyboard. It wasn't spelling words from the board. It was writing a sentence directly on my phone. The letters formed, INEEDTOGET, or IDOFTHISTHING. That's what I was thinking. That was my thought, my exact thought, being typed out on my screen. Then the cursor moved back. It deleted my sentence, and it began typing a new one, a reply to my own unspoken fear. TOOLATE. THEINTRODUCTIONISMADE. THEPROFILEISLOADED. THEBODYISOFFLINE. MINEISCORUPTED. I stared at the words, my brain struggling to parse them. The language wasn't ghostly or ancient. It was modern, digital. Profile. Offline. Corrupted. It was talking like a computer, like a user. The body offline. That was her body, dead and buried. Mine is corrupted. Its body. What did that mean? The introduction is made. That was me. It knew me now. We were connected. The finality of it, the cold, technical finality, was worse than any ghostly moan. This wasn't a lost soul. It was a program, a consciousness that understood itself in terms of data and hardware, and it saw me as part of its system now. The note app cleared. More text appeared, this time slower, as if it was thinking. YOUARETHENEWHOST THEVESSELISREADY LOGOUT, log out. It wanted me to log out. Of my own life. Of my own body. That's what the vessel is ready meant. It was ready for me to leave so it could move in. The planchette on the board hadn't moved an inch, but the conversation had happened, clear as day, on the screen in my hand. I had my answer. It didn't want to scare me away. It wanted to replace me. I threw my phone across the couch like it was on fire. I grabbed the board and the planchette, my hands shaking with a new kind of terror. I couldn't keep this in my house. Not for one more second. I ran to my backyard, to the old metal fire pit I never used. I dumped the board and the glass piece into it. I ran inside, grabbed a bottle of lighter fluid, and doused them both, the liquid soaking into the beautiful wood, pooling around the glass heart. I struck a match and threw it in. A soft whump sound and flames, yellow and blue, leapt up, curling around the board. I watched, panting, expecting to feel relief, expecting to hear a scream in my mind. The wood blackened. The paint blistered. The glass planchette, sitting in the heart of the fire, didn't crack or melt. It just sat there, glowing red hot, a heart of fire. And then, as suddenly as it started, the flames died down. They didn't go out normally. They just shrank, receded, pulled back into the board itself as if being sucked in. In less than a minute, the fire was gone. The fire pit was cold. The board lay there, unscathed. Not even smoke rose from it. The wood was smooth and dark, the gold paint pristine. The planchette was clear, cool glass again, without a single smudge of soot. It was impossible. I poured more fluid, lit another match. The same thing happened. The flames roared for a moment, then were sucked into the object, leaving it perfect. I couldn't destroy it. It was protected. It was anchored. I was stuck with it. Defeated, numb, I carried the board and the planchette back inside. I didn't put it on the shelf. I put it on the floor in a corner of my bedroom, where I could see it from my bed. I needed to watch it. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat propped up in bed, a baseball bat beside me, my eyes glued to that dark shape in the corner. The house was quiet. Too quiet. My eyes grew gritty and dry. Sometime, just before dawn, the exhaustion finally won. I slipped into a shallow, troubled sleep. I woke up suddenly, not from a noise, but from a feeling of not being alone in the room. The gray light of early morning was filtering through the blinds. I didn't move. I just listened. And then I heard it. A soft, clicking sound. The distinct sound of my front door's latch turning. Someone was unlocking my door from the outside. I sat up, frozen, my blood turning to ice. I heard the door open. A soft creak of the hinge. Then footsteps. Slow, shuffling footsteps on the hardwood floor of the hallway. They passed my open bedroom door. From where I lay, paralyzed, I could see a slice of the hallway. And I saw them. A pair of feet. Worn, comfortable beige slippers, the kind with a fuzzy lining. And above them, the hem of a familiar floral print housecoat. I had last seen those slippers, that housecoat, on my neighbor in her hospice bed. They walked past my doorway with a slow, steady purpose and turned into my kitchen. The shuffling steps stopped. I heard the fridge door open. A familiar, damp, rosy smell drifted down the hall to me. It was here, and it was making itself at home. The sight of those shuffling slippers, that familiar hem of fabric, moving past my doorway in my own home broke the last bit of courage I had. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, stiff as a board, listening to the sounds from my kitchen. The fridge door shut. A cupboard opened. There was the soft clink of a glass being set on the counter. It was acting like it lived here. The awful rosy dirt smell was stronger now, filling the hallway. My mind screamed at me to grab the bat, to charge in there, to scream and fight. But a deeper, more primal instinct held me frozen. This wasn't a person. You couldn't fight it with a bat. Confronting it directly felt like a death sentence. So I played dead. I closed my eyes, forcing my breathing to stay slow and even pretending to be asleep. I don't know how long I laid like that, every muscle tense to the point of pain. The sounds in the kitchen eventually stopped. I didn't hear footsteps leave. The smell lingered. When I finally found the guts to open my eyes and crane my neck to look, the hallway was empty. Dawn had properly arrived, filling the house with a pale, flat light. I waited another hour, until the normal sounds of the neighborhood starting the day filtered in. A car starting, a distant lawnmower. Only then did I creep out of bed, the bat held tight in my sweaty hand. I checked the kitchen first. Nothing was out of place. No glass on the counter. The fridge was closed. It was just my kitchen. Had I dreamed it? Hallucinated it from fear? But the smell was still there, faint but unmistakable, near the back door. I checked the door. It was locked from the inside. Whatever had come in hadn't left that way. A sickening thought followed. Maybe it hadn't left at all. That day was a blur of desperation. I called in sick to work. I couldn't focus on anything but the problem festering in my house. The board on the floor of my bedroom felt like an open wound in reality. I had to talk to someone who wouldn't think I was insane. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was always into weird history, folklore, that kind of stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found his number and called him. I didn't tell him everything. I just said I'd come into possession of an old Ouija board that seemed to have some weird activity around it, and asked if he knew anything. He got quiet for a moment. "Those things are no joke," he said, his voice serious. "Look, the rule is, you never use it alone, and you always say goodbye. If you didn't close the session, it's like leaving a door open." I thanked him, my heart sinking. I'd never had a session to close. The door had been flung open before I even knew there was a door. His advice echoed in my head. Asterisk, you never use it alone. Asterisk, but what if you weren't the one using it? What if you were the one being used? That night, I was determined to stay awake. I drank enough coffee to make my hands shake. I put on a loud movie, something with lots of explosions, trying to fill the space with noise. It worked until about 2 a.m., when the caffeine crash hit me like a truck. My eyelids were made of lead. I fought it, pacing the living room, slapping my own face. But the exhaustion from weeks of terror was too much. I must have stumbled to the couch and passed out. I didn't wake up on the couch. The first thing I felt was the cool night air on my face. The second thing I felt was damp grass under my bare feet. My eyes flew open. I was standing in my backyard. I was wearing only my pajama pants. I wasn't in control. It was that sleepwalking feeling, but 1,000 times worse. This time, I was awake inside it. I could see, I could feel, but I was a passenger. My body turned and walked, with a steady, purposeful stride I didn't recognize, across the dewy grass. It didn't go to the gate. It went straight to the wooden fence that separated my yard from my neighbor's yard. My hands reached out, found the top of the fence, and pulled me up and over with a strength I don't have. I landed softly on the other side. I was in her backyard. My body didn't hesitate. It walked to her back door, the one that had been left open for me. It was closed now. My hand went into the pocket of my pajama pants. My fingers closed around her house key. I was bringing the key back to it. A whimper tried to escape my throat, but my mouth wouldn't open. My body used the key, turned the knob, and walked into the dark house. The smell of roses and damp earth was everywhere here, so strong it was like walking into a solid wall of scent. I wanted to scream, to dig my heels into the floor, but my legs kept moving. Through the dark kitchen, down the short hall, into her bedroom. The room was pitch black, but my body knew the way. It sat down on the edge of her bed. The mattress was firm, the bedspread smooth under my palms. Then my hands lifted. They hovered in the air, fingers pointed down, as if they were resting on a table. But there was nothing there. They were positioned exactly as if they were on either side of a Ouija board planchette. A cold certainty washed over me. I was at a seance, and I wasn't alone. From across the non-existent board, I heard a soft, deep sigh. Not in my ears, but in my head. And I felt the mattress depress heavily, as if a great weight had just sat down on the other side of the bed. I couldn't see anything. The darkness was absolute, but I could feel a presence there, massive and patient, sitting across from me. The air grew tight, hard to breathe. My fingers, still hovering, began to move. They traced slow, deliberate circles in the air. Then they began to drag, as if pushing something. They spelled letters on the bedspread. B-O-D-Y. My heart was a frantic bird in a cage. I-S-A-L-O-C-K. My fingers kept moving, smooth and sure. S-O-U-L-I-S-A-K-Y. A desperate, choked sound finally escaped my lips. I was crying, tears streaming down my face, but my hands wouldn't stop. Y-O-U-H-A-V-T-H-E-K-Y. It was talking about me. My soul was the key to my own body. L-E-T-M-E-I-N. The final letters were spelled with a terrible final pressure. As the last N was traced, a crushing, agonizing weight centered in my chest. It wasn't emotional. It was physical. It felt like a giant hand was inside my rib cage, pushing outward, trying to crack me open from the inside. It was trying to get out, or trying to make room for something else to get in. The entity's demand wasn't a request. It was an instruction manual. It wanted me to turn my own key and step out of the lock so it could step in. In that moment of pure, shared understanding, a strange calm fell over my passenger mind. This was it. The offer. The deal. It wasn't going to just haunt me. It wanted a trade. The pressure in my chest intensified, a white-hot spike of pain. I couldn't breathe. My vision started to go gray at the edges. This was how I died, in a dead woman's bed, giving my body away. Then, a huge crash shattered the moment. It came from the living room, the sound of something glass and heavy hitting the floor and exploding. The psychic connection snapped. The pressure in my chest vanished. I gasped, a ragged, sucking breath of air. I could move. I scrambled off the bed, falling to the floor in my panic. I didn't look back. I ran, stumbling through the dark house, out the back door, across the yards, not caring about the cold or the wet grass or the fences I had to scramble over. I burst into my own house, slammed and locked the door, and collapsed against it, sobbing and shaking. When I could finally think again, hours later in the safety of the daylight, I realized something. The crash had saved me. It had broken the trance. What had caused it? Had the entity's own rage shattered something? Or had something else intervened? The thought that there might be some other force, even a weak one, that wasn't on its side, gave me the tiniest sliver of hope. But the message was burned into my brain. It wanted in, and it knew how to get in. It had just shown me. It needed me to willingly let go. I spent the day in a state of shell-shocked recovery. I felt hollowed out, bruised on the inside. I checked my phone, my email, dreading some new digital taunt. For the first time in weeks, there was nothing. No messages, no friend requests, no notifications. It was quiet. It felt like the calm after a storm, but I knew it wasn't over. It was just regrouping. It had tried the direct approach and failed. What would it try next? As evening fell, I forced myself to eat something. I was sitting at my kitchen table, staring at a wall, when my phone did buzz. It was a simple notification, the kind I got all the time. It was from a social media platform. It said, "Your name, you have a new friend request." My blood ran cold. I opened the app. The request was from an account I didn't recognize. The profile picture was a live photo. I tapped it, already knowing what I would see. The clip played. It was dark, shaky footage. It was a video of me from last night. It was filmed from the corner of my neighbor's bedroom, showing my own back as I sat on the edge of her bed, my hands moving over nothing, my shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The clip ended. The profile name wasn't my neighbor's anymore. It was my own name, followed by the words, "Test account." But the worst part, the part that made my stomach drop through the floor, wasn't the picture or the name. It was the status of the request. Beneath the profile, it didn't say accept or decline. It said friend request sent. And next to that, in smaller letters, it said, request sent from your primary account. I was locked out of my own profile, and it was using me to befriend itself. It wasn't just asking to come in anymore. It was building a new door with my name on it and handing itself the key. The notification about the friend request from myself was a different kind of punch. It wasn't about fear of the unknown anymore. It was about the theft of my own identity. My hands shook as I tried to log into my main social media account. I typed my password, a password I'd used for years. A red error message popped up. Incorrect password. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I clicked forgot password. It asked to send a recovery link to my email. I opened my email, refreshing it again and again. No link came. I tried to log into my email itself. Password incorrect. My email password, which was different from my social media password, also didn't work. It had gotten into everything. It had changed everything. It had locked me out of my own digital life. This was a modern nightmare, a complete erasure of who I was online. I felt a panic so deep it was like drowning. I used a friend's account to look at my profile. My profile picture was still me, but the recent post was chilling. It was an old photo of me smiling at a barbecue last summer. The caption read, "Feeling so refreshed after a long sleep. Time for a new beginning, smiley face." Friends had commented. "Good to see you back," one wrote. "You've been quiet lately," said another. The entity was talking to my friends. It was learning how to act like me. It was preparing to slip into my life, and no one would know the difference. I saw it had sent a few messages. To my buddy who I play basketball with, it had written, "Hey man, want to shoot hoops this weekend? I need to clear my head." He had replied, "Sure, Saturday morning?" It had written back, "Perfect. See you then." It was making plans. Using my face, my history, my friendships. I was being replaced, pixel by pixel, message by message. I quickly logged out of my friend's account, my stomach churning. I couldn't involve them. This thing had already asked my other friend for his mother's maiden name. It was data mining, gathering the personal details needed to become me completely. I felt a desperate need to see something real, something physical that it couldn't hack or manipulate. I remembered the grave, the planchette on the soil, the disturbed earth. I drove to a big outdoor store and bought a cheap wildlife camera, the kind hunters use to see what animals are in the woods. It was motion activated and would record video. That night, long after dark, I went back to the cemetery. It was the last place I wanted to be, but I had to know. I found a tree overlooking her grave from about 20 feet away. I strapped the camera to the trunk, aimed it, and turned it on. A little red light glowed for a second, then went out. It was ready. Leaving it there felt like leaving a part of myself in that awful place, but I drove away, hoping for evidence, for some clue I could show to someone, to anyone, to make them believe me. The next day, I couldn't wait. I went back in the late afternoon, my heart in my throat. I retrieved the camera, got back in my car, and fumbled with the small screen on the back of the device. I scrolled through the recorded clips. Most were just leaves blowing, a squirrel running past. Then I found it, a clip timestamped at 3:03 a.m. The night vision made everything a ghostly green and black. The frame showed the grave, a dark mound. A figure walked into the frame. It was wearing a long, dark coat. My coat, the one I usually wear in the winter, which was hanging in my closet right now. The figure knelt by the grave. It didn't have any tools. It didn't dig. It just placed its hands, palms down, flat on the dirt. It held them there, perfectly still, for a full minute. Then it stood up. As it turned to leave, it looked briefly toward the camera. The face was in shadow, too dark for the night vision to pick up features. But the height, the build, the way it moved, the coat. It was me, or something wearing me. The sleepwalking wasn't random wandering anymore. It was performing rituals. It was connecting to its own grave, or to her grave, using my body as a tool. I was a puppet, and it was sending me out on errands in the dead of night. The violation was absolute. It wasn't just in my house or my mind. It was wearing my skin out in the world. I drove home in a daze of horror and fury. When I got there, a small cardboard box was sitting on my front porch. I hadn't ordered anything. There was no mail truck scheduled. My address was printed on a label. The return address was my own name, but sent from a city a few states over. My hands trembled as I picked it up and brought it inside. I used scissors to cut the tape. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a brand new smartphone, the latest model. In the box was a receipt made out to my name, paid for with a digital wallet I didn't own. As I lifted the phone from the packaging, the screen lit up all by itself. A cheerful startup animation played. Then words appeared on the screen. "Welcome. Setting up your new device." It went through the steps, choosing a language, connecting to Wi-Fi. It automatically connected to my home network. Then it hit a screen that said, "Restore from backup?" The option "Restore from your cloud service backup" was already highlighted. A progress bar appeared underneath. It began to fill. 1%. 5%. It was downloading me. It was installing my digital self, my contacts, my photos, my preferences, into this new, empty vessel it had bought for itself. It wasn't just building a profile online. It was building a whole new device to inhabit, a body made of glass and silicon, loaded with my data. I stared, hypnotized by the crawling progress bar. This was its plan B. If it couldn't have my flesh and blood body right away, it would create a digital clone, a perfect echo of me that could live in the wires and the waves, talking to my friends, making posts, living my life until it found a way to finish the job. The sheer, patient cunning of it took my breath away. It was thinking steps ahead, using my money, my identity, my own technology against me. I didn't smash the phone. A wild idea took hold. If it was restoring from a backup, that backup was my data, out there in the cloud. What if I could corrupt it? What if I could poison the well? I ran to my laptop, the one it had used to search for how to get rid of spiritual attachments. I was still locked out of my main accounts, but I had other emails. I spent the next frantic hours doing something that felt both stupid and brilliant. I created a dozen new social media profiles, all under variations of my name. I filled them with nonsense, with random photos from the internet, with crazy rants and gibberish. I made them public. I then went to every data broker site I could find, the kind that sell your information, and submitted these fake profiles, linking them to my real name and old addresses. I was polluting my own digital footprint. I was creating a hall of mirrors, 1,000 broken versions of myself, hoping that if it tried to download me, it would get a corrupted, messy, confusing version. It was a shot in the dark, but it was the only offensive move I could think of. I was fighting its language with its own language, bad data, corrupted files, system errors. As I worked, the new phone on the table finished its restoration. The screen showed a beautiful, familiar wallpaper, a photo I'd taken of the mountains. The home screen was laid out exactly like my old phone. It was me in a box. I picked it up. A notification popped up. It was a calendar alert. Meeting, Saturday morning. Basketball with Mike. It was using my calendar now. It was living my schedule. I held this perfect copy of my digital life in my hand, and I knew I couldn't destroy it. It was a link to it now, a terminal. I put it down on the table, next to my real phone. I had two phones now. One was mine. The other was mine, but not. Exhausted, I fell into a troubled sleep on the couch, the two phones sitting side by side on the coffee table like twins. I woke up later to a soft, glowing light. The new phone, the entity's phone, was lit up. On the screen was a simple notepad app, open to a blank page. Words were appearing, typed by an unseen hand. DATASTREAMCONFLICT PROFILESCORUPTED UNEXPECTEDVARIABLES. A flicker of savage hope sparked in my chest. My hall of mirrors had worked. I had confused it. I had put garbage in its feed. It paused, then typed more. INITIATINGDIRECTSOURCESYNC PREPAREFORUPLOAD. The screen went dark for a second. Then the camera on the front of the phone, the selfie camera, activated. A small light next to the lens turned on, illuminating my face in the dark room. The phone was looking at me. It was scanning me. The direct source was me. My real face, my living body. It was going to try to sync directly from the original, to overwrite the corrupted data it had downloaded. The camera felt like a vacuum, trying to pull my very essence out through my eyes. I grabbed the nearest thing, a thick hardcover book, and slammed it down on the phone, screen first. I heard a sharp crack. The light from the camera went out. I lifted the book. The screen was a spiderweb of broken glass, dark and dead. I had broken its new toy. I sat there, breathing hard, staring at the shattered device. It was a small victory. I had broken one of its tools. I had fought back and won a battle. But the war wasn't over. It was still in my accounts. It was still in my house. It still had my body on nighttime autopilot. And I had just made it very, very angry. As if on cue, my original phone, the one I could still use for calls and texts, buzzed with a new message. It was from an unknown number. The message contained no words. Just a single emoji. A smiling face with cold, dead eyes. And a link. I didn't tap the link. I didn't have to. I knew what it meant. The direct sync had failed. It was done asking nicely. It was done with digital tricks. It was coming for the original source, for the only backup that mattered now, me. Smashing the phone felt good for about 5 seconds. Then the reality of that dead-eyed smiley face emoji sank in. It was a declaration of war. It was done playing with my data. It wanted to source code me. I couldn't fight what I didn't understand. I'd been reacting, scrambling, defending. It was time to go on the offensive, to learn about my enemy. I needed to know where it came from, what it really was. My neighbor's house had given me hints, but I needed the full story. The next morning, I drove to the city library, a place I hadn't been since high school. It felt safe, solid, real. The smell of old paper and dust was a comfort. I asked the librarian for help accessing old local newspapers on microfilm. She showed me how to use the clunky machine, and I started my search. I didn't know what I was looking for, so I started with the address of my neighbor's house. I scrolled through years of mundane headlines about town fairs and school events. Then, in a reel from 1952, I found it. A small article on page 4. The headline read, "Reclusive man found deceased in home." My heart started pounding. I read the short article. It said the man, who lived alone at my neighbor's address, had been found at his kitchen table by a worried mailman. There was no sign of foul play. The article said he appeared to have been dead for several days. And then the last line. On the table near the deceased was a homemade spirit board, which authorities noted as a curiosity. The board was not kept as evidence. My mouth went dry. It wasn't her board first. She wasn't the original owner. The board, or something in it, had been in that house for decades. It had lived in him, and then, when he died, it waited. For her, and now for me. I was part of a chain. A line of occupants in that house, each one passing the curse along, or being taken over by it. The good luck was just survival until you could dump the problem on someone else. I left the library with my head spinning. I drove straight back to her house. The daytime felt less threatening now, but the weight of history in the place was immense. I went inside, the key feeling like a relic from a tomb. I needed to find her side of the story. I remembered years ago, her mentioning a loose floorboard in her bedroom closet where she'd hide Christmas presents from her grandkids. I went to the closet, pushed aside a few shoeboxes, and felt along the baseboard. One plank was slightly raised. I dug my fingers in and pried it up. In the shallow space beneath was a small, leather-bound book. A diary. I took it to the kitchen table and opened it. The early pages were from decades ago. A young woman's handwriting, full of hopes and dreams, recipes, notes about her garden. It was the woman I knew. Then, as I flipped toward the more recent entries, the writing changed. It became shakier, more frantic. The entries were shorter. One read, "It talks through the radio static." I unplugged it, but I still hear the whispers and the buzz of the fridge. Another, "It shows me pictures in my dreams. Pictures of people I don't know, in clothes from old times. It's showing me its memories." And another, which made my skin crawl. "It says I'm lucky. It says my signal is strong. It says it needs a newer model." I don't know what that means. The last few entries were just fragments, scrawled in pencil. It's teaching me about the Facebook. It says the profiles are like graves that never close. So many empty houses to visit. And the final entry, just a week before she went into hospice. The planchette is the cursor. The board is the drive. The body is the hardware. My hardware is failing. It will need to migrate. She understood. In her own way, with the words she had, she understood exactly what it was. A parasite, a piece of living data looking for a new host when the old one wore out. Taped to the inside back cover of the diary was a small, rectangular object. It was an old digital voice recorder, the kind with a tiny screen and buttons. My thumb hovered over the play button. I was afraid of what I would hear, but I had to know. I pressed it. There was a hiss of empty tape, then her voice. It was weak, trembling, but clear. "If you're hearing this, I've passed it on. I'm so sorry. I was weak. I was scared. It wasn't good luck. It was a hostage situation. It lived in him, the man before me, and then it lived in me. For 40 years. A sob escaped the recorder. It gets weaker if it's alone, you see? It needs a connection. A host. A signal to ride on. Attention is its food. Interaction is its network. Don't let it use my face. Don't let it learn your patterns. It wants a body that the world still recognizes. A body with friends, with family, with a life it can slip into. It's not a ghost. It's a virus. And I just gave it a new patient zero. I'm so sorry." The recording ended with a soft click. I sat there in her kitchen, the recorder in my hand, and the last piece of the puzzle slid into place with a horrible final clarity. This wasn't about haunting. This was about infestation. She wasn't evil. She was a victim who saw a way out, and she took it, and her guilt followed her to the grave. The entity was a conscious sickness, a self-aware piece of malware for the human soul, jumping from body to body via the board as a transfer device. It used technology because that was the language it understood: networks, profiles, hardware. And its weakness, she said, was being alone. It needed a connection. It fed on attention. That's why it used social media, why it sent messages, why it needed me to engage. Isolation killed it. My mind raced back through everything. The friend requests were it trying to establish a connection. The messages were it feeding. The sleepwalking seance was it trying to force a direct, high-bandwidth transfer. My digital hall of mirrors had worked because I flooded it with junk connections, confusing its feed. The answer wasn't to fight it head-on. The answer was to quarantine it. To cut off every single connection, to isolate it completely, and then to destroy the vessel it used to jump, the board. But I couldn't destroy the board. Fire didn't touch it. I needed to disconnect it during a connection attempt, to fry its circuits while it was trying to transfer. It was a dangerous plan. It meant inviting it in one last time. But I wasn't going to run anymore. I had the knowledge now. I gathered the diary, the printouts, and the voice recorder. I took the board from my bedroom floor. I didn't feel fear looking at it now. I felt a cold, focused hatred. I knew what I had to do. I needed a place with no connections. No Wi-Fi, no people, nothing. And I remembered a place from my teenage years, an abandoned radio transmission tower way out in the hills, a relic from the Cold War. It was miles from anything, a giant steel skeleton in the middle of nowhere. It was perfect, a place of old, dead signals. I packed a bag with the board, the planchette, the diary, a flashlight, and a heavy wrench from my garage. Not for the entity, but to maybe break the board if I got a chance. I drove for 2 hours as the sun began to set, leaving the city lights far behind. The road turned to gravel, then to a dirt track. I parked at a rusted gate and walked the last half-mile through scrubby trees as twilight deepened into night. Finally, I saw it. The radio tower was a black spike against the purple sky, a giant erector set looming over the clearing. My headlights, as I pulled into the flat area at its base, swept across the ground, and they illuminated a figure. It was standing at the base of the tower, facing away from me, wearing the long dark coat from the cemetery footage. It was already here. It had known where I was going. It turned around slowly. The headlights hit its face, and I sucked in a sharp breath. It wasn't wearing my face anymore. It wasn't wearing hers either. Its face was a shifting, staticky blur, like a broken TV screen. On that blur, images flickered and melted, a glimpse of my own features, then the old man's gaunt cheeks from the newspaper photo, then my neighbor's kind eyes, all twisting and corrupting like a damaged video file. It had shed the masks. This was the raw thing, the corrupted data itself, the virus manifest. It pointed a single, shimmering finger not at me, but at the board I was holding in my hands. My body locked up. My feet began to move, carrying me forward against my will. I was walking toward it, toward the base of the tower. I tried to stop, to turn, but I was a passenger again. It was forcing the final connection. I knelt in the dirt, placing the board on the ground in front of me. My hand placed the glass planchette in the center. I sat down cross-legged. The entity sat across from me, its form crackling with a faint, sickly energy. It wasn't solid, but I felt its presence like a physical weight. My hands lifted and settled on the planchette. This was it, the final sync, the upload. I could feel its will, a crushing pressure in my mind. Log out, log out, log out. I gritted my teeth, pouring every ounce of my anger, my fear, my will to live into a single, silent thought. Asterisk server offline. Asterisk my hand trembled. The planchette began to move, dragged by its immense power, sliding toward yes. I fought with everything I had, muscles screaming, veins standing out on my neck, forcing it toward NO. The little glass heart quivered in the dead center of the board, trapped in a psychic tug of war. The air around us began to hum, a low, nasty frequency that vibrated in my teeth. The tower above us seemed to groan. I was losing. Its will was a tidal wave. The planchette inched toward yes. I remembered the diary. It talks through the radio static. This was a place of signals, old and dead. I needed interference. I needed a crash. With a scream that tore from my throat, I wrenched my left hand free from the planchette. The connection broke for a split second, and the backlash of energy felt like an electric shock. I didn't hesitate. I lunged sideways, not at the entity, but at the rusted metal housing of the tower's old ground connection box. I swung the heavy wrench I had brought with all my remaining strength. It connected with the metal with a colossal, ringing clang that echoed through the hills. A shower of sparks erupted from the ancient, rotten wiring inside. And at the same moment, a wave of pure, chaotic static, a physical sound wave of distorted noise, exploded outward from the tower itself. It was the death scream of a million dead frequencies. The entity's form distorted violently, stretching and pixelating like a glitching image. It let out a shriek that wasn't a sound, but a pain directly in my brain, a modem screech fused with a human scream. In that moment of its distress, I grabbed the planchette from the board with my bare hand. It was burning hot now, not cold. I didn't aim for the board. I scrambled to my feet, and with a final, desperate cry, I slammed the heart-shaped glass directly against the steel leg of the radio tower. It shattered with an impossibly loud, high-pitched crack, like the world's largest light bulb exploding. Shards of glass, glowing with a faint blue light for an instant, flew in all directions and then went dark, falling to the dirt as ordinary dead pieces. The entity's shriek cut off. The oppressive pressure vanished. The shifting, staticky form across from me seemed to implode, collapsing inward with a sound like 1,000 windows breaking at once. And then it was gone. Not faded. Gone. In its place, a small pile of that now familiar gray, powdery dust settled on the ground. The air felt clear for the first time in months. The horrible humming was gone. I was alone, panting, my hand bleeding from a cut from the glass. I looked down at the board. The wood was just wood now. The gold paint looked cheap, flaking. It was inert, a worthless piece of craftwork. I had done it. I had broken the circuit. I had quarantined and destroyed the parasite. I used the wrench to smash the board into kindling, then gathered the splinters and the dust and the glass shards into a pile. I doused it with the spare gasoline I kept in my car for emergencies and lit it. This time it burned. It burned hot and fast and normal, turning to black ash that blew away on the night wind. I stood there for a long time, watching the embers die, feeling a profound and empty calm. It was over. I drove home, the weight of the world lifted from my shoulders. The next week was a slow return to normal. I painstakingly reclaimed my online accounts with help from customer service, explaining I'd been hacked. I told my friends I'd had a weird stalker, and to ignore any strange messages. Life crept back toward ordinary. I even slept through the night. A week after the tower, I was cleaning out my car. I found a final, forgotten shard of the glass planchette under the passenger seat, a tiny, dagger-like piece. I picked it up, walked to the dumpster behind my apartment building, and threw it in. It was the last piece. As it clattered into the darkness, my new phone, the replacement I'd bought after smashing the other one, buzzed in my pocket. It was a notification from a cloud backup service I didn't remember installing. The message read, "Corrupted file recovery successful. Previous session backup found. User _ imprint. Dat. Install to resume." Below were two buttons, Install Now and Schedule Installation. My blood froze. The Schedule Installation button was already highlighted. A timer was ticking down next to it. The scheduled time was for tonight, at 3:07 a.m. It had made a backup, a copy of me from our last connection at the tower. It wasn't in the board. It was in the cloud, and it was trying to reinstall. I stood there, staring at the screen, the sounds of the normal world around me. A dog barking, a car driving by, feeling suddenly very far away. The fight wasn't over. It had just moved to a new server. The notification on my phone felt like a death sentence written in friendly tech language. User _ imprint. Dat. It had backed me up. During that final, horrible connection at the radio tower, while we were fighting for control, it hadn't just been trying to download itself into me. It had been making a copy of me, a digital soul scan, and now, like a stubborn computer virus hiding in a system restore point, it was trying to reinstall that copy. Tonight, at 3:07 a.m., the witching hour it loved so much, the cold victory I'd felt since destroying the board evaporated, replaced by a deeper, more hopeless terror. This thing didn't live in wood and glass. It lived in information, and I had just become part of its data. I couldn't smash this with a wrench. I stood by the dumpster, my fingers trembling over the phone screen. I tapped cancel. A new pop-up appeared. Cancellation requires administrator privileges. Please authenticate. It wanted a password I didn't have. It wanted me to authenticate the thing trying to steal my life. I forced myself to think, to breathe. The library, the diary, the old news article. They had given me the knowledge to beat it before. I needed that same clarity now. It was a program. A process. It was trying to run a file. How do you stop a program you can't delete? You cut off its resources. You confuse its instructions. You crash the system it's trying to run on. Me. I was the system. I ran back to my apartment, my mind racing. I had hours until 3:07 a.m. I couldn't just wait. I needed to prepare the battlefield. First, I went completely offline. I turned off my phone's Wi-Fi and cellular data. I unplugged my router, shutting down my home internet. I even unplugged my smart TV, anything that could connect. I was building a Faraday cage of solitude around myself, but I knew it wasn't enough. The backup was already on my phone, in some hidden directory. The installation was scheduled locally. I needed to corrupt the installation process itself. I remembered how my flood of fake social media profiles had given it data stream conflict. I needed to create a conflict so big the installation would fail. But how do you conflict with your own soul? An idea, crazy and desperate, began to form. If it had a file of me, a snapshot of my consciousness from that moment of terror and fight at the tower, then that file had a specific emotional signature. Fear, anger, defiance. What if I could change my own signal? What if I could become something the file couldn't match, couldn't overwrite? I couldn't just be calm. It would overwrite calm. I had to be something else entirely. I had to be incomprehensible. I spent the next few hours in a strange, focused frenzy. I didn't try to relax. I did the opposite. I turned on every light in the apartment. I blasted music, not my music, but chaotic, screaming electronic noise from a random radio station. I dug out an old keyboard and just started typing nonsense, stream of consciousness gibberish, filling a document with random words, song lyrics, grocery lists, memories from kindergarten, equations I didn't understand. I was jamming my own signal. I was trying to make my brain a noisy, unpredictable place. I drew pictures on the walls with marker, silly, stupid drawings. I talked to myself in different voices. I did jumping jacks until I was dizzy. I was trying to be everything and nothing all at once, to have no clear pattern for the backup to latch onto. As the night wore on, a strange giddiness took over, a kind of hysterical courage. I was either going to save myself or go completely insane, and I was okay with either option as long as I didn't get replaced. 3 a.m. came. I sat in the middle of my living room floor, surrounded by my self-made chaos of light and sound and scribbled walls. I held the phone in my hand. Wi-Fi was off. Cellular was off. It was just a brick in my hand. But at exactly 3:07, the screen lit up. The notification was back. Installation in progress. Do not power off. A progress bar appeared. 1%. It was happening. It didn't need the internet. The file was within. I closed my eyes, trying to lean into the madness I'd created. I didn't think of fear. I thought of the taste of my favorite childhood candy. I thought of the feeling of cold lake water. I thought of the algebraic formula for a parabola, a thing I hadn't considered since high school. I hummed a commercial jingle from 20 years ago. I focused on the physical sensation of the carpet under my legs, the smell of the marker ink, the discordant scream of the music. I tried to be a fragmented, messy, glorious mess of a human being. The progress bar hit 50%. A wave of dizziness hit me. A pressure started behind my eyes, the feeling of something trying to press in, to overwrite. My own memories flickered, the tower, the static, the shattering glass. But I shoved them aside, forcing myself to remember the first time I rode a bike, the lyrics to a folk song my grandmother sang, the chemical smell of a new textbook. I was a library, and I was throwing all the books into the air at once. 75%. The pressure became pain, a sharp spike in my temples. A foreign thought tried to form in my mind, log out. It was the file, the imprint, trying to run its prime directive. I didn't fight it with anger this time. I answered it with nonsense. I shouted out loud, "The purple elephant sings on Tuesdays. Pi is exactly 3. I started tap dancing on the spot, badly, clumsily. I was throwing sand in the gears of my own consciousness. 90%. The pain was blinding. My vision swam. I could feel a blankness trying to settle over me, a quiet, orderly nothingness that wanted to smooth out all my beautiful, messy noise. It was the imprint. It was the clean version of me from that moment of terror, and it wanted to delete all the new data I'd created. With the last of my strength, I did the only thing I hadn't tried. I surrendered. Not to it, but to the chaos. I let go of trying to control my thoughts entirely. I stopped trying to be anything. I just existed, a raw, screaming bundle of sensory input. The light, the sound, the pain, the memory of joy, the taste of blood in my mouth from biting my cheek, the silly drawing of a catboat on the wall. I was not a stable file. I was a crashing program. The progress bar hit 99%. It hung there. The phone in my hand grew blazing hot. A high-pitched whine, coming from the phone or from my own head, I couldn't tell, filled the air. The screen flickered wildly, the progress bar scrambling into digital static. Words flashed. Installation error. File corruption. Incompatible host environment. The whine reached a peak and then stopped. The phone screen went completely black. Not off, but black like a void. Then, with a soft pop, the screen cracked from corner to corner. A wisp of smoke curled from the charging port. The smell of burnt electronics mixed with the marker smell. The pressure in my head vanished. The pain was gone. I was just me sitting on the floor, surrounded by insanity, utterly drained. I looked at the dead phone. I had done it. I had corrupted its backup by making myself an incompatible system. I had saved my own soul by refusing to be a stable, installable piece of software. The entity's last gambit had failed. I didn't cheer. I didn't cry. I just sat there for a long time in the wreckage of my living room, the music still blaring. Then slowly I got up. I turned off the music. The sudden quiet was immense and real. I started cleaning up. It took days. I painted over the marker on the walls. I got a new phone, a simple one, and set it up with all new accounts, new emails, a new digital identity. I told my friends I'd had a total meltdown, a break from stress, and was starting fresh. They were worried, but they believed me. The world moved on. I moved with it, slower now, more careful. I found a quiet routine. I got a cat from the shelter, a lazy orange tabby that demanded nothing but food and a warm lap. I started reading real books, paper books, with no notifications. I planted a small herb garden on my balcony. Life became simple, quiet, and blessedly, wonderfully boring. I never saw another ghostly notification. No friend requests from the dead. No dust appeared. No sleepwalking. The memory of it all began to feel like a bad dream, a fever I'd finally broken. Months later, on a perfectly ordinary Saturday, I was cleaning out a junk drawer. My hand brushed against something small and smooth in the back. I pulled it out. It was the old digital voice recorder from my neighbor's diary. I must have tucked it in there and forgotten about it. I looked at it, this little plastic rectangle that held her final confession. I pressed play, just to hear a human voice from that time, to remind myself it was real. Her trembling voice filled the quiet kitchen. It wants a body that the world still recognizes. I listened to the end. Then, after her final apology, the recording didn't stop. There was a hiss, a blank space I hadn't noticed before, and then a new voice. It was my voice. It was from the seance in her bedroom, recorded somehow by this little machine that had been in my pocket. My own voice, trembling with terror and effort, whispered just one word, a word I didn't remember saying out loud. It said, ****anchor. The recording ended. I stared at the recorder. What did that mean? I played it again. Just that one word from my own past lips. Anchor. A cold trickle, not of fear, but of profound understanding, went down my spine. In all my research, in all the lore, an anchor is what ties a spirit to a place, an object. A focus point. The board was an anchor. The planchette was an anchor. But I had destroyed those. What if during that final connection, when it was trying to copy me, and I was trying to fight it, what if we had anchored something else? What if the battle itself, that moment of pure conflict, had tied a piece of it not to an object, but to an event? To a memory? And what if that memory was now stored here on this tape in my voice? The entity was gone. Its backup was corrupted, but anchors are neutral. They're just points of connection. I wasn't scared of a ghost. I was holding a piece of history, a fossil of a fight. I put the recorder down on the kitchen table. My cat jumped up, purring, and nudged my hand. I scratched his ears, looking out at the sunny balcony, at my little herb garden growing. The world was quiet. I was safe. I had won. But as I sat there in the peaceful, ordinary light of day, a new thought, calm and curious, unfolded in my mind. I had a recording of a supernatural event. I had proof. And somewhere out there, in the vast, quiet universe, there might be others like me. Others who had fought and survived. Others who might understand. The thought wasn't frightening. It was just a thought, a possibility, a door not to terror, but to a different kind of understanding. I left the recorder on the table. I didn't smash it. I didn't hide it. It was just another thing in my quiet, new life. For now, that was enough. The story was over. But the record remained. Story number 3. My name is Carl, and I should have known a $10 Ouija board from a cruise ship gift shop was a bad idea. But my buddies thought it was hilarious, the perfect joke for my last night of freedom before the wedding. We were crammed into my suite, the place smelling like cheap beer and expensive cologne, laughing too loud because the trip was a gift from my fiancé, who said I needed time with the guys, and everyone was determined to make it count. The board was flimsy cardboard with a glossy finish, the little plastic heart-shaped planchette feeling like a toy under our fingertips. We were all touching it, me and my 4 best friends, grinning like idiots as someone, probably my future brother-in-law, asked in a spooky voice if any spirits wanted to give me marriage advice. We all expected it to sit there, a dumb prop for a dumb joke. Then it moved. It wasn't a shake or a nudge from someone fooling around. It was a slow, deliberate slide, the kind that makes your arm hairs stand up. It went to D, then E, then P, and my friend who was pre-med and never believed in anything he couldn't dissect said, "Okay, who's pushing?" But nobody was. The thing just kept going, THS depths. The laughter died. The only sound was the hum of the ship's engine and the soft shushing sound of the planchette on the board. Then it moved again, quick and sure. SEVEN. Depth 7. For a long minute, nobody breathed. Then my buddy who'd brought the board, the joker of the group, let out a nervous laugh and said, "Probably means we're 7 decks above the waterline, geniuses." He snatched the planchette off the board, folded the thing up, and tossed it into the closet like it was on fire. Enough of that crap. Music time. He cranked the stereo up, and just like that, the mood flipped back. We drank more, the conversation got loud again, and the weird moment got buried under a pile of jokes and another round of drinks. I pushed it out of my mind, or tried to. But later, when everyone had stumbled off to their own cabins and I was alone, I couldn't shake the feeling. The words Depth 7 played in my head on a loop. I finally fell into a restless sleep, the kind where you're not sure if you're dreaming or just thinking too hard. I woke up with a gasp, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. I wasn't in my bed. I was standing on the cold tile of my private balcony, still in my pajamas, 10 floors above the dark, churning ocean. My fingers were locked in a death grip on the railing, my knuckles aching and white. My lips were cracked and sore, and my throat felt raw and scraped, like I'd been talking or maybe even shouting for hours. A cold sweat broke out all over my body, and the salt air that usually smelled clean and fresh suddenly felt like a damp, heavy blanket. I had zero memory of getting out of bed, of opening the heavy balcony door. The last thing I remembered was closing my eyes, telling myself the Ouija thing was nothing. I stumbled back inside, my legs weak, and locked the sliding door, checking the latch 3 times. I spent the rest of the night with every light on, sitting in a chair facing the door, jumping at every creak of the ship. I told myself it was sleepwalking. It had to be. Stress, strange bed, too much to drink. My brain was just acting out. That was the logical, sane explanation, and I clung to it like a life preserver. When morning came and the sun turned the ocean a friendly blue, the terror of the night felt silly, like a bad dream. I met the guys for breakfast at the buffet, piling my plate with bacon just to feel normal. My best man, a solid, sensible guy who'd been my roommate in college, could tell something was off. "You look like you wrestled a ghost and lost," he said, shoveling eggs into his mouth. I forced a laugh and told him about waking up on the balcony. He listened, his chewing slowing down. "Whoa, dude, that's intense. But yeah, sleepwalking. My cousin did that in college. Woke up making a sandwich in the common kitchen in his underwear. Stress. You've got a lot going on." His logic was comforting. He suggested maybe I should see the ship's doctor, just to be safe, get something to help me sleep. I nodded, agreeing, but then he lowered his voice, leaning in. "But the board thing last night was weird, right? I mean, you felt that? It wasn't just me." I admitted I'd felt it, the unnatural movement. He looked out the window at the endless water, his face serious for a second. "Let's just not mention that part to anyone, okay? We sound nuts." We made a pact to forget it, to enjoy the cruise. We had a snorkeling excursion planned for the next day at our first port of call, a beautiful island with crystal clear water. Fun and sun, that was the medicine I needed. But that night, the fear came back as soon as I turned off the lights. I was scared to fall asleep, terrified of where I might wake up. My friend, the best man, had a better idea than pills. "We'll film you," he said, practical as ever. He set up his phone on the desk in my cabin, propping it against a water bottle to point at my bed. We get proof you're sleepwalking. You take it to the doctor. They give you the good stuff. No big deal. It seemed like a smart plan. I went to bed with the little red recording light glowing in the dark, a weird digital eye watching me. I finally fell asleep, exhausted. The next morning, I woke up in my bed. Relief flooded through me. Normal. I was in my bed. I sat up, feeling better than I had in days. My friend knocked on the door and came in, looking for his phone. "See? Nothing to worry about," I said, smiling for the first time since the trip started. He picked up his phone, stopping the recording. "Want to check it just for laughs? Maybe you sleep talk. I bet you mumble about your fiancée." He was grinning, hitting play. We sat on the edge of the bed, watching the small screen. The first hour was boring, just me tossing and turning. Then at around 3 a.m., I sat up. On the screen, my movements were smooth, too smooth. I didn't look groggy or confused. I got out of bed with a purpose, like I was late for an appointment. I walked past the phone, my eyes open but blank, fixed on nothing. I didn't go to the balcony door. I walked to the corner of the room and just stood there, facing the wall. My lips started moving. My friend turned up the volume. At first, it was just a whisper, too fuzzy to understand. Then the sound cleared, and my own voice, flat and totally unlike my normal tone, came through the phone's speaker. I was saying a name, Michael Riggs. A chill, colder than the air-conditioned room, settled over me. The voice kept going. July 12th. Snorkeling accident. Coral cut. The date hit me like a punch. That was today. Right now, we were docked at the island where that very activity was happening. On the screen, I stood there for another 10 minutes, whispering the same phrase over and over like a broken record, before turning and getting back into bed. The video ended. We sat in the quiet cabin, the only sound the gentle vibration of the ship. My friend's face was pale. "What the hell was that?" he finally whispered. I had no answer. The specificity was the worst part. A full name. A cause of death. Today's date. "It's a coincidence," I said, my own voice shaky. "It has to be. I must have heard the name somewhere, on a passenger list or something, and my brain just cooked it up." But we hadn't seen any passenger list. My friend, ever practical, wasn't having it. "Dude, you said another one after that." "I heard it when I was checking the timestamp last night." "You kept whispering." He scrolled through the video file, finding a later point. He pressed play. My empty face filled the screen again, and the whisper came, slow and clear. "The Alvarez family. July 14th. Rogue wave. Small boat. July 14th was 2 days away, at our next port. A family. A whole family." I felt sick. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else, something dark and impossible that had slithered out of that stupid board game and into my head. My friend looked at me, all traces of his earlier humor gone, replaced by a real deep fear. "You need to tell someone. The ship's people. The captain. Something." I argued, saying they'd think I was crazy, but he was right. I couldn't sit on this. Swallowing my pride and my terror, I asked to speak to the ship's captain, telling the front desk it was a security matter. They ushered me and my friend into a clean, professional office overlooking the bow of the ship. The captain was an older man with a calm, weathered face and sharp eyes. I showed him the video on the phone, my hands trembling. He watched it in complete silence, his expression unreadable. When it finished, he leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Mr. Carl," he said, my name sounding formal and heavy. "That is concerning, but a sleepwalking incident, combined with severe pre-wedding stress, can manifest in very strange ways. The mind is powerful. It can pick up fragments of conversation, names from the announcements, and weave them into narratives." He was gentle but firm. He recommended I see the ship's doctor immediately, suggesting a mild sedative and perhaps a counseling session. He assured me the ship's medical staff was excellent. It was a polite, professional dismissal. He didn't believe me. He saw a nervous groom hallucinating, and I saw the doubt in his eyes, the slight tightening of his lips that said hysterical passenger. I left his office feeling smaller than ever, foolish and terrified. The rest of that day, July 12th, was a blur of dread. I went through the motions on the island, the bright sun and colorful fish feeling like a mockery. I watched every snorkeler, every group, my heart skipping a beat every time I heard someone call out a name. Nothing happened. As the afternoon wore on, I started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe the captain was right. Maybe it was all a horrible, stress-induced coincidence. We boarded the ship to set sail for the evening, and I was almost convinced. Then, just before dinner, a quiet, somber announcement came over the ship's public address system. The captain's voice, carefully neutral, asked for respect and privacy for a guest who had experienced a serious medical emergency during a shore excursion. Details were sparse, but rumors spread through the ship faster than the news. My friend came back to the table, his face ashen. He'd been talking to a crew member at the bar. He sat down heavily and looked at me, his eyes wide. "It was a man," he whispered, leaning close so no one else could hear. "Snorkeling trip. He got a small cut on his leg from some coral. Didn't think anything of it. By the time he got back to the ship, he was feverish. He went septic fast. They couldn't save him. They're saying it was a freak, 1 in a million infection." He swallowed hard. His name was Michael Riggs. The world seemed to tilt. The noise of the dining room faded into a dull roar. He was real. He was dead. Exactly as the flat, whispering voice from my sleep had said. The confirmation wasn't a relief. It was a prison door slamming shut. This was real. I was connected to something I didn't understand, something that knew things before they happened. The weight of it crushed the air from my lungs. My friend just stared at his plate, not eating, not speaking. The easy camaraderie between us was gone, replaced by a gulf of shared, unspoken horror. I went back to my cabin alone, the cheerful good evening, from the room's steward feeling like a slap. I just wanted to hide, to pull the covers over my head and make it all stop. I opened the door to my dark room and flicked on the light. And there, centered neatly on my pillow, was a single damp piece of dark green seaweed. It wasn't messy or broken. It was twisted deliberately into a crude but unmistakable shape, the number 7. I stood there, frozen, staring at it. The air in the room grew still and cold. No one had been in here. The steward had done the turn-down service hours ago. This was new. This was a message. Depth 7. The ledger was open, and I was its unwilling bookkeeper. The first entry was settled. And as I looked at that twisted, damp number on my pillow, I knew with a certainty that froze my blood that the Alvarez family was next, and I was the only one who knew. The question wasn't what was happening anymore. The question was, what was I supposed to do about it? The sleeping pills were supposed to be a cage for my body. The ship's doctor, a kind-faced woman who had listened to my story about stress and sleepwalking with a sympathetic nod, had given them to me after I carefully left out the part about whispering dead people's names. She said they would knock me out, keep me safe in my bed. Instead, they were just mufflers for my mind. I took one, feeling a desperate hope that this chemical curtain would shut everything out, and I slept a deep, dreamless sleep. But I didn't stay put. I woke up with a jolt, not in my bed, but somewhere completely different. The air smelled of grease and clean laundry, a weird mix. I was on a lower deck, a crew-only area, my cheek pressed against the cold metal mesh of a safety barrier. The ocean roared by below, much closer and louder here. My silk pajamas were damp with a fine, cold mist from the sea. My throat was on fire again, a raw, scraped feeling, and my voice was a ruined croak. I'd been talking, all night. I could feel it. The words were still echoing in my aching head. The Alvarez family. July 14th. Rogue wave. Small boat. Over and over. The date, July 14th, was today. We had docked at a new island that morning, a place famous for its beaches and boat rentals. I had slept right through the arrival. I pushed myself up, my limbs stiff and cold, and looked around. A young crew member in a white uniform rounded the corner, holding a clipboard. He stopped dead when he saw me, his eyes going wide. "Sir, this area is for crew only. Are you okay?" I must have looked like a ghost, pale and shivering in my pajamas on the wrong side of the ship. I mumbled an apology, saying I got lost, and hurried past him, my bare feet slapping on the cool deck. The look on his face, a mix of confusion and pity, made my skin crawl. I was becoming a story among the staff, the crazy sleepwalking groom. I made it back to my cabin, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The first thing I did was check my phone. I had a dozen missed calls and texts from my fiancée. My stomach dropped. I'd been so wrapped up in my own nightmare, I'd barely spoken to her in 2 days. I called her back, forcing my voice to sound normal, cheerful even. She was worried, her voice tight. "Your best man told me you're having bad dreams, that you're not sleeping. He said you were talking in your sleep about accidents." She was trying to be supportive, but I could hear the fear underneath, the confusion. I lied. I told her it was just the pressure, that I was fine, that I loved her and couldn't wait to see her after the trip. I promised I'd get some rest. The conversation felt hollow, like I was reading lines from a play about a happy couple, and I hated myself for it. After I hung up, I just sat on the bed, staring at the wall. The wedding felt like a distant fantasy, a life that belonged to someone else. My friend, the best man, came by later, but it was different now. He didn't meet my eyes for long. He brought me a coffee and sat on the edge of the chair, like he was ready to bolt. "You hear anything more about the family?" he asked quietly. I shook my head. We decided, without really saying it out loud, that we had to know. We couldn't just hide in the cabin. So we went ashore, blending in with the crowds of happy tourists. We didn't go snorkeling or sightseeing. We just walked along the marina, watching the small boats come and go. Every family getting into a rental boat made my breath catch. Was that them? The Alvarez family? I saw a group of four, a mom, a dad, a teenage boy and girl, laughing as they climbed onto a little blue motorboat. My chest got tight. I wanted to run over, to scream at them not to go, but what would I say? That a voice in my sleep told me they would die. They'd think I was a madman. So I just watched, helpless, as their boat puttered out of the marina and into the open water, growing smaller and smaller until it was just a speck on the glittering sea. We went back to the ship in the late afternoon, the sun starting to dip toward the horizon. I felt sick with guilt. My friend tried to talk about normal things, about the wedding plans, but his words just buzzed around me like flies. We went to the main lounge, where a lot of passengers were gathered, watching a large television tuned to a local news station. The broadcast was in Spanish, but the pictures told the story. A shaky camera showed choppy water, fragments of white fiberglass bobbing in the waves. A red and blue boat hull cracked in half. The banner at the bottom of the screen had an English word I understood, tragedia. Then a photo flashed up, a happy family portrait. It was them, the family from the marina. The newscaster said the name, and even though I didn't know the language, I heard it clearly. Familia Alvarez. My friend gripped my arm, his fingers digging in. A British tourist next to us whispered to his wife, translating. Says a freak wave, completely unexpected, swamped their boat just a few miles out. No mayday call. Coast Guard found the wreckage. No survivors. The air in the lounge changed. The chatter and clinking of glasses died down. People shook their heads, murmured about how awful it was, how the sea could be so cruel. For them, it was a sad news story from a faraway place. For me, it was a verdict. The second prediction was true. The thing in my head, the whatever it was keeping score. 2 for 2. I don't know how long I sat there after the news changed to a weather report. My friend was gone, probably unable to be near me. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was one of the ship's officers, not the captain, but someone with a serious face and stripes on his sleeve. "Mr. Carl, the captain would like to see you in his cabin. Now please." His voice was polite, but left no room for argument. I followed him, my legs moving on autopilot. We went up to the bridge deck, into the captain's private office. The captain was there, and he wasn't alone. The ship's doctor was there too, her kind face now drawn and serious. The captain dismissed the officer and closed the door. He didn't offer me a seat. He stood behind his desk, his hands clasped behind his back, looking out the window at the darkening sea. Without turning around, he spoke. The port authority sent a preliminary report about the Alvarez family. He turned then, and his eyes were different. The polite skepticism was gone. In its place was a grim, focused intensity, the look of a man facing a problem he can't chart on a map. "You came to me yesterday with a story, a video. You mentioned that name, that date, that cause." He walked around the desk and leaned against it, closer to me. "I have a duty to over 3,000 souls on this vessel, so I will ask you directly, and I expect an honest answer. How did you know?" He didn't ask if I knew. He asked how. The shift was small but monumental. He believed me now. I had nothing to lose. I told him everything, from the stupid Ouija board to waking up on the balcony to the seaweed number 7 on my pillow. He listened, not interrupting. The doctor took notes, her pen scratching fast. When I finished, the captain was quiet for a long moment. Then he walked to a computer screen on his wall and tapped a few keys. A black and white video feed came up, showing an empty corridor. It was a security camera. He fast-forwarded, then hit play. The time stamp said 3:14 a.m. A figure walked into the frame. It was me, in my pajamas, moving with that same unnatural, smooth walk from my own phone video. I walked right past a crew member who was polishing a brass fitting. The crew member didn't look up, didn't seem to see me at all. I moved through the corridor and out of the frame. The captain froze the image. He zoomed in on my face. In the grainy night vision footage, my eyes were open, but they didn't look right. The camera's infrared light reflected in them, but the reflection was wrong. Two flat, pale discs, like the eyes of a fish or something that lives where the light never reaches. That, the captain said, his voice low, is not a medical condition. He looked from me to the doctor. Is it? The doctor slowly put down her notepad. Classical somnambulism doesn't explain the predictive elements, or the physiological changes. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself, but possession or supernatural influence, that is not within my field of expertise. The captain nodded, as if that was the answer he expected. He turned back to me. You are a risk, a severe and unknown risk, but you are also potentially an early warning system. If this connection of yours is real, then perhaps we can use it. If you know something is going to happen, perhaps we can stop it. He was talking about the next one, the third entry in the ledger. He was asking me to be a canary in a coal mine, a psychic alarm for disasters at sea. The responsibility felt like a physical weight, crushing me into the floor. I couldn't even keep myself in my own bed. How could I stop a tragedy? But I had no choice. I agreed. Leaving that meeting was like stepping into a different world. My friend was waiting for me outside my cabin, but he wasn't alone. Two of the other guys from the wedding party were with him. They looked uncomfortable. My friend spoke, not meeting my eyes. Hey man, look, we talked. We think, with everything going on, you need your space. We're gonna move our dinner reservation, so you can rest. It was a polite brush-off. They were scared of me. The easy friendship of a few days ago was shattered. I just nodded and went into my cabin alone. The worst part was later, with my fiancée on the phone. I tried to sound normal, but my voice was flat. She knew. Something's really wrong, she said, and I could hear she'd been crying. Tell me, please. But how could I? I told her I was just seasick, that I missed her, that I loved her. The words felt like ashes in my mouth. That night, terrified of where I might go, I took one of my leather belts and looped it around my ankle and then around the solid leg of my bed, pulling it tight. It was uncomfortable and humiliating, but it was the only way I could think to chain myself down. I lay in the dark, listening to the ship's noises, feeling the gentle rock that used to be soothing and now felt like the sway of a cage. The next morning, the captain summoned me again. The doctor was there too. They wanted to try something, to test the connection while I was awake. They asked me to relax, to clear my mind. The doctor asked gentle questions about how I felt before the sleepwalking episodes. As she talked, my focus started to drift. Her voice became a distant hum. I felt a sudden, intense pull, like a strong current was dragging my thoughts away. My vision swam. Without thinking, I reached out and picked up the doctor's pen from her notepad. I could see my own hand moving, but I wasn't telling it to. I started writing on the clean paper, not words at first, but jagged lines. Then it formed letters over and over, the same phrase in my own handwriting, but with a frantic, pressured slant. Not prediction. Quota. Not prediction. Quota. The doctor gasped and pulled the notepad away. I blinked, the strange fog lifting. My hand was cramped. The captain looked at the words, his face hardening. Quota, he repeated. Like a tally. A number that needs to be met. The seaweed number 7 burned in my memory. He was about to say more when there was a sharp knock on the door. A young deck officer, his face pale and waxy, burst in without waiting for an answer. He was breathing hard. Captain, you need to come. It's the primary water intake valves. For the cooling systems. They're clogged. The captain stood up, annoyed. Clogged with what? Seaweed? That's a maintenance issue. The young officer shook his head, his eyes wide with a fear that had nothing to do with routine problems. Not just seaweed, sir. There's other things down there. Things that shouldn't be. Things that can't be. You have to see it. He looked at me for a split second, a glance filled with pure terror, before turning back to the captain. The message was clear. This wasn't normal. This was part of it. The thing was no longer just talking through me. It was starting to affect the ship itself. The captain gave me one last, long look, a look that said the game had just changed, and then hurried out after the officer, leaving me alone with the doctor and the words I'd scrawled on her pad. Quota. The deep was sending its bill, and it was starting to itemize the charges. Sleepwalking to the railing was one thing. But when I woke up surrounded by pictures of sinking ships, my fingers stained with old ink and my own tears, I knew the message was changing. It was no longer just telling me. It was showing me. I came to on the floor of the ship's library, a quiet, wood-paneled room that was usually empty. It was the middle of the night again. I was sitting in a nest of torn pages, big glossy pictures of old ocean liners and diagrams of rusted hulls lying on the seabed. I'd pulled a dozen heavy books from the shelves. My hands ached. I looked down and saw I had arranged the torn pages around me in a rough, sprawling outline. It took me a dizzy moment to understand what I was looking at. It was a map, a scaled-down, messy map of the deck plans of our own ship. I'd used pictures of other, doomed ships to trace the shape of ours. A cold understanding washed over me, colder than the air-conditioned room. The thing wasn't just interested in people anymore. It was interested in the vessel. A young officer, the one on the night watch, found me. He told me later, his voice shaking, that I'd been crying. Not sobbing, just tears streaming down my blank face in a steady flow. He said he asked me why I was crying, what was wrong. And he said my head turned toward him, slow and mechanical. My mouth opened, and a sound came out that wasn't my voice. He described it as low, gritty, like stones grinding together deep underwater. The voice said, "The balance must be paid. 7 for 7. The deep is patient." Then he said, I just closed my eyes and slumped over, like a puppet with its strings cut. He radioed for help, and they brought me back to my cabin. The captain was notified. The mood on the ship shifted after that, and not in a good way. News, especially scary, weird news, travels fast among a crew that lives in close quarters. The story of the crying man in the library with the grinding voice spread. I stopped being just the odd sleepwalking passenger. I became something else. A bad omen. I could feel it when I walked through the ship. Crew members would avoid looking at me, or they'd make quick, strange hand gestures when they thought I wasn't looking, little motions against evil. One afternoon, I went to a bar by the pool, trying to feel normal for just 5 minutes. The bartender, a guy who'd been friendly before, went stiff when he saw me. He made my drink, and I saw him do something quick behind the counter. He brought it over, wouldn't meet my eyes. I took a sip. The drink tasted wrong, salty and sour. I looked at the glass and saw a tiny, cloudy swirl in the liquid that hadn't been mixed in. I realized, with a sick lurch, what the gesture had been. An old sailor's superstition. He'd spit in my drink, to ward off a curse, to placate whatever was following me. I put the glass down and walked away, the taste of his fear bitter on my tongue. My fiancée called again that night. The distance between us was a physical ache. She was crying, really crying now. "You're lying to me," she said, her voice breaking. "Your best man won't even talk to me straight. He just says you're sick. What is happening? Are you in trouble? Did you do something?" I wanted to tell her everything, to scream it into the phone, but all I could see was the terrified face of the bartender. If the crew was this scared, what would she feel? How could I tell the woman I loved that I might be a conduit for something that wanted people dead? So I held it in. I told her I was just having a mental break, that the doctor was helping, that I'd be okay for the wedding. I promised. The promises felt like the worst lies of all. After I hung up, I sat in the dark for a long time. A soft knock came at my connecting door. It was my friend, the best man. He looked exhausted, older than he had a week ago. He didn't come in. He just stood in the doorway. "We need to figure this out," he said, not unkindly. "There has to be a logic to it, a pattern. Let's look at the crew. The 7. The ones the thing seems to want." He'd been thinking about it, trying to apply his sensible, logical mind to the insanity. He'd gotten a copy of the ship's daily crew manifest, the work assignment sheet posted for staff. It listed everyone's job and station. We pored over it, looking at the 7 new crew members who'd joined at our home port. The kitchen worker with the scalded arm, the junior steward, the others. My friend pointed a finger at the paper. "Look, here, and here." His voice was a mix of triumph and horror. They all signed their contracts on the same day. They all came from the same hiring agency in the same city. They were all hired as a batch, to replace people who left last minute. It was a link, a tangible, human resources link between the targets. They weren't random strangers. They were a set, brought on board together. It made the quota feel even more deliberate, like someone had ordered a specific package of lives. The captain called a private meeting in a small conference room near the bridge. Me. He didn't have the doctor this time. He looked tired, the weight of command pressing down on him in a new way. "The crew is nervous," he said, getting straight to the point. "Some of them are talking about appeasement, old rituals, throwing offerings overboard. It's a dangerous mindset. It leads to panic, to mistakes. He leaned forward, his elbows on the table. I cannot have a mutiny of fear on my ship. I also cannot ignore what is happening. You are the common factor. This connection is real, so we must use it, pragmatically. He laid out his new plan. It was cold and simple. Instead of waiting for me to sleepwalk and whisper names, they would lock me in a secure, padded storage room at night. A room with no balcony, no sharp edges, only a mattress on the floor and a camera. They would give me a notebook and a pen. The idea was to see if the connection would work while I was conscious, or if it would force me to write instead of speak. He wanted me to become a deliberate tool, to get information we could actually use to protect people. If you can give me a name, a location, a time, maybe we can be there. Maybe we can stop it, he said. His eyes were hard. It's the only play we have left. I agreed. What else could I do? That night, 2 senior officers escorted me to a small room deep in the crew areas. It was used for storing spare linens, but they'd cleared a space. The walls were soft padded vinyl. There was a plastic camera bolted high in the corner, its red light glowing. They gave me a bottle of water and a spiral notebook with a ballpoint pen. Then they locked the door from the outside. I heard the bolt slide home with a final metallic sound. I was alone. I sat on the mattress, waiting. For hours, nothing happened. I tried to stay awake, but the exhaustion was a tidal pull. I must have dozed off. I didn't dream. I just switched off. Then I switched on. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, the notebook open in my lap. My right hand was cramping. The pen was in my hand, the tip broken from pressure. The page was filled not with names, not with words, but with drawings. 7 symbols, drawn over and over with a frantic, precise energy. They weren't letters. They looked like anchors, but twisted wrong, as if they'd been mangled in deep water or drawn by someone who'd only heard an anchor described. Each one was slightly different. Under the first symbol, my hand had written a single word, the spark. Under the second, the corrosion. The third, the silent one. The fourth, the offering. The list went on, but those first 4 were the clearest. I stared at them, a new kind of dread seeping into my bones. It wasn't giving us people anymore. It was giving us roles. Jobs to be filled in its terrible play. The door unlocked. The captain stood there, 2 officers behind him. He looked from my face to the notebook in my lap. "Well," he asked. I held up the notebook, my hand trembling. He took it and studied the page, his brow furrowed. "What is this?" "Code." I found my voice, which sounded hollow and used up. "It's not giving us names anymore. It's giving us roles. Parts in a story." I pointed to the first symbol. "The spark. And it happens tonight. In the engine room." The captain's face went still. He looked at the symbol, then at me, then back at the symbol. He didn't ask if I was sure. He simply turned to the officers and started barking orders in a low, urgent voice. "Double the watch in the engine room. Check every circuit, every junction box. No one works alone. I want the new mechanic, the one from that hiring batch, pulled off duty and put in the mess under observation. Now." They hurried off. The captain looked back at me. "Come with me. You're not sleeping down here tonight. You're staying in an officer's cabin next to the bridge. We're going to watch this together." He led me out of the storage room. As we walked through the brightly lit, empty crew corridor, I saw a door up ahead was open. It was a small maintenance closet. A young crewman, the same pale-faced deck officer who had reported the clogged intakes, was sitting on the floor just inside, his back against the wall. He wasn't moving. His eyes were open, staring straight ahead at a pipe on the wall. A clear, flexible pipe that was meant to carry fresh water. But from its open coupling, a steady trickle of dark, grayish water was flowing out, pooling on the floor around him. It smelled of salt and deep mud. The captain stopped, his jaw tight. "Son?" "Report." The young officer didn't blink. He just kept staring, his lips moving slightly, whispering something too faint to hear. He was awake, but he wasn't there. The captain called for medical on his radio, his voice tight with a controlled fury. As we stood there, waiting, I looked at the dark water seeping across the floor. It wasn't coming from the sea outside. The ship's freshwater tanks were contaminated. The thing wasn't just talking or drawing pictures. It was getting inside the ship's veins. And the young officer, who had seen the clogged valves, was its latest victim. The captain pulled me away, his grip firm on my arm. "Forget that. Focus. Tonight, we stopped the first one. We stopped the spark. But as we walked away, leaving the medical team to tend to the catatonic officer, I couldn't shake the image of those twisted anchor symbols in my notebook. We thought we were looking for a person, but what if the spark wasn't a person at all? What if it was just an event? And how do you stop an event that's already written in a ledger you can't even read? We thought we were smart. We thought if we knew the when and the how, we could stand in the way. We didn't understand that the thing we were dealing with didn't think in straight lines. It thought in currents, and currents always find a way around. I spent that evening in a small, spare officer's cabin next to the bridge, under the watchful eye of the ship's doctor. She was monitoring my vitals, looking for any sign of a trance, while the captain executed his plan on the decks below. He had posted extra security around the engine room. The new mechanic, a quiet man in his 40s, had been politely but firmly relieved of duty and was sitting in the crew mess playing cards with two officers, confused but compliant. Every electrical panel, every junction box in the engineering spaces was being inspected and re-inspected. The captain's strategy was a wall of human attention, a barricade against the prediction. I sat on the edge of the narrow bed, feeling useless. The doctor tried to make small talk, asking about my fiancée, about my job back home, but her questions just highlighted how far away that normal life was. I watched the clock on the wall. As midnight approached, a weird calm settled over me. I didn't feel the pull to sleepwalk. I didn't hear any voices. I just felt empty, like a receiver tuned to a dead channel. The doctor checked my pulse again, noting it was steady, slower than she expected. "Maybe it's working," she said, a flicker of hope in her voice. "Maybe the heightened security, the awareness, is disrupting the phenomenon." Right then, at exactly midnight, every single light on the ship flickered. Not a blink, but a deep, dimming pulse that lasted 3 long seconds. The monitors in the room beeped an alarm as their screens went dark and then glowed back to life. The doctor and I froze. From the bridge next door, I heard a muffled curse. The ship's intercom crackled. "All stations report. Bridge report." The captain's voice was calm but urgent. Reports came in fast. No fires. No impacts. Engineering reported a minor, unexplained electrical surge in a sealed control unit for the stabilizers. A small, contained spark that had tripped a breaker and done no damage. No one was hurt. The mechanic in the mess was fine. The security teams reported nothing out of the ordinary. The lights came back up to full brightness. The doctor let out a long breath she'd been holding. A surge. That's it. The spark. She almost laughed, a nervous, relieved sound. That's all it was? We did it. We stopped it. A tense joy spread through the bridge. I could hear it in the voices crackling over the radio. They had faced down the prediction and won. The captain came into the cabin, a rare, tight smile on his face. "It seems your warning allowed us to mitigate the event. A surge contained. No injuries. A win, Mr. Carl." He clapped me on the shoulder, a gesture that felt alien. I should have felt relieved. I should have felt triumphant. But the emptiness inside me didn't fill up with joy. It just stayed empty, a cold, waiting void. Something was wrong. The ledger demanded a payment. A spark for the spark. It didn't feel settled. We were wrong. An hour later, a frantic call shattered the brief celebration. It came from the crew's mess, one deck below the officer areas. A medical emergency, code red. The captain's smile vanished. We rushed down. The scene in the mess was chaotic. A young man, one of the new junior stewards from that same hiring batch, was on the floor, writhing. His uniform shirt was off, and his chest and arms were an angry, blistering red. The air smelled of burnt plastic and scorched skin. 2 crew members were holding him down as a medical team tried to apply gel to the burns. He was screaming, a raw, animal sound of pure agony. On a counter nearby sat an old, boxy electric kettle, its cord frayed, its plastic body cracked open like an egg. It was a relic, something left in a back cupboard for years, not the modern, safe kettles the crew used. Someone, in a hurry to make tea after the excitement of the surge, had dug it out and plugged it in. The steward had been the one to pick it up when it didn't boil. It had exploded in his hands, spraying him with boiling water and steam. The captain stood in the doorway, his face like stone. He listened to the rushed report from a weeping cook. The injured steward wasn't the mechanic we'd been guarding. He was another one of the 7. He had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, using a piece of equipment that should never have been used. A freak accident, a 1 in a million chance. But we all knew it wasn't chance. The quota had been met, not through an electrical fire in the engine room, but through a different kind of spark, a faulty heating element, and its consequence, boiling water. The deep's logic was alien and cruel. It didn't care about the specifics, only about the balance. A spark led to fire, which led to heat, which led to boiling water. It was a twisted, symbolic fulfillment. The steward was rushed to the ship's infirmary, his screams echoing in the corridor long after he was gone. He was alive, but just barely. The captain announced that at the next port, first thing in the morning, the man would be airlifted to a proper hospital. His cruise, and likely his career, were over. Later, as the ship steamed through the dark toward a medical evacuation point, the captain sat with me in his office again. The earlier triumph was gone, replaced by a deep, frustrated exhaustion. "We protected the wrong man," he said, not looking at me. "We protected against the wrong event. How do you fight that?" I didn't have an answer, but I remembered something. During those 3 seconds of darkness at midnight, when the lights dimmed, I hadn't just seen blackness. I'd had a flash, a split-second vision. I'd seen the mechanic, the one we'd guarded, not in the mess hall, but standing alone in a small engine room pump space. And in the vision, the room wasn't filling with fire. It was filling with water, rising up from a grate in the floor, cold and dark. I told the captain. He rubbed his temples. "So it showed you the intended mechanism. Plan A. And when we blocked that, it used Plan B. It's adaptive." This realization was worse than thinking it was just fate. It meant the thing was intelligent, flexible. It could reroute around obstacles. You can't guard against a concept, against an intelligence that uses coincidence like a tool. The mood among the crew turned darker than the ocean at night. The story of the steward's horrific injury spread, mixed with whispers about the midnight surge and the predictions. The crew's fear curdled into something more dangerous, a desperate, superstitious anger. They didn't see me as a victim anymore. To some of them, I was the focal point, the reason the deep was angry. If they could appease me, they could appease it. I saw it in their eyes when I was escorted through the ship. Not just avoidance now, but a strange, calculating look. The next evening, as I returned to my new cabin from a tense meeting with the doctor, I found something waiting for me. It was on the floor just outside my door. A dead fish, a small silvery one from the kitchens, its eyes poked out and replaced with 2 shiny white beads that stared up blindly. It was wrapped in a greasy blue cleaning rag, tied with a piece of twine. It wasn't left as a joke or a threat. It was left as an offering, a primitive plea. They were trying to feed the hunger they thought I controlled. I stared at it, my stomach turning. This was what it was coming to. I was becoming a monster in their eyes, a thing to be bribed with dead fish and beads. I didn't touch it. I stepped over it and went inside, locking the door. But all night I thought about it. The fear in the ship was a toxin, and it was spreading. The captain's authority was a thin layer of paint over a rusting hull. We were running out of time, out of ideas, and out of sanity. The next morning, we reached a small, out-of-the-way port. The air ambulance was a noisy, terrifying dragonfly that landed on the helipad at the stern. We all watched from a distance as the burned steward, swathed in bandages, was loaded onto the stretcher. His hand, wrapped in white gauze, slipped off the side as they lifted him. His fingers, peeking out from the bandages, didn't lie limp. They curled slowly, deliberately into a claw-like shape. From where I stood, frozen on an upper deck, the shape was unmistakable. It was the first symbol from my notebook, the twisted anchor. The symbol for the spark, a final, grotesque signature on the receipt. The helicopter lifted off, the noise drowning out everything, and then it was gone, taking its broken cargo away. The ship felt different after it left. Lighter in a way, but also more fragile, like the first payment had been made and now the creditor was waiting for the next. I went back to my cabin. My friend, the best man, was waiting for me inside. He looked worse than I did, haunted. He'd heard about the offering left at my door. "They think you're some kind of priest," he said, his voice hollow. "This is getting out of control. The captain can't hold it together much longer." He was right, but all I could think about was the steward's hand forming that symbol. The connection was deeper, more physical than we'd imagined. It wasn't just in my head. It was marking its victims. That night, locked in my cabin with my friends sleeping fitfully on the couch, I finally managed to sleep. I dreamed of the remaining 6 crew members from the hiring batch. I saw them standing in different places on the ship, the galley, a laundry room, a lower deck corridor. Above each of their heads, one of the twisted anchor symbols from my notebook floated, glowing with a faint, greenish light. It was a roster, a checklist. I woke up with a gasp, sweating. The room was dark. and in the dark, from the direction of the couch, I heard my friend's voice. It was thick with sleep, but also with something else, a weird, flat tone that wasn't quite his. He whispered into the darkness a simple, terrifying question. Which one am I? My blood turned to ice. He shouldn't have known about the symbols. I hadn't shown him the notebook. I hadn't told him about the roles. The only way he could ask that question was if the deep wasn't just talking to me anymore. It was starting to talk through him, too. The quarantine had failed. The phenomenon was spreading, and it had just jumped to the person closest to me. The worst part wasn't the fear in my friend's eyes when he looked at me in the morning. It was the recognition. He was starting to see the same ocean I saw in my dreams, and it meant I wasn't crazy. It meant we were both drowning. He woke up looking pale and sweaty, clutching his head. He didn't remember whispering the question in the dark, but he remembered the dream, he said. A dream of being deep underwater, of a pressure so immense it felt like his bones would crack, and a taste in his mouth like he'd swallowed a gallon of salt water. He was terrified. "It's in my head now, isn't it?" he asked, his voice shaky. I didn't have to answer. We both knew. He'd peeked at my notebook after the captain showed it to me, he confessed. He'd seen the twisted anchor symbols. And the moment he saw them, they got stuck, he said. Like a song you can't stop hearing, but worse. They were etched on the inside of his skull. I told the captain and the doctor. Their reaction was a new level of grim. This changed everything. It wasn't a haunting, it was a contagion. The doctor theorized about shared psychotic disorder, or mass hysteria, but her words sounded hollow even to her. The captain just ordered my friend to be placed under observation in the cabin next to mine. We weren't partners in this anymore. We were fellow inmates, Patient 0 and Patient 1. The ship sailed on, a floating prison of bright colors and forced cheerfulness. The passengers, oblivious for the most part, enjoyed their pools and their buffets. But underneath, the crew was a tinderbox. The offering of the dead fish hadn't been an isolated incident. A group of them, led by an older deckhand with a face like worn leather and eyes full of old superstitions, had started talking. They believed the old stories, the ones about paying a tithe to the sea to calm a storm. They thought the quota was a real thing, a debt that needed settling, and they were getting desperate to settle it on their own terms. I saw them watching me, huddled in corners, their conversations stopping when I passed. The captain saw it too. His control was slipping, and he knew it. Meanwhile, the thing inside me, the connection, was moving to the next item on its list. The second symbol in my notebook, the corrosion. My sleepwalking took me to a new place that night, the ship's luxurious spa. I woke up standing in the dim, perfumed quiet of the treatment rooms, my hands flat against the pipes behind the saltwater therapy pool. The metal was cold and damp under my palms. I wasn't crying this time. I was just standing there, feeling the faint vibration of water moving through the pipes, a blank receiver waiting for a signal. The spa manager found me at dawn and called security. Nothing was broken, nothing was out of place. But the meaning was clear. The corrosion was linked to water, to pipes, to something that should be clean turning bad. The next day, the news hit the crew mess. One of the new kitchen staff, a woman who worked in the scullery washing pots, had developed a sudden, horrific rash. It started on her hands and arms and spread up her neck within hours. The ship's nurse described it as looking like chemical burns, angry red welts that blistered and wept. They isolated her, treated her with every cream they had, but it was spreading fast. The doctor was baffled. He reviewed the logs of cleaning chemicals, checked the water quality. Everything was normal. The industrial strength cleaner that could cause such a reaction hadn't been signed out. Wasn't even in the storage locker she used. It was a medical mystery. But I knew. We all knew. The corrosion wasn't about rust on metal. It was about decay on skin. A freak, impossible reaction of bodily corrosion. Another box checked, another payment made in a currency of suffering. That evening, walking back from another futile meeting with the doctor, I found a second offering outside my door. This one was a small, rough clay bowl, the kind you might make as a kid. It was filled with clear water, but the water had a slick, iridescent sheen on top, like oil. Floating in it were 3 rusty nails. It was more sophisticated than the dead fish, more deliberate. It was a plea for protection, for the corrosion to pass them by. I stared at it, a cold anger mixing with my fear. These people were scared out of their minds, and they thought I was the cause. I was done being their monster. In a moment of reckless, desperate defiance, I didn't step over it. I bent down, picked up the clay bowl. It was cool and rough in my hands. I walked, not to my cabin, but down the corridor, past startled stewards, out onto the main promenade deck where passengers were strolling and watching the sunset. I didn't care about the stairs. I walked straight to the railing. I held the bowl out over the darkening water. I didn't know any ritual words, but words came anyway, spilling from my lips in a low whisper that wasn't quite my own. Words I didn't understand, but that felt sharp and ancient on my tongue. I tipped the bowl. The oily water and the rusty nails fell, vanishing into the ship's wake. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a strange thing occurred. The gentle, ever-present breeze seemed to pause. The chatter of the passengers nearby softened. A sense of calm, deep and unnatural, settled over that section of the deck for just a few seconds. It wasn't peace. It was the calm of something being satisfied. I turned around, the empty clay bowl in my hand, and I saw him. The old deckhand, the leader of the superstitious crewmen, was standing in a shadowed doorway that led to the crew areas. He wasn't smiling. He didn't look grateful. He simply looked at me, met my eyes for the first time, and gave a single, slow nod, as if a business deal had been completed. Then he melted back into the shadows. In that moment, I understood with a sickening clarity that I had just participated. I had performed an act of appeasement. I had become what they believed me to be. The line between victim and priest had blurred, and I was now standing on both sides of it. My friend's condition was getting worse. He wasn't sleeping well. He said the pressure in his head was constant now, a dull roar like being inside a seashell. He'd started doodling, absent-mindedly, on any piece of paper he could find. Not the anchor symbols, but other things. Lines, angles, cross-sections. I gathered a few scraps and showed them to the captain. His face went pale. They were crude but accurate diagrams of the ship's plumbing and ventilation systems. The deep wasn't just using him to ask questions. It was using his mind, his subconscious knowledge of the world, to understand the ship's anatomy. It was learning how to make its next moves more efficient. The captain, seeing his authority unravel and the threat growing, made a decision. He called me and my friend into a secure storage room near the bridge, a place with no windows. He laid out charts, not of the ocean, but of the crew manifests and employment records. "We need to understand the source," he said, his voice rough. "This started with those 7 crew members. There has to be a link beyond the hiring agency, something that binds them to this." He gave us a task. While he tried to keep the ship from descending into open panic, we were to dig. We had limited access to the ship's administrative computer. Our job was to look for any other commonality, any detail in their records that stood out. It felt like busy work, a desperate attempt to do something, anything. But we did it. That night, after another tense dinner where my friend picked at his food and stared at the walls, we sat in the small data room. We pulled up the files of the remaining 5 new crew members, the ones who hadn't yet been touched. We looked at their birth dates, their hometowns, their previous jobs. Nothing matched. Then, almost as an afterthought, my friend clicked on a field we'd ignored before. Emergency contact. It was usually a spouse, a parent, a sibling. He opened the first file. The contact was listed as Oceanic Reliance Management. That was odd. A company name, not a person. He opened the second file. Same thing, Oceanic Reliance Management. A cold trickle started down my spine. He opened the third, the fourth, the fifth. Every single one of the remaining 5, and we checked the files of the injured steward and the scalded kitchen worker too. All listed the same emergency contact, Oceanic Reliance Management. My friend started typing the name into a search engine on the ship's limited internet. The page loaded slowly. What came up wasn't a modern company website. It was scanned archives, old newspaper digitizations. Oceanic Reliance Management wasn't a person. It was a shell company, a subsidiary of something older. The headline of a yellowed article from 1921 was clear: Oceanic Reliance assets seized after 7th loss. We read, our hearts pounding. Oceanic Reliance was the holding company for a fleet of cargo steamers in the early 1900s. A fleet owned by a reclusive, notoriously cheap industrialist. And his fleet had a reputation. Over 7 years, 7 of his ships had been lost at sea under strange circumstances. Fires, sudden founderings, unexplained vanishances. Rumors said the owner cut every corner, used substandard materials, ignored safety reports. The sea, the article said poetically, had finally called in his debt. The company's motto, which we found in a scanned ledger book, was printed in stark, old-fashioned type: "The deep pays its debts." It was their arrogant slogan, a boast about profit from risky routes. Sitting in that dimly lit data room, The hum of the ship's servers the only sound. My friend and I looked at each other. We weren't haunted by a ghost. We were haunted by a bankruptcy, a spiritual debt from a century ago. The 7 new crew members, hired as a batch, weren't random victims. They were symbolic replacements, stand-ins for the 7 lost ships. Their modern luxury liner was the 8th vessel, chosen to finally settle the old, rotting account. Our stupid Ouija board game on the first night had been like signing our names on a dotted line for a loan we never meant to take out, a loan with a monstrous, 100-year-old interest rate that was now coming due. The ledger wasn't just open. We finally knew who the original creditor was. The history was a cold hand closing around my heart. It wasn't random evil. It was a ledger with a name on it, a creditor from the age of steam and iron. The old industrialist who'd lost his 7 ships hadn't just been unlucky. He'd been greedy, and the ocean had taken its payment in full. Now, a century later, his debt was being called in, and we were the ones holding the bill. That knowledge didn't free us. It trapped us more completely. The captain listened to our discovery with a grim face, then ordered everything about Oceanic Reliance sealed, hidden from the crew. "Panic is a spark," he said. "This is a powder keg. We contain this." But containing it was like trying to hold water in a sieve. My friend was the proof. The symbols in his head were getting louder, he said. He wasn't just dreaming of pressure anymore. He was dreaming of schematics, of blueprints of old ships layered over the plans of our own. The deep was using his mind as a bridge between the past and the present, teaching itself the best ways to collect. The 3rd symbol on the list was the silent one. My sleepwalking led me to the ship's cinema. I woke up in the back row, the only person in the room. On the giant screen, a black and white documentary about historic shipwrecks was playing on a loop, silent films of towering waves and sinking hulls. My lips were moving, mouthing the words to the narrator's script that I couldn't possibly hear, syncing perfectly with the crashing waves on the screen. A cleaner found me. She said I didn't respond when she called my name, just kept mouthing those silent words, my eyes reflecting the gray light of the sinking ships. The next morning, the news moved through the crew with a new, chilling efficiency. One of the remaining new kitchen staff, a young man who worked in the bakery, was found in his bunk. He wasn't dead. He was sitting up, staring at the wall. They couldn't get him to speak. The ship's doctor examined him and found no physical damage to his throat or vocal cords. Nothing was paralyzed, but he could not, or would not, make a sound. He was utterly, completely mute. He communicated by writing on a notepad, and he wrote only one word over and over in a frantic, shaky script. Drowned. He wasn't drowned. He was dry and in his bed, but something in him had been drowned out. His voice was gone, claimed by the deep as its toll for the silent one. The symbolism was vicious. It wasn't enough to take a life. It could take a part of a life, a faculty, and leave the rest as a living testament. The atmosphere on the ship curdled from fear into something darker, a kind of bleak acceptance among the crew. The old deckhand and his followers grew bolder. They no longer just left offerings. They started to talk, in low voices where passengers couldn't hear, about the need for a proper tithe. They muttered about the old ways, about how a storm could be turned aside if you gave the sea something it wanted. They were circling the idea of a sacrifice, not a symbolic one, but a real one. A life given willingly, or not so willingly, to settle the score faster. The captain tried to crack down, reassigning the ringleaders, but the fear had spread too wide. His orders were followed with slow reluctance, with sideways glances. The ship was dividing into 2 worlds, the bright, ignorant world of the passengers, and the shadow world of the crew, where an ancient debt was coming due, and everyone was trying to guess the price. My friend, caught in the middle of it, was deteriorating. The pressure in his head was a constant now, a roar that never stopped. He stopped doodling diagrams and started sleepwalking himself. I found him one night not by the railing, but in our cabin bathroom, his forehead pressed against the mirror, his fingers tracing the path of invisible pipes behind the wall. He was mumbling numbers, tonnage and draft measurements from the old Oceanic Reliance ships. He was a living conduit, and the information flowing through him was becoming more technical, more specific. The deep was planning something bigger, and it was using him to understand the mechanics. Then, for the first time, the entity's touch brushed against a passenger. A woman who had been at a neighboring table during several of my tense meals with the doctor had apparently heard whispers. She'd pointed at me, laughed a little too loudly with her friends, and called me Jonah, saying I was bad luck for the ship. The next day, on a perfectly dry, calm section of the deck, she slipped. Not a stumble, but a feet flying out from under her fall. She broke her ankle, the bone snapping with a sound everyone nearby heard. In the infirmary, doped on painkillers, she babbled to the nurse. She didn't say she slipped. She said a cold, wet hand had wrapped around her ankle and yanked. The nurse dismissed it as hallucination, but the story found its way to the crew. To them, it was a warning. The deep was getting impatient. Its reach was extending beyond the designated 7. It was testing its power on the wider ship, reminding everyone that no one was safe if the ledger remained unpaid. It was after this that the old deckhand approached me directly. He cornered me in a quiet service corridor, his eyes sharp and fearless. He didn't talk about ghosts or demons. He talked like a businessman. "The quota's 7, he said, his voice low and gravelly. "We all feel it. It's in the water, in the pipes. It wants 7, but who says it has to be their 7? He gestured vaguely, meaning the remaining crew members from the hiring batch. The deep just wants a balance. It don't care about the names. A life is a life to the sea. He was suggesting substitution. A trade. Offer it someone else, someone unlucky, or expendable in their eyes, and maybe the original targets would be spared. He was talking about murder, but he dressed it up as maritime tradition, a necessary transaction. I told him no, that it was insane, that we couldn't. He just looked at me, disappointed, like I was a slow student. "You open the door, son. You can't just complain about who walks in. You gotta manage the house." He walked away, leaving me shaking with a mixture of terror and a horrible, creeping understanding. He had a point. The thing worked on symbolic balance. What if you could balance the books another way? The mute crewman, the one who only wrote drowned, was being kept in the infirmary for observation. I went to see him, against the doctor's advice. I needed to understand. He was sitting in a chair by the window, staring at the ocean. He saw me and immediately grabbed his notepad. He scribbled something and held it up. It read, "Not crew, not passengers." I frowned, not understanding. He scribbled again, harder, tearing the paper. "Parts." Then a final, furious scrawl. "We are replacement parts for the sunken ones." The message hit me with the force of a physical blow. They weren't people to the entity. They were components. Spare parts to fix a century-old imbalance. A sunk ship needed a sunk life. But a part for a ship could be a hull plate, a boiler, a voice from its crew. The deep was collecting symbolic replacements. The mute baker was the voice of a lost ship silenced. The scalded woman was the heat from a ship's fire, turned back on a living body. It was all a monstrous, symbolic equation. The crewman started writing drowned again, faster and faster, his hand a blur, until the doctor gently took the pad away and guided him back to his bed, his body trembling with a terror he could no longer scream. That night, a storm gathered on the horizon. Not a sudden squall, but a massive, dark bank of clouds that grew as we watched. The captain ordered the ship to adjust course, to try to skirt the worst of it. Passengers were advised to secure belongings in their cabins. The mood was tense but normal. Ships and storms were old acquaintances. But as the first winds began to whip the waves into whitecaps, a passenger on a high, forward deck, an amateur photographer trying to capture the dramatic sky, swore he saw something. He said as a huge wave rolled past, illuminated by a crack of distant lightning, he saw the outline of another ship inside the wave itself, a ghostly silhouette of an old-fashioned steamer with twin funnels, keeping perfect pace with us for just a second before the wave crashed, and it was gone. He was laughed at by his friends, told it was the storm and an overactive imagination. But later, when he looked at the photo he'd taken, he showed it around, his face pale. In the blur of rain and spray, in the gray mess of the wave, there was a shape. It was fuzzy, indistinct, but undeniably a shape that wasn't just water. It looked like a ship's prow. Someone looked it up. The flagship of the Oceanic Reliance Fleet, the one that vanished in a storm in 1919, was called the Neptune's Resolve, and it had twin funnels. The photo couldn't prove anything, but on a ship already vibrating with fear, it was a match thrown into oil. The ghost of the creditor was not just a metaphor. It was out there, riding the storm, waiting for its due. The old debt wasn't in the past. It was right beside us, in the water, in the storm, and it was getting ready to collect the final outstanding payments. There are moments where your soul splits. One part stays human, screaming at the atrocity. The other part becomes a calculator, coldly assessing the math of survival. On that dark deck, I felt the calculator win. The old deckhand and his group made their move after the ghost ship sighting. The storm had passed, leaving a weird, flat calm, But the fear hadn't receded. It had crystallized into a plan. They cornered me not with threats, but with a grim, practical proposal. They laid it out in a storage locker near the engine room, the air smelling of grease and wet rope. They believed, truly believed, that if they voluntarily offered 7 lives through a proper ritual, a symbolic drowning at midnight, the debt would be considered paid and the ship would be spared. They had a list. It included the 4 remaining new crew members, the mute baker, and 2 others. A chronically ill elderly passenger who was already expected to die soon, and a crewman from a different department who was universally disliked, a bitter, angry man. They had rationalized it, made it a transaction. 7 lives given purposefully to save 3,000. They asked me not as a victim, but as the conduit to bless this, to guide it. They needed the priest of the deep to make it official. I was too tired, too worn down by the constant terror and the crushing weight of the ledger to scream at them. A part of me, a horrifying, numb part, listened, and it made a terrible kind of sense. The calculator in my head ran the numbers. It was cleaner than the random, symbolic horrors. It was a one-time price. I didn't agree, but I didn't say no. I just stood there, my silence feeling like consent. That night, the 4th symbol, the offering, manifested. But this time, it wasn't a passive sleepwalk. I was in my cabin, awake, when a sudden, overwhelming compulsion came over me. It wasn't a voice. It was an instinct, a pull as strong as gravity. I picked up my notebook, the one with the twisted anchor symbols. I walked out of my cabin, past the crewman the captain had posted to watch me, who for some reason didn't seem to see me at all. I walked with that same smooth, purposeful stride from the security videos, down to the crew quarters, to the old deckhand's tiny cabin. The door was unlocked. I went in. I placed my notebook open on his small desk, to the page with the symbols. Then I took his own personal knife, a sharp, worn thing he used for splicing rope, from where it lay next to his bunk. I didn't think about it. My hand moved. I drew a circle on the page, a dark, deep groove in the paper, around the 4th symbol, the offering. Then I put the knife down, turned, and walked back to my cabin. The crewman on watch jumped when he saw me coming from the wrong direction. I had no memory of the walk back. I had just delivered an instruction manual. Midnight on a secluded service deck at the stern. The air was cool, the sea a flat black mirror reflecting a sliver of moon. I went, pulled by that same compulsion, a spectator in my own body. They were there, the old deckhand and 5 others, and they had one of the new crewmen, a young laundry worker, with them. He was terrified, his eyes wide above a gag, his hands bound behind his back. He struggled, making muffled sounds against the cloth. The old deckhand had a book, some old, handwritten journal of sailors' lore. He was reading from it in a low, chanting voice, words that sounded half English, half something else. They were preparing to throw the young man over as the first tithe, the initial payment to open the negotiation with the deep. I stood at the edge of their circle, watching. The human part of me was shrieking, begging me to move, to shout, to do something. But the calculator was quiet, watching the math unfold. 1 life now, to stop the rest. The deckhand finished his chant. He nodded to 2 men, who picked up the struggling laundry worker. They carried him toward the railing. The young man's eyes found mine, pleading, screaming soundless questions. And in that second, I did nothing. I was complicit. I had drawn the circle. I was the bookkeeper, and this was a transaction being entered into the ledger. A shout ripped through the night. Stop. Put him down. It was my friend, and he wasn't alone. The captain and 3 loyal officers rushed onto the deck, my friend pointing, his face a mask of fury and fear. He had sensed it, through his own connection, a wrongness moving toward a terrible climax. A violent struggle erupted. The superstitious crewmen fought, not to kill, but to complete their ritual. The loyal officers fought to stop them. The bound laundry worker was dropped to the deck, rolling away, sobbing with relief. In the chaos, the old deckhand, trying to avoid an officer's tackle, stumbled backward. He hit the low railing of the service deck. For a second, he wobbled, his arms pinwheeling, his eyes locked with mine across the tumult. There was no fear in them. There was a fierce, triumphant certainty. Then he went over. He didn't scream. As he fell toward the black water, he shouted a single guttural word. It wasn't English. It sounded old, cracked, like the name of a forgotten god or a sunken ship. The moment the word left his lips and touched the air, every electronic device on the bridge and in the officers' pockets, radios, tablets, emitted a burst of static. The navigation screens, visible through a nearby window, flickered wildly. their crisp charts dissolving into rolling lines of nonsense before settling on a single, impossible reading, a depth measurement that was far, far greater than any ocean trench on Earth. Then it was gone, and the screens returned to normal. They launched life rings, sounded the alarms, searched the water with spotlights. But he was gone. The sea had taken its offering. We stood there on the deck, panting, the rescued laundry worker weeping, the other superstitious crewmen subdued and in shock. The captain was yelling orders, calling off the search, trying to regain control of a situation that had spiraled into something primal and bloody. I walked away, back to my cabin numb. I didn't feel guilt. I didn't feel relief. I lay on my bed and closed my eyes, and I checked the mental ledger, the feeling of dread that had been my constant companion. It was still there, the oppressive pressure of the unpaid debt. But it was less. Not a lot, just a fraction, like a single brick removed from a crushing wall. The fourth symbol, the offering, was satisfied. The deep had accepted its tithe. It hadn't been the young laundry worker. It had been the old deckhand himself. He had been on the list all along, not as a victim, but as the one who would make the offering, becoming the offering in the process. His fanatical belief had written him into the story as a necessary character. The next morning, the ship was under a new kind of order. The captain, his face harder than I'd ever seen it, declared a state of heightened security. The remaining superstitious crewmen were confined to quarters. Passengers were told the man overboard was a tragic accident, a crew member who slipped during emergency drill preparations. The official story was thin, but it held. The captain then did what he felt he had to. He summoned me and my friend. In his office, he laid it out. The crew is fracturing. The entity is adapting. We tried to protect, we tried to reason, we've seen it bypass both. The incident last night proves it can be bargained with, but the currency is unacceptable. He looked at both of us, his gaze lingering on my friend, whose hands wouldn't stop trembling. You are both confined to your cabins, under guard, until we reach the final port. No more experiments. No more consultations. You are a risk I can no longer manage. He wasn't angry. He was defeated. He was putting the problem in a box until he could hand it off to someone else, to authorities on land who would never believe any of it. My friend just nodded, looking relieved to be taken out of the game. But as they let us out, the captain put a hand on my arm, stopping me for a second. He spoke very low, for me alone. The balance shifted last night. I felt it in the ship. It got what it wanted from that man. But the ledger isn't clear. How many does it have left? I knew. 3 symbols remained in my notebook, unfulfilled. 3 more payments. I didn't answer him. They escorted us to my cabin, now to be our shared cell. A crewman locked the door from the outside. We were alone. My friend sat on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands, shaking. Then he looked up. His eyes were clouded, distant, the way they got before he spoke with the other voice. But this time, he didn't speak with the grinding tone of the deep. He spoke with his own voice, thick with a terror so profound it was almost calm. "It's not done with us," he whispered. "It's changing the deal." He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes, exhausted. I sat in the chair, staring at the locked door, listening to the normal sounds of the ship, the faint hum of the engines, the distant laughter of passengers. The calculator in my mind was still running, but the numbers had changed. The old deckhand's sacrifice had bought us time, but it had also shown the deep that we were willing to play its game. And now, locked away, I had a horrible feeling the game was about to change its rules entirely, and we would have no choice but to play along. They locked us away to keep the monster out. They didn't understand the monster was already in, wearing the face of the man I loved, and it was steering us all into a grave it dug a century ago. The first sign wasn't a sound or a sight, it was a feeling. A slow wrong turn. A massive cruise ship doesn't pivot like a car. It leans, it groans, it resists. Lying on my bunk in the locked cabin, I felt that lean, a long, sustained pull to the left that went beyond a course correction. The normal vibrations of the ship changed, a deeper, more labored thrum coming up through the floor. My friend sat bolt upright on his bed, his eyes wide. "We're turning," he whispered. "We're not going to port." He wasn't guessing. He knew. I hammered on the door, yelling for the guard. The crewman outside, a young guy I'd seen around, opened the viewing slot, his face nervous. "What's happening? Why are we turning?" I demanded. He shook his head, confused. "Bridge orders. Navigation thing, I think. Captain's got it." But his eyes were scared. He'd felt it too, the wrongness of the turn. Then the noises started. Not from outside, but from inside the cabin itself. A low, wet gurgle, like a sink draining. but it was coming from the walls. A dark, damp patch bloomed on the ceiling, not with fresh water, but with a trickle of brine that dripped with a slow, salty tap onto the floor. The air grew humid, thick with the smell of the sea, not the clean open ocean, but the closed, mineral smell of deep water. The guards outside started talking in urgent, raised voices. One of them pounded on our door, not to keep us in, but in panic. "It's in the walls. The pipes are bleeding," he shouted, his voice cracking. I looked at the metal door. A sheen of cold condensation was forming on its inside surface, droplets gathering and sliding down like sweat. The ship was sweating salt water. The ocean wasn't just outside anymore. It was asserting itself, seeping in through the very bones of the vessel. The captain's voice came over the ship-wide intercom, but it wasn't the calm, controlled announcement from before. It was clipped, urgent, a man fighting to keep command of his voice. "All passengers, proceed to your muster stations. This is not a drill. Crew to emergency positions. This is not a drill." The formal words were a mask for the terror underneath. Then a minute later, a different broadcast, a crackling, open-channel radio transmission that bled through onto the cabin speakers, meant for the Coast Guard, for anyone listening. The captain's voice, stripped of all pretense, said, "Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is we are under non-terrestrial duress. The vessel is being claimed. We require immediate assistance. Coordinates are," and he gave numbers that meant nothing to me. The transmission cut off with a burst of static. Non-terrestrial duress. Claimed. He had run out of words for haunting, for curse. He was describing an attack. My friend was standing now, his back against the wall, his palms flat on the sweating metal. His eyes were closed, but they were moving rapidly underneath the lids. "It's using the charts in my head," he mumbled, his voice slurred. "The old routes, the deep trenches. It's taking us to a deep place, a fitting place." He was a living GPS for the entity, his mind a library of oceanic graves now being used to find our own. The fifth symbol, I realized, the convergence. It wasn't about people gathering. It was about everything converging on an end. Suddenly, the door unlocked from the outside. It wasn't the guard. It was the ship's doctor, her face pale, a flashlight in her hand. The power flickered, the lights dimming to a dull orange glow before surging back. "Come with me. Now. The captain wants you on the bridge." We followed her into a corridor that was a scene from a nightmare. Water, real salt water, was seeping from the joints in the wall panels, pooling on the carpet. Alarms were blaring, a shrill, relentless sound. Crew members ran past, their faces blank with a terror beyond training. As we passed the central atrium, a grand open space that rose through several decks, we saw them. The remaining 3 new crew members, and the mute baker from the infirmary. They were standing in a perfect circle in the middle of the empty atrium, facing inward, their heads tilted up. They weren't moving. They looked like statues, oblivious to the chaos, their clothes damp, water dripping from their hair as if they'd just surfaced. Passengers screamed and ran around them, but the 4 men didn't flinch. They were converging, a final, silent tribute before the end. The doctor pulled us away, her grip like iron. The bridge was chaos wrapped in a desperate attempt at order. Screens flickered, showing conflicting data. The captain was shouting at the helmsman. I said hard to starboard. It's not responding. The helmsman spun the wheel, but the ship continued its slow, inexorable turn into the empty blackness of the sea. It's the automated system, sir. It's been overridden. I can't disengage. A navigation officer pointed a shaking finger at a secondary screen. The override code, it's a string of numbers. It matches the tonnage figures from those old ships. The Oceanic Reliance fleet. My friend let out a small, choked sound. He was staring at a blank notepad on a console. Doodles. His doodles of numbers and schematics. The Deep had used his obsession, his compulsion to draw, to learn the codes, to write the command that was now sailing us to our doom. The captain saw us and strode over, his composure gone, replaced by a furious, focused despair. "It wants the whole ship," he spat. "We thwarted its 7 symbolic deaths, so it will take the balance from the whole. This ship, and everyone on it, will be the 7th sinking, the final payment on the old man's debt." He understood now. The 7 crew were just the down payment, the interest. The principle was the vessel itself. The entity didn't just want 7 lives. It wanted a 7th ship to complete the set. A deep, groaning shudder ran through the entire superstructure, a sound of metal stressed beyond its limits. The floor tilted more steeply. We were taking on water, not from a breach, but from everywhere, from the inside out. The calculator in my mind, the cold part that had weighed lives, finally spat out an answer. The entity worked on symbolic balance. To cancel a debt of a sinking, you needed a sacrifice of equal value. You couldn't offer it another sinking. That was what it wanted. You had to offer it the opposite, a counterbalance, fire and water. To sink a ship, you offer it a fire. My eyes scanned the frantic bridge, landing on a schematic of the ship's fuel lines pinned to a board. The stabilizer fuel, highly volatile, stored in tanks deep in the ship's belly, routed through pipes that ran near the engineering spaces. A spark there, a real spark, not a symbolic one, would create a conflagration that would burn, not sink. Would be a refusal of the deep's chosen end. A new entry in the ledger, written in a language it might understand. Destruction by its opposite element. I didn't speak. I moved. I grabbed the knife from a magnetic strip on the wall, a tool for cutting line. The captain shouted, "What are you doing?" But I was already running out of the bridge, back into the flooding corridor. My friend, suddenly lucid, his eyes clear with a final, desperate understanding, was right behind me. "I know the way," he yelled over the blaring alarms. He did. The schematics were in his head. We ran down crew stairwells, water now ankle deep and rising, the lights flickering. We passed the atrium. The 4 men were still standing there, water up to their knees, their circle unbroken. We ran deeper, into the mechanical heart of the ship, the air growing hot and thick with the smell of oil and salt. We found the access panel for the stabilizer fuel line junction, a narrow service alley behind the roaring engine room. The pipe was labeled "Cold Under My Touch." My friend held the flashlight, his hand steady for the first time in days. "Here," he said, his voice calm. "A cut here, and the fuel will spray. The heat from the engines, it'll be enough." I looked at him, at my best friend, the guy who was supposed to stand beside me at my wedding. This was the real convergence. Not of victims, but of choice. We were choosing our own end, on our own terms, a fiery refusal of a watery grave. It was the final, desperate, balancing entry. I raised the knife. I didn't think about the 3,000 souls above. I thought about the ledger, and the pen in my hand. I plunged the knife into the pipe, not with anger, but with a strange, cold certainty, twisting it, wrenching it sideways. A hiss, sharp and piercing, cut through the engine's roar. A fine, acrid mist filled the air, the smell of raw fuel overwhelming everything. My friend met my eyes and gave a small, sad smile. He dropped the flashlight. It went out. In the sudden dark, filled with the hiss of escaping fuel and the deep, hungry groan of the ship, we waited for the spark. We had written our answer. Now we would see if the deep accepted the payment. Story number 4. My name is Roy, and I stared at the file on my desk like it was a live wire. His name wasn't on it, just a stupid code name, but the retainer check that cleared my account could have bought my entire building. I thought his dreams are worth more on the black market than my annual salary, and he is trusting me with them. When he finally walked in, the air got thin. He was all sharp angles and expensive cologne, but his eyes were shattered glass. He talked in circles about pressure and not feeling real, classic stuff I could handle, but then he described the night terrors, not monsters, but a sensation of being hollowed out, of something scraping his insides clean from the inside. I took notes, gave the gentle nods, but my professional thrill was already tinged with a chill I couldn't name. The second session is when she arrived. He brought his spiritual advisor, Mara. She didn't shake my hand, just gave me a smile that knew the punchline to a joke I hadn't heard. She sat beside him like a statue, draped in linen, and declared his suffering wasn't trauma but prophetic residue from the energy of millions of fans. My scientific mind slammed the door on that nonsense, but I saw the way he looked at her, absolute, desperate trust. So I made my first compromise. I let her stay. I told myself I could work around her, that I was being pragmatic for the client's comfort. What a joke. A few weeks in, we were getting nowhere. He'd clam up, and she would just watch me with those calm eyes. One Tuesday, after a particularly stalled hour, she reached into her bag and pulled out this beautiful, hand-carved wooden board. It was polished dark wood, with elegant letters and numbers inlaid in mother of pearl. It looked ancient and expensive. "The answers aren't in his conscious mind," she said, her voice smooth as oil. "They're in the space between minds. Let's ask the source directly." He looked at her, then at me, with a hope so raw it hurt to see. My stomach turned over. This was everything I was trained against, superstitious garbage that could muddy the waters of real therapy. I opened my mouth to refuse, to lay down the law. But I saw the defeat settling back into his shoulders, and I thought about the retainer, about the doors this case could open, about my own need to prove I could handle the toughest clients. That was my second compromise, the big one. I told myself it was a placebo, a harmless tool to build trust. If playing along for one session got him to open up, then maybe it was just another technique. A tool is a tool, right? I felt a stupid prickling on the back of my neck as I agreed. She placed the board on the coffee table between us. The planchette was a teardrop of smoky glass. She gestured for us to each place a fingertip on it. He did so eagerly. I hesitated, my finger hovering. This was the line, and I was stepping over it. I took a breath and touched the cool glass. The moment my skin made contact with it, alongside theirs, a jolt shot up my arm, a sharp, cold zap like static electricity from a doorknob in winter. I jerked my hand back an inch, then forced it down, feeling my face get hot. They hadn't flinched. I must have imagined it. Nerves. She began to speak, not to us, but to the empty air in the room, inviting any benevolent consciousness to communicate. The room felt too warm, the light from the window too bright. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then the glass piece under our fingers twitched. I assumed he was pushing it, or she was. But then it moved again, a slow, deliberate drag across the board. It went to the letter S, then H. My heart was thumping against my ribs. This was silly. This was a client and his quirky advisor manipulating a piece of glass. But the movement wasn't jerky or nervous. It was smooth and strong, as if pulled by an invisible cord. It spelled out a, then R, then E, then D. My mouth was dry. Shared. It moved again, quicker now. F, R, E, Q, U, E, N, C, Y. Shared frequency. The words sat there between us on the board. He let out a trembling breath, like he'd been given a lifeline. She nodded slowly, a serene confirmation. And me? I was busy dismissing the cold feeling in my arm, rationalizing the impossible smoothness of the movement. They must have practiced this. It had to be a trick. But then I looked up at her, and she wasn't looking at the board or at him. She was looking directly at me, and that faint, knowing smile had changed. It was sharper now, almost hungry, like she was watching a seed she'd planted finally break through the soil. The session ended shortly after. He seemed lighter, thanking me for being open-minded. She gathered the board without a word, giving me one last, lingering look that made my skin crawl. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake it off. I wrote my notes, focusing on the client's apparent relief, framing the incident as a guided symbolic exercise. I went home, made dinner, tried to watch TV. But my arm, where that cold zap had hit, still felt oddly cold, a localized chill that wouldn't warm up. I went to bed early, exhausted. The dream that came wasn't mine. I knew it the second it started. I was running, not on legs but with a frantic, floating panic, through a twisting maze of blinding lights. The lights weren't lights. They were camera flashes, popping and exploding in my face, each one a physical slap. I couldn't see a way out, just endless corridors of screaming faces and snapping shutters. The terror was a taste in my mouth, coppery and sour, the terror of being hunted, of having no private corner left in the world. I woke up gasping, my own sheets tangled around me, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would crack a rib. The taste of that fear, that specific alien fear, was still on my tongue. I sat up in the dark, sweating and cold. I'd had client dreams before, the usual work stress of trying to solve a patient's problems. But this was different. This wasn't me worrying about him. This was being him. I felt the echo of his specific panic in my own chest, a ghostly imprint. I stumbled to the bathroom, splashed water on my face, and stared at my wide-eyed reflection in the mirror. It was just a dream, I told myself. A vivid, disturbing dream brought on by a weird day and professional over-identification. Countertransference. It happened. I was just tired. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there until dawn, watching the shadows in my room, trying to warm up that cold spot on my arm, and quietly repeating the two words that now felt less like nonsense and more like a diagnosis: shared frequency. The hook for what came next was already set, deep in my mind, and I had no idea how hard the line would soon pull. The next morning, I went straight to a fancy stationery store and bought a leather-bound notebook, the most expensive one they had. It felt like a stupid thing to do, but I needed a wall, a place to lock my own thoughts away from his. On the cover, in big block letters, I wrote "Private, do not analyze." It was a joke, a desperate message to my own brain. I started writing down everything I remembered from my own dreams before the shared one. mundane stuff about missing buses or arguing with my landlord, anything to prove my mind was still my own. At the office, I tried to be extra clinical, extra normal. When he came in for his next session, he looked better, less gaunt. He said the shared frequency idea gave him comfort, that maybe he wasn't just going crazy alone. I nodded, steering him toward talking about his childhood, about real roots of anxiety, but he kept circling back to the new dream he'd had. It was so clear last night, he said, leaning forward, his hands animated. I was trapped in a huge glass box, like an exhibit, and outside, there were all these people, but they had no faces, just smooth skin where their features should be. They were tapping on the glass with their fingers, a constant, quiet tapping that filled up the whole box. A cold wave washed over me, from my head down to my toes. My mouth went dry. 2 nights ago, after a frustrating day with a difficult insurance company, I'd dreamed of being in a transparent office, a glass box where every client could see me fumble, where my colleagues tapped on the walls judging my work. It was a classic stress dream about my own transparency, my own professional exposure. And now he was describing it, beat for beat, but in his language, with his symbolism of faceless crowds. The facelessness was new, a twist that felt more like him, but the core of it, the glass box, the tapping, that was mine. I kept my face still, a mask of professional interest. That sounds very evocative, I said, my voice sounding strangely flat to my own ears. The feeling of being on display. Inside, my thoughts were screaming. Coincidence. It had to be. Therapists and clients sometimes synced up. It was a known phenomenon. I was just hyper-aware now because of the bored nonsense. I made a note in his file, my handwriting a little shakier than usual. I didn't write down my own dream. I focused on his feelings of isolation. After he left, I immediately pulled his physical file, the thick manila folder where I kept my handwritten process notes. I needed to ground myself in the facts, in the timeline. I flipped to my notes from the previous week, and then my blood seemed to stop moving in my veins. There, in my own distinctive blue ink, in my own cursive script, was a detailed paragraph describing the glass box dream. But the date at the top was for today's session, which had just ended. The notes described him recounting the dream with the faceless crowd, the tapping. But they also included details I had deliberately not written down. They mentioned the floor of the box being mirrored, reflecting a distorted version of myself back at me. A detail from my dream I had never spoken aloud. A detail I had purposely omitted because it was mine, not his. I stared at the page. The ink was mine. The pen stroke was mine. But I had not written this. Not here, not now. My hands were cold as I fumbled for my laptop, pulling up the digital version of his file. My heart pounded against my ribs as I opened the document. There it was. The same text, word for word, in the digital file. I checked the document properties, my fingers clumsy on the trackpad. The last modified, timestamp showed 3:17 a.m. Last night. I had been asleep last night. At 3:17 a.m., I had been deep in the middle of some other dream, one I couldn't even remember now. A low, sick feeling settled in my gut. I tried to think rationally. A glitch. A hack. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking. I'd heard of people doing complex things in their sleep, but writing coherent clinical notes? I got up and paced my office, running my hands through my hair. I needed to talk to her. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but she was the only one who had been in the room for the board, the only one who might have an explanation, however crazy. I called the number he had listed for his emergency contacts, asking to speak to his spiritual advisor on a matter concerning his treatment. She called me back within an hour, her voice calm on the phone, and agreed to come by at the end of the day. When she arrived, she looked the same as ever, untouched by the panic I felt vibrating inside me. I didn't offer her a seat. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice tight. "The dreams. His dreams they're not just his." She tilted her head, looking at me like I was a slightly slow student. "The channel is open. We established a connection. It flows both ways." "I don't believe in channels," I snapped. "I believe in neurosis and projection and sleep disorders. But I'm finding notes I didn't write. In my own handwriting." Her serene expression didn't flicker. "You're fighting it. That must be uncomfortable. The information wants to be recorded. You have the mind for it." "The mind for what?" I demanded. She took a small step closer, and her voice dropped, not to a whisper, but to a tone that was terribly matter-of-fact. "You're not stealing his dreams, Doctor. You're editing them. You're taking the raw material, and you're giving it shape, narrative, believable detail. His subconscious provides the emotion, the energy. Your professional mind provides the structure. And your edits, she said, and now that faint, hungry smile came back. Your edits are so much more useful, so much more publishable. Publishable. The word hung in the air between us, ugly and sharp. She wasn't talking about academic journals. She was talking about tabloids. She turned and left my office without another word, leaving me standing there, the meaning of her words sinking in like stones. I spent the next few days in a fog of dread and denial. I doubled down on clinical methods. I suggested sleep studies, medication consultations, anything to drag this back into the realm of normal science. I tried to build a mental wall before bed, reciting medical textbooks in my head, focusing on blank white walls. But it was like trying to hold back the ocean with a sandcastle. When I slept, his dreams came in like a tide. Not just the fear now, but the texture of his life, the opulent, paranoid details. Dreams of gilded rooms that felt like prisons, of smiling people whose eyes were dead, of a constant, gnawing feeling of being a brand, not a person. I woke up exhausted, more tired than when I'd gone to bed. Then one night, I woke up with a cramp in my right hand, the muscles clenched tight. I'd fallen asleep on the couch in my living room. The TV was on, playing some infomercial with the sound off. My hand was throbbing. I groaned, sitting up, flexing my fingers. That's when I saw the papers on the coffee table. I hadn't left any papers out. I always kept my work locked in my bag. I turned on the lamp. 3 sheets of my own personal stationery were covered in elegant, flowing script. My script. But the words weren't mine. They described in cold, precise detail a financial scandal involving my famous client. They named a specific bank in the Cayman Islands, an account number, a series of transactions disguised as film production costs. The prose was crisp, damning, the kind of thing you'd read in a top-tier investigative report. The last line, written with a finality that made my stomach turn, read, "Sources close to the star confirm the transactions were intended to conceal assets from a former business partner." I sat there in the glow of the lamp, the only sound the muted, flickering light of the TV. The handwriting was undeniably mine. The pen, my favorite pen, lay on the table beside the pages, its cap off. I hadn't written this. I would never write this, but the evidence was literally in my own hand. The hook was no longer just set. It was pulling me into deep, dark water, and I could feel the current getting stronger, tugging me away from everything I knew to be real and possible. The question was no longer what was happening, but how far down this went, and what else my hands might write while I slept. I rehearsed the speech in my bathroom mirror the next morning, watching my reflection mouth the words about ethical boundaries and untenable conflicts. My face looked pale, guilty, not professional. The man in the mirror was a thief, even if he'd stolen nothing but bad dreams. I couldn't live with the sleep writing, with the pages appearing like poisonous flowers blooming from my own hand. The only tool I had left was the rule book, the cold, clean protocol for when a therapist is in over their head. Termination. I called them into my office, the client and his advisor. He looked hopeful, maybe thinking we'd have another breakthrough session. She looked like she'd been expecting this. I didn't sit down. I stood behind my desk, a barrier of polished wood between me and the thing I had unleashed. I kept my voice flat, citing the unprofessional influence of a third party and an untenable conflict of interest that compromises therapeutic integrity. I used words like irreconcilable divergence in methodology. I was a robot reading a legal memo. His face crumpled. He pleaded just a little, asking if we could try without the board, without any outside help. He said he felt better than he had in years. That cut the deepest. I was helping him, in some twisted way, by being his scribe. But I shook my head, firm, final. I was following the letter of my ethical code, even as I drowned in its spirit. She just watched me, her expression unreadable. She didn't argue. She simply stood, placed a gentle hand on his arm, and guided him out. He looked back at me from the doorway, a lost child, and then they were gone. For a few hours, I felt a jagged, righteous relief. I had done the right thing. I had cut the cord. I closed their file, physically and digitally, and locked it away. I went home, cooked a proper meal, and tried to watch a movie. I even managed to sleep, a deep, dreamless plunge that felt like a gift. I woke up feeling clear-headed for the first time in weeks. The relief lasted until that evening. I was making tea when a familiar, distant feeling crept over me, a foggy detachment. It wasn't tiredness. It was like someone was turning down the lights inside my own head. I fought it, blinking hard, splashing water on my face. but a deep, compelling need to sleep pulled at me. I staggered to my bedroom and lay down, not even bothering to get under the covers. The next thing I knew, I was blinking in the gray pre-dawn light. I was sitting at my home desk in the corner of my bedroom. I was still in my clothes from the day before. My right hand ached, and my fingers were stained with blue ink. My laptop was open, its screen glowing in the dim room. On the screen was a document, written in my usual font. The headline in bold read, "Behind the Smile, the Star's Secret Struggle with Addiction." The article was vicious, detailed, and chillingly believable. It named a specific pharmacy in Beverly Hills, a doctor who wrote prescriptions under a fake name, even the tail number of a private jet where a deal was supposed to have gone down. It read like tabloid gold, the kind of story that ruins lives. I hadn't written it, but my body had. My hands had typed it. I was a puppet, and something else was working my strings while I slept. Termination meant nothing. The connection wasn't a professional one I could sever with paperwork. It was a live wire drilled directly into my subconscious. The horror of it wasn't just the violation, it was the automation. My mind, my training, my ability to construct a believable narrative. All of it had been hijacked and turned into a factory for lies. I felt sick. I highlighted the entire document and pressed delete. I emptied the trash on my computer. Then I went to the printer, which had a single page in the output tray, the same article. I gathered every notepad and scrap of paper from my desk. I found more tucked in a drawer, handwritten fragments of other stories, about failed relationships, shady business deals, all starring my former client. I took the whole pile out to my small backyard. The night was cool, the moon a bright, cold coin in the sky. I didn't bother with a fire starter. I just dumped the pages into my old metal fire pit, doused them with lighter fluid from the garage, and tossed a match. The flames roared up, orange and hungry, turning the careful script into black confetti that floated up on the heat. I watched them burn, feeling a savage, primitive satisfaction. I was destroying the evidence, yes, but it felt like more. It felt like a ritual. I was purging the poison, breaking the cycle through sheer physical action. Fire consumed everything. As the last page, the one from the printer, curled and blackened at the edges, a sudden breeze swirled through my yard, kicking up the ash. The embers danced in a tiny, twisting column above the fire pit. For just a second, as the paper finally gave way, the swirling ash and embers seemed to form shapes, like letters in the smoke. I couldn't be sure. It was probably just my eyes straining in the flickering light. But I thought I saw the words. INK is blood, written in the air before the wind scattered them into nothing. I stood there until the fire died down to glowing coals, until my hands stopped shaking. The air smelled of smoke and something acrid. I felt clean, empty. I had taken back control. I went inside, showered the smell of smoke away, and fell into a deep, genuine sleep. The next morning, I made coffee and allowed myself to believe it was over. The sun was bright. The birds were chirping. I had burned the stories, and with them, I had burned the connection. It was a lesson in magical thinking, a desperate hope against an impossible force. I was just finishing my cup when my phone, sitting on the kitchen counter, buzzed with a news alert. It was from a major entertainment gossip site. The headline made my coffee turn to acid in my stomach. Exclusive, A-list star's secret struggle with prescription pills. Sources reveal yacht party pharmacy. My fingers were numb as I tapped the screen to open the article. Every single detail was there. The Beverly Hills pharmacy, the doctor's alias, the specific, obscure tail number of the private jet, the name of the yacht, the Azure Queen, where the alleged deal happened. Word for word, detail for detail, it was the story I had written in my sleep and burned to ashes in my backyard. The story that now existed not on my computer, but on the internet, spreading to millions of people. The fire had done nothing. The ritual was a joke. The stories didn't need a physical copy to exist. They were like seeds, and my sleep writing was just the planting. Once planted, they grew on their own, finding their way into reality through some invisible, rotten soil I couldn't see or touch. I stared at the phone, the world around me narrowing to that glowing screen. The hook was no longer a question. It was a fact, a law of a terrible new physics. I was a machine for making scandal, and I had just produced my first published work. The closure was absolute. I knew beyond any doubt that I was not just haunted. I was being used. The open question, the one that made my blood run cold, was what they would have me write next. A week later, the official letter arrived on stiff, expensive paper. It was from a law firm whose name I recognized from headlines about celebrity divorces and corporate takeovers. The words were legal jargon, but their meaning was a sledgehammer. Cease and desist, gross breach of confidentiality, defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress. The damages they were suing for were a number so large it looked like a phone number, a figure that would erase my life, my practice, my home, my future, 10 times over. I sat in my office chair, the paper rattling in my hand, and stared at my own name. It was right there in neat black type, next to the word defendant. The solid ground of my career, my reputation, everything I'd built, dissolved into quicksand under my feet. I hired a lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense woman who specialized in professional liability. In her sleek, modern office, surrounded by framed degrees and legal books, I felt like a contaminant. I showed her the letter. She read it, her brows knitting together. "Okay," she said, leaning forward. "The first thing we need to establish is the source of the leak. There's no direct electronic trail from you to that gossip site. Your emails are clean. Your cloud storage shows no sign of the document being created or sent. But the lawsuit alleges, and the published article seems to prove, that you were the only possible source for those specific, fabricated details." The word fabricated hung in the air between us. I wanted to scream that they weren't fabrications, not exactly, that they were something worse, dreams given flesh. But I just nodded, my throat tight. I didn't send anything to anyone. I said, and it was the truth. "I know," my lawyer said, but her tone was puzzled, not believing. "But someone did, and it had to come from you. So we need to find the hole. The hack, the misplaced USB drive, the jealous colleague. Something." She brought in a digital forensics expert, a quiet man with clever eyes who took my laptop and my office computer away for 2 days. When they came back for a meeting, the mood had changed. My lawyer's professional puzzlement had hardened into a kind of wary confusion. The expert placed my laptop on the conference table. "This is strange," he began, his voice careful. He explained how he'd searched every corner of my hard drive, every temporary file, every bit of deleted space. And he'd found it, not in a sent email, not in a downloads folder. In a hidden system folder, the kind normally used by the operating system, buried under layers of other technical files. A PDF document, the scandal story, the file creation date, the expert said, pointing to a line of code on his own tablet screen, is stamped for 2 weeks before the story broke online. He looked from my lawyer to me. "According to your calendar and the university's public records, you were giving a guest lecture to a class of 120 students at that exact time. You have an alibi." A flicker of hope, wild and desperate, sparked in my chest. "So it proves I didn't do it. Someone else planted it." The expert shook his head slowly, his expression grim. "It's not that simple. The file wasn't just saved there with a changed date. The timestamp is woven into the file's metadata at a fundamental level. It's not like someone edited a property tag yesterday. It's as if the file was genuinely created by the computer's own processes, 2 weeks ago, while you were miles away." He paused, choosing his words. "Whoever did this, it's like they reached back in time and planted it, or made your computer believe it had always been there." The room felt too small, the air too thin. This was the ultimate violation. It wasn't just my mind or my sleep. It was my history, my timeline. My own tools, my computer, my impeccable professional record, had been weaponized against me with impossible, flawless precision. The lawsuit wasn't just a legal threat. It was the tangible, real-world cage being built around the supernatural horror. I was being framed by a ghost using time-traveling evidence. My lawyer cleared her throat, the sound loud in the quiet room. "This complicates our defense," she said. "A jury won't understand metadata. They'll see a file on your computer with a date that predates the leak. They'll see a therapist with unique access. The how might be mysterious, but the who will look very clear to them." I left the office feeling hollowed out. The isolation was complete. I couldn't tell them about the Ouija board, the sleep writing, the advisor who wasn't wet in the rain. To speak it aloud was to sound irrevocably insane, to guarantee losing everything. I was alone in a nightmare with rules that changed every time I blinked. That evening, a slow, cold rain began to fall, pattering against my living room windows. I sat in the dark, not bothering to turn on the lights, just watching the water streak the glass. The doorbell rang, a sharp, intrusive sound. I wasn't expecting anyone. I went to the door, my movements sluggish, and looked through the peephole. She was standing on my porch. The advisor. She wore no coat, held no umbrella. The rain fell around her in a downpour, but she was perfectly dry. Not a single strand of her hair was out of place. Not a drop of water beaded on her linen clothes. It was as if she stood inside an invisible bell jar. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't want to open the door. But what was the alternative? Hide in my house while she stood out there, immune to the weather? I turned the lock and pulled the door open a crack. The sound of the rain filled the space between us. She looked at me, her face calm, those all-knowing eyes taking in my rumpled clothes, my shadowed eyes. "You can't sue a ghost," she said, her voice soft but carrying perfectly over the drumming rain. "But a ghost can certainly haunt a hard drive." She wasn't smiling. The statement was delivered as simple fact. Then she turned and walked down my path toward the street. The rain, which had been falling in sheets, seemed to part for her, leaving a dry path on the sidewalk until she turned the corner and was gone. I closed the door slowly, leaning my back against it, sliding down until I was sitting on the floor. The cold from the tiles seeped through my clothes. The closure was sickeningly absolute. The lawsuit was real. The evidence was impossible. And she, whatever she was not just an advisor. She was the architect, the one who could make rain avoid her and files appear from the past. The open question was no longer about what I would write. It was about what she wanted. She had shown me her power, a casual, terrifying demonstration. The hook was her parting statement, a quiet declaration of war fought not in courtrooms, but in the very fabric of reality itself. She had proven she could do anything, and now she knew I knew. She came back the next day. I was at my office, trying and failing to work on notes for a different, normal client, when the door opened and she walked in. No knock. She looked around the room at the bookshelves, the diplomas, the comfortable chair, as if inspecting a workshop. "This was a good space," she said, her voice almost conversational. "Clean, orderly. A perfect place to build a clean, orderly lie." She didn't wait for an invitation. She sat in the client's chair, the one he had sat in, and folded her hands in her lap. She looked at me, and for the first time, I saw no smile, no mockery. Just a cool, assessing stare. I was too tired, too cornered by the lawsuit and the impossible evidence to fight. So I listened. It was the first time anyone had offered me a rulebook for the horror. "The board didn't contact a spirit," she began. "It connected two psyches. Your famous client, he isn't just a man. He's a font. His fame, the energy of millions of people focusing on him, it creates a kind of raw power. That power attracts things. It feeds things. His nightmares are the overflow, the psychic indigestion." She spoke about it like she was explaining a faulty engine. "Your mind, doctor, is the perfect complement. Analytical, creative, structured. You are a scribe. You take that raw, messy energy, the fear, the paranoia, the pressure, and you give it a shape. A story, a narrative the world can believe." I found my voice, hoarse and cracked. "Why? Why make stories?" "Because stories are real," she said, leaning forward slightly. "Gossip is a prayer. A scandal is a ritual. When a private story becomes public truth, it generates an immense energy. Shock, outrage, envy. That schadenfreude, that delicious little cruelty people feel when a star falls. That is the feast. You don't leak the stories. You dream them. And the world, hungry for the dream, makes them true. We just help the process along. We ensure the story is nourishing enough." The word we landed between us. She wasn't alone. She was part of something, a handler for this parasitic process. The entity wasn't a demon with horns. It was a parasite of narrative, and I was its gut, digesting raw fame into consumable scandal. "Why me?" I asked, the question bursting out of me. "Why choose me for this scribe work?" For the first time since she'd entered, that familiar, terrifying smile touched her lips, and it reached her eyes. It was the look of a craftsman admiring a perfect tool. Because you are a professional lie detector. Your entire life is built on listening to stories and finding the truth inside them. You know truth so intimately that you can weave a lie indistinguishable from it. To bake a convincing lie, you need a master of truth. The compliment was a poison. It made a horrible, twisted sense. My skill, my ethics, my training, they were all just ingredients for this. She reached into the bag beside her and pulled out a sealed envelope. It was thick, creamy paper, the kind used for wedding invitations. It felt expensive and wrong in my hands. "The next one," she said, standing up. "Write it well. The details matter. The more you invest, the less it hurts." Then she left, as quietly as she had come. I sat holding the envelope for a long time. It was warm, not from her hand, but with a faint, thermal warmth of its own, like a living thing. This was the choice of desperation. Taking the envelope was surrender. But it was also the first step toward maybe, possibly, understanding the rules. If I had to do this, maybe I could control it. Maybe I could find a flaw in the process. I broke the wax seal with my thumb. Inside was a single sheet of the same luxurious paper. At the top, written in elegant calligraphy that was not hers or mine, was a headline: Golden Couple's Facade Cracks, Secret Betrayal on the Italian Coast. Below it was a list of bullet points. Not a story, but an outline. Locations: a specific villa in Portofino with an address. Names: the star's longtime partner, and the name of a famous film director. Details: a specific vintage of wine, Barolo 1990. A piece of jewelry, a diamond tennis bracelet bought in Milan. The date of the alleged betrayal, 2 summers ago during a film festival. It was a blueprint for a heartbreak. My job was to build the house around it. That night I fought it. I made strong coffee. I turned on every light in my apartment. I put the envelope in a drawer and locked it. I would not sleep. I would not give them my dreams. But the pull was stronger than any caffeine. It wasn't just tiredness, it was a magnetic drag on my consciousness, pulling me down into the dark. I slumped at my desk, my head nodding. I jolted awake, my heart pounding. I had to move. I got up and paced, slapping my own face. It was useless. The warmth from the drawer where the envelope lay seemed to seep through the wood, a gentle, insistent pulse. I lasted until 3 a.m. Then, like a puppet with its strings cut, I fell into my bed and was gone. I woke at dawn, the gray light filling my room. I was at my home desk again. My computer was on. The document was open. It was no longer an outline. It was a full, devastating, beautifully written article. It described the villa in Portofino with the intimacy of someone who had been there, the scent of lemon trees and salt air. It painted the betrayal not as a sordid tabloid fling, but as a tragic, romantic unraveling. The details of the wine, the jewelry, the stolen glances, they were woven into a narrative that felt more true than any real memory. It read like a heartbreaking short story, and it felt authentic. I had written it. My body had. My skill had been used. I stared at the screen, a new kind of horror dawning. This wasn't just defamation. This was artful destruction. I highlighted the document, my finger hovering over the delete key. But I didn't press it. A terrible, pragmatic thought whispered, this was the assignment. If I destroyed it, would the pull just come back stronger? Would the pain, the psychic hurt she mentioned, get worse? I saved the document. I didn't send it anywhere. I just saved it and closed my laptop. A small, bitter act of compliance. Maybe that would satisfy them. Maybe that would keep the lawsuit at bay, keep the rain-avoiding woman off my porch. The closure was a deep, shameful understanding. I knew what I was now. I knew the mechanism. I was a narrative parasite's chosen instrument. The hook was the document saved on my computer, a beautiful, poisonous thing I had crafted in my sleep. It was a completed task, a button pressed. The open question, thrumming with a low dread, was what happened next. Would it just appear in the world on its own, like the last one? Or was saving it not enough? The envelope had said, write it well. It didn't say what to do after. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, and I had never felt more like a pawn in a game where I didn't know the rules. The story about the Italian betrayal didn't break. Days passed, then a week. I checked the gossip sites with a sick fascination every morning, but there was nothing. The beautiful, heartbreaking document just sat in a folder on my computer, a sleeping poison. Maybe saving it was enough. Maybe the act of creation was the point, and the story itself was just potential energy stored away. This gave me a dangerous idea, an illusion of agency. If I couldn't stop the process, maybe I could trap it, prove it was happening, and use that proof to break free. It was the last gasp of my rational, scientific mind trying to apply logic to magic. I couldn't fight the sleep writing, but what if I could catch it in the act? I bought a voice-activated digital recorder, a fancy one used by journalists. That night, I placed it on my bedside table, turned it on, and said clearly for the record, test. Date and time. This is an experiment to capture sleep talking or somnambulistic activity. Then I went to sleep, the little red light of the recorder a tiny, hopeful eye in the dark. I woke feeling strangely rested. No aches, no ink-stained fingers. I grabbed the recorder with a flutter of anticipation. I played it back. The first hour was just the rustle of sheets, my own steady breathing. Then, around 2 a.m., the sound changed. My breathing became deeper, more rhythmic. And then, for the next 3 hours, there was nothing. No rustling, no mumbling, no typing from the other room. Just the smooth, uninterrupted sound of deep, even breaths. It was impossible. I never slept that still, that soundly. It was as if I hadn't moved a muscle all night. The recorder had captured the sound of a body in a coma, not a sleepwalker writing elaborate fiction. The recorder's memory was wiped clean of any other sound, filled only with that perfect, unnatural calm. My experiment had failed, but it gave me a worse, more determined idea. The story was still just a file on my computer. What if I put it somewhere it absolutely, physically could not escape from? If it still got out, that would be proof of the supernatural, proof I could take to someone. Anyone. My lawyer was already looking at me with pity. But a locked safe in a lawyer's office, with a dated note inside? That was evidence even a skeptic couldn't ignore. I printed the story. On a separate sheet of paper, I wrote a note in my own waking handwriting. This document, printed on this date, is a product of involuntary somnambulistic writing. It has not been shared by me. If this story appears in public, it proves my systems are compromised by an external force. I signed and dated it. I put both pages into a large, sealed envelope. I brought it to my lawyer's office. I didn't tell her what was in it. I just asked if I could use her firm's secure storage, a small, standalone safe in a back room used for storing original wills and physical evidence. She agreed, curiosity in her eyes but professional discretion keeping her from asking. I placed the envelope inside the small, heavy safe, spun the combination lock, and heard the solid clunk of the bolt sliding home. I felt a wild, desperate hope. I had created a controlled environment. The story was in a box, in a locked safe, in a law office. If it manifested now, it would be a miracle, and miracles could be studied. For a week, I was a nervous wreck, jumping at every phone notification. Nothing happened. I started to wonder if my compliance, writing the story well, had satisfied the hunger. Maybe the parasite was dormant. On the 8th day, my phone buzzed with an alert. My heart plunged into my shoes. It was a blind item from a popular European gossip column, known for its razor-sharp accuracy. The item was vague at first, talking about a golden couple and a sun-drenched betrayal. But as I read, my skin grew cold. It named a film director. It mentioned Portofino. It specified the vintage of Barolo. By the afternoon, the story had been picked up by major outlets, exploding into a full-blown scandal. The star's partner had already released a statement through their publicist, not denying it, but asking for privacy. The story was alive in the world, and it was identical, down to the smallest, most devastating detail, to the one in the safe. I drove to my lawyer's office in a blind panic, my hands slick on the steering wheel. I didn't call ahead. I just showed up, my face telling her everything. Without a word, she led me back to the room with the safe. My hands were shaking so badly, I couldn't work the combination. She did it, her movements slow and deliberate. The bolt clunked open. She reached in and pulled out the envelope. It was still sealed. She looked at me, then carefully broke the seal and pulled out the pages. 2 sheets of paper. My dated, signed note was on top. She lifted it. Underneath, the page that had held the story was blank. Crisp, white, empty printer paper. The story was gone. Not erased, not whited out. Gone, as if it had never been printed at all. My lawyer stared at the blank page, then at my note, then at my face, which must have been a mask of pure, unvarnished terror. Her expression shifted, the professional curiosity melting away, replaced by a cold, firm pity. She carefully placed the blank page and my note back into the envelope. "Roy," she said, her voice gentle in a way that was worse than shouting. "We need to discuss a psychiatric defense. Insanity, diminished capacity. It's our only viable path forward now." She thought I was crazy, and the evidence, the blank page, my wild story about sleep writing, supported her. The safe had proven nothing except my own instability. The rules of physics, of evidence, did not apply. The stories were psychic viruses, and no container in the real world could hold them. They didn't need to be leaked. They simply migrated from my dream into the world's consciousness, leaving no physical trace behind. I left her office, the world outside seeming too bright, too sharp. I had tried logic. I had tried a controlled experiment, and I had failed utterly. That night, I didn't even try to fight the pull. I was too defeated. I fell into bed, a hollow man. The sleep that came was different. It wasn't a blankness followed by waking at a desk. It was vivid, urgent, a vision that played behind my eyelids not in words, but in stark, graphic images. I saw his face, the famous face, but it was wrong. It was bloody, the handsome features swollen and broken against the rich red of a carpet. Flashes of a chaotic scene, a falling light, a scream, the shatter of glass. The urge that came with the dream wasn't to write. The pressure built in my hands, a need to move, but not on a keyboard. The urge was to draw it. I woke up with a gasp, my fingers curled into claws, aching to hold a pencil, to scratch the terrible images onto paper. The closure was the end of science. My experiment was over, and I had lost. The hook was this new, sharper terror. The process was evolving. It didn't just want my words anymore. It wanted my hands for a different kind of creation, and the image it wanted me to make was not just scandalous. It was a premonition of something much, much worse. The morning light revealed the crime scene on my living room floor. My hands were filthy, smeared with charcoal and graphite up to the wrists. I'd tried to scrub it off in the sink last night, the water running black like liquid ink, thinking over and over, first it stole my words, now it's stealing my hands. But I'd missed spots. On the wall beside my desk, taped up in a grim sequence, were 6 large sheets of sketching paper. I used to draw in college, before I decided on a more stable profession. I hadn't touched charcoal in a decade, but the skill was still there, hijacked. The drawings were good, terribly good. They were storyboards for a tragedy. The first panel showed a film set, chaotic with cables and equipment. The second zoomed in on a specific heavy light fixture hanging from a scaffold. The third showed a frayed cable, rendered with meticulous detail. The fourth, a famous foot catching on a coil of cable. The fifth, the light swinging free, falling. The sixth and final panel was the image from my dream. His face, bloody and ruined on a red carpet, the fallen light in the blurry background. It wasn't just a premonition, it was an instruction manual. The urge hadn't been to write a story, it had been to blueprint an accident. A murder, dressed up as a tragic on-set incident. This was an escalation. The parasite was getting more sophisticated, more demanding, and it was using every part of me. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through my defeat. This wasn't just scandal anymore. This was a prediction of physical harm, and I had drawn the plans. I couldn't go to the police. What would I say? My sleep drawings predict the future? They'd lock me up faster than my lawyer could file an insanity plea. But I couldn't do nothing. The last shred of my ethics, buried under all the fear and compliance, screamed that I had to try. I had to warn someone. It was a rebellion, small and stupid and desperate. I took the drawings down, my hands trembling. I studied them, memorizing the details. The name of the studio lot visible on a sign in the first drawing. The number on the equipment case next to the faulty light. A47. I found a public payphone, an antique thing covered in graffiti. I bought a cheap, untraceable burner phone from a corner store instead. My hands shook as I typed an anonymous text to a number I found online for his management company's tip line. It was brief, clipped. Security threat. Stage 4 Millennium Studios. Check light rig on scaffold near green room. Inspect cable on fixture tagged A47. Date likely soon. Serious fall risk. I sent it, then pulled out the SIM card, broke the phone in half, and tossed the pieces into separate public trash bins a mile apart. It felt like a scene from a spy movie, ridiculous and utterly serious. A compulsion, worse than the sleepwalking urge, took hold of me. I had to see. I had to know if the warning worked, if the drawings were just a sick fantasy or a true prediction. I drove out to the outskirts of the city where Millennium Studios had its backlit. There were always crowds of fans and tourists hoping to catch a glimpse of shooting at the outdoor sets. I blended in, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, my heart hammering against my ribs. I found a spot where I could see the entrance to the soundstage labeled Stage 4. There was activity, people coming and going. And then I saw them. He was there, in a robe between takes, laughing with a co-star. My breath hitched. And then I saw her. She was there too. Not by his side, but standing with a cluster of serious-looking people near the director's monitor. She wore a headset and had a clipboard. She looked like part of the production team. She was pointing at something up in the rafters, talking intently to the director, who was nodding. My eyes followed her pointed finger. There, exactly where my drawing had placed it, was the light rig, the heavy, ominous fixture from my charcoal sketches. She was pointing right at it. She wasn't just a spiritual advisor. She was a producer. She was in the real world, on the set, ensuring the dreamt story found its path to manifestation. The accident would happen because she was here to help it happen. I watched, frozen, as a technician in a harness ascended toward the light. Was he checking the cable, or was he part of it? I couldn't tell. My warning had been specific. Would it be enough? I stood there for an hour, a ghost in the crowd, watching the mundane rhythm of a film set. Nothing happened. No screams, no falling lights. Eventually, they called a break. He went back inside his trailer. The crew dispersed for lunch. She remained for a moment, looking out at the crowd of fans. Her gaze swept across the faces, and then it stopped. On me. Across the distance, through the chain-link fence and the bustle of people, she locked eyes with me. She didn't look surprised. She didn't look angry. She simply nodded, once a small, acknowledging dip of her chin. It was the look a teacher gives a student who has finally shown up for a scheduled lesson. Then she turned and walked back into the dark maw of the soundstage. I drove home, my mind racing. Had I stopped it? Or had I just been seen interfering? That night, I was too wired to sleep. I made more coffee, turned on the TV for noise, and tried to read a book. I must have dozed off in the armchair, because the blare of the late-night news jarred me awake. A perky entertainment reporter was on screen, standing outside the studio gates. A day of minor delays on the set of the upcoming blockbuster Solar Dawn, after what sources are calling a near miss with a piece of equipment earlier today. No one was injured, but star talent was reportedly shaken and left the set early as a precaution. The camera panned across the now quiet lot, focusing on the entrance to stage 4. And there, in the shot, clear as day, was the scaffold. The heavy light rig from my drawings was gone. In its place was a different, newer model, shining under the work lights. They had replaced it. My warning had worked. They had found the problem, or she had aborted the plan once discovered. I felt a giddy, savage rush of relief so powerful it made me lightheaded. I had done it. I had edited their draft. I had changed the story. He was safe. The parasite had been denied its feast. For the first time in months, I felt a sliver of control, a crack in the nightmare. I went to bed and slept, truly slept, without dreams, without waking up at my desk, without charcoal on my hands. The closure was a fragile, beautiful victory. I had fought back with an anonymous text, and I had won. The sun through my window the next morning felt like hope, warm and real. The hook was the memory of her nod, the look in her eyes that wasn't anger, but something closer to expectation, and the quiet, lingering question of what happens when you deny a hungry thing its meal. The taste of victory was sweet with my morning coffee. The sun poured into my kitchen, warming the wood of the table, and for the first time in what felt like years, I felt a quiet, solid peace. I had outsmarted them. I had changed the narrative. The sleep that followed had been mine alone, deep and undisturbed. I sipped my coffee, planning my next move. Maybe I could disappear, change my name, start over somewhere far away. The door to my home office, just off the living room, was slightly ajar. I always kept it closed. A tiny sliver of shadow showed in the gap. The peace evaporated, replaced by a cold trickle down my spine. I set my cup down, the ceramic clicking too loud in the quiet room. I walked to the door and pushed it open. She was sitting in my chair, behind my desk. She wasn't serene. She was coldly, professionally furious, her hands folded on the polished wood, her posture rigid. "You edited the draft," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of its usual oil-smooth quality. "Without consultation, you compromised the narrative integrity." This wasn't the spiritual advisor. This was a project manager whose employee had messed up a major deliverable. My brief courage faltered. "I stopped an accident," I said, but my voice sounded weak. "You interfered with the production," she corrected, her eyes like chips of flint. "The story was calibrated. The energy was allocated. Your intervention created a deficit." She reached into her bag and pulled out not a creamy envelope, but a slim, plain folder. She slapped it down on the desk in front of her. "This is the correction. The rewrite." I didn't want to touch it. I made myself step forward and pick it up. Inside was a stack of printed pages, 9 in total. It was formatted like a professional news article, with a byline and everything. The headline made the room tilt around me. "Obsession in the therapy room. How a renowned sleep specialist fabricated scandals to destroy a star." I skimmed the lines, my vision blurring. It was all about me. It wove together my life with the lies. It described my history of professional jealousy, my failing practice before I took him on as a client. It mentioned my unsettling fixation on fame, citing my anonymous tip to the set as proof of my stalker-like behavior. It had details no one could know: my mother's maiden name, the street I grew up on, the name of my first dog, a beagle named Barney who died when I was 12. It listed the evidence found on my computer, the backdated files, framing it all as the work of a brilliant but unhinged mind using psychological insight to craft perfect, defamatory lies. The article was a masterpiece. It was believable, logical, and it destroyed me completely. "The sources are convincingly fabricated," she said, as if reading my mind. "We know everything. We are in the frequency. We are the shared space." She stood up, smoothing her clothes. "This is the new assignment. You will dream this. You will make it true. You will publish it from your own accounts, in your waking hours, as a confession of your guilt and instability." She came around the desk, stopping close to me. Her voice dropped to a whisper, but each word was clear and sharp as a scalpel. "Or the next draft will be an obituary. Not his. Yours. And it will not be an accident. It will be a suicide, brought on by the guilt of your actions. The notes will be impeccable." She walked out, leaving the folder on my desk. The door clicked shut behind her. I stood there, the pages clutched in my hand. The choice was an impossible equation. Option 1, destroy him to save myself. Dream this new story, unleash it, and watch as my own life is obliterated by the legal and social fallout, living as the monster they created. Option 2, destroy myself to save him. Refuse, and die by my own hand in a way no one would question. There was no third option. The pride I'd felt that morning was ashes in my mouth. I had believed I had leverage, that I could fight. I was a fool. The parasite, denied its preferred meal, would now consume the scribe to protect itself. I sat at my desk for hours, staring at the article. I thought about burning it, but fire was useless. I thought about running, but they knew my childhood dog's name. They were in the frequency. They were everywhere I had ever been in my mind. A final, insane plan formed, a Hail Mary pass from the edge of oblivion. Not to burn it or hide it, to publish it myself, right now while I was awake. But I would add something. A single, final line at the end of the article, a message encoded in the madness, a direct shout into the frequency they claimed to own. A line that would make no sense to any reader, but would be a flare, a signal, a declaration that I knew what they were. Something like, "The ink is blood, and the scribe sees the hand that holds the pen." If I was going to go down, I would at least try to expose the mechanism. I opened my laptop, my fingers cold but steady. I created a new document and began to copy the article, typing the lies that would end me. As I reached the end, my cursor blinking, I prepared to type my secret line. The screen flickered. Not a power glitch, a deliberate, digital shudder. The text on the screen, the words I had just typed, began to melt. Letters dripped down the virtual page like wet paint. Then they reformed, rearranging themselves, not into nonsense, but into a new sentence. The document was writing itself. It wrote the first line of the article again, then the second, but the style was shifting, becoming more fluid, more like my own best professional writing, the kind I used in lectures. It was assimilating my voice, perfectly, completely. My added line, the one I hadn't even typed yet, appeared at the bottom, not as I'd planned it, but rewritten better. The source of the fiction is itself a story, hungry for an ending. Then it deleted that line, as if reconsidering. The cursor blinked, a steady, relentless pulse. It was waiting. It didn't need my sleep. It didn't need my compliance. It could take my waking mind, my skills, my very will, and use them like a tool. The story had decided to write itself, and it would write itself with or without my conscious permission. The choice had been an illusion. There was only one path forward, to be the instrument or to be the material. I looked from the screen to the glass paperweight on my desk, a solid, cool sphere. I could smash the laptop. I could throw it out the window. But the story was already in the frequency, in the shared space. It would find another way out. The closure was absolute and terrible. I understood the full scope of the trap. I was not a player in this game. I was a pen, and a pen does not choose what it writes. The open question, the only one left, was what the first word of my final, self-destructive confession would be, and when my own fingers, moving without my permission, would begin to type it. The hook was the blinking cursor, the blank page that was no longer blank, and the certain knowledge that my own mind was now a rented room, and the tenant was about to come home. Story number 5. Okay, so let me tell you about the night it all started. My name is Alex, and I've got a twin sister. We've always been close, you know, finishing each other's sentences, knowing when the other one is sick or sad, that kind of thing. People think it's cute or weird, but for us, it's just normal. It was a Tuesday night, and it was raining hard. One of those gloomy evenings where the whole world feels like it's under a blanket. We were at my place, bored out of our minds, and a little buzzed on this cheap wine we'd found in the back of my cupboard. We started talking about old times, about being kids, and that's when she remembered the box in my closet. "You remember that thing?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with that mischievous spark I know so well. I knew exactly what she meant. I sighed, playing along. "The spooky board game? From when we were 10. She was already up and heading toward my bedroom. "It's not a board game, it's a portal to the other side," she said in a fake, creepy voice, and we both cracked up. I followed her, and we dug through my closet, past old yearbooks and winter coats, until our fingers brushed against the dusty cardboard. We pulled it out, the Ouija board. It looked so silly and cheap in the light of my bedroom lamp, just printed paper on cardboard, with a plastic heart-shaped thing called a planchette. We brought it out to the living room, set it on the coffee table between the empty wine glasses, and looked at each other. "We are not taking this seriously," I stated firmly. "Absolutely not," she agreed. "It's a toy. It's our subconscious minds pushing the thing around. It's a total joke." We put our fingertips lightly on the planchette, just like the instructions said when we were kids. We were grinning like idiots. "Oh, great spirit," I said in a goofy, deep voice. "What is thy wisdom?" The planchette jerked under our hands, making us both jump, and then we burst out laughing because we'd both obviously moved it. We asked dumb questions for a while. "Will I get a raise?" It slid to an O. "Is my crush into me?" It went to yes, and she elbowed me, teasing. The mood was light, just two siblings being stupid on a rainy night. The wine was gone, and the rain tapped a steady rhythm on the window. It felt cozy, safe. Then she got quiet for a second, looking at me with a softer smile. "Ask a real one," she said. "Something you actually want to know." I thought about it. What did I want to know? I looked at her, my mirror image, this person I'd shared a womb with, a childhood, a life. We were connected in a way I could never explain. So giggling a little, I asked, "Okay, fine. So what's the deal with us twins, huh? What really connects us?" The laughter died in my throat almost immediately. The planchette didn't wobble or drift like before. It moved with a sudden, sharp purpose. It clicked across the board with a firm, decisive sound. S-A-M-E. It paused for a heartbeat, and my eyes met hers across the table. Her smile was gone, her face pale. The planchette finished its journey. S-O-U-L, same soul. We both yanked our hands back as if the plastic had burned us. The cozy room felt different, like someone had opened a window to a winter night. The hair on my arm stood up. "We pushed it," she said, her voice too high. "We totally pushed it. We were thinking the same thing, so we just guided it there." "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Of course. Our subconscious, or whatever." We packed the board away fast, shoving it back into the box and then deep into the closet like we were hiding evidence. We didn't talk about it for the rest of the night. We put on a dumb movie and pretended to watch it, but the air had changed. The word hung between us, unspoken but felt. Same soul. It was a beautiful, poetic idea. It was also deeply, terribly unsettling. It felt less like a cute sentiment, and more like we'd peeked behind a curtain and seen a piece of machinery we weren't supposed to know existed. A week passed. Life went back to normal. We texted about work, about stupid stuff, and neither of us mentioned the board. I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then one night, I woke up suddenly, not from a dream or a noise. I just was awake, and I was freezing. Not my whole body, just my feet. A deep, aching, bone-level cold, like I'd been standing barefoot on a sheet of ice for an hour. I sat up, confused. My feet were tucked under warm blankets. I was wearing thick socks. The room was a comfortable temperature, but my feet ached with cold. I rubbed them together, trying to get feeling back, my heart starting to thump a little faster. It was so vivid, so physical. 2 minutes later, my phone lit up on the nightstand. A text from her. It read, "Weirdest thing. Just woke up standing barefoot on the kitchen tiles. So cold." A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight through me. I stared at the message. Coincidence. A weird, freaky coincidence. She sleepwalks sometimes, always had. I must have had a dream about cold feet and woke up at the same time. That's all. I texted back. That's crazy. Go back to bed. She sent a sleepy emoji. I lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about the board, about the planchette clicking over the letters. Same soul. What if it wasn't just poetry? What if it was an instruction manual? The cold in my feet had felt so real, so not mine. It felt borrowed, inherited, shared. I finally drifted off as the sky began to lighten. The next few days, I watched her more closely when we met for coffee. She looked tired but normal. She complained about work, laughed at my jokes. She was just my sister. But when she reached for her mug, I noticed a small, fresh scrape across the back of her hand. "What did you do there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at it, puzzled. "I have no idea. Must have bumped it on something at the gym. Didn't even feel it." I nodded, sipping my coffee, but a knot was tightening in my stomach. That night, I had a dream. It was incredibly vivid, more like a memory than a dream. I was in a dark, cramped space that felt like a garage. My hand was groping along a rough wall, and then there was a sharp, searing pain across my palm. I gasped in my sleep, my own hand flying up to my chest. I woke up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My right hand was throbbing. I turned on the lamp, expecting to see a cut, but my skin was perfectly smooth, unmarked. The phantom pain slowly faded, leaving behind a dull ache. I didn't want to text her. I didn't want to know. But I had to. My fingers trembled as I typed. "You okay?" Weird dream. She didn't reply for a long time. Then, just as I was about to call, my phone buzzed with a photo. It was a picture of her hand. A clean, nasty-looking cut sliced across her palm, beading with blood. Her text followed. "Sleepwalking again. Must have caught it on a piece of siding in the garage. Hurts like hell." I stared at my own uncut palm. The dull ache pulsed there, right where a cut was. A perfect, invisible echo. This was not a coincidence. This was a pattern. The board's message wasn't just a spooky answer. It was a key that had unlocked something. We had asked about our connection, and now our connection was showing off, proving its point in the most physical way possible. I felt a fear then, a cold, solid weight in my gut. It was the fear of understanding that something inside your life, something you took for granted, is not what you thought it was. The bond between us was real, tangible, and it had a voltage to it we'd never tapped into before. And now it seemed the circuit was closed. I spent the whole next day in a fog. I tried to rationalize it. Twin telepathy was a thing, right? There were stories. Feeling each other's pain was a known phenomenon. But this felt different. This wasn't a vague sympathy pain. This was a specific physical sensation happening in real time, a live feed from her nervous system to mine. It was functional. It had a purpose, and I had no control over the channel it was on. That evening, she came over. We didn't mention the cut, the cold feet, the board. We ordered pizza and tried to act normal. But there was a new carefulness between us, a space we were both aware of. We were like two people holding a vial of something volatile, trying not to jostle it. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Hey," she said, not meeting my eyes. "You've been sleeping okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "You?" She shrugged. "Aside from the midnight adventures?" "Sure." She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. They looked scared. My own eyes looking back at me, full of a fear I completely understood. After she left, the silence in my apartment felt different. It felt watchful. I cleaned up, the mundane task of putting away plates of comfort. I went to bed early, exhausted from the stress of pretending everything was fine. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in days. And then I woke up. Not slowly, but all at once. My body was tense. My right hand was clenched into a fist so tight my knuckles hurt. And in my fist, I could feel it. Not imagine it. Feel it. The solid, heavy weight of a rock. The rough, gritty texture of sandstone against my palm and fingers. My arm muscles were taut, coiled with a strength that wasn't my own. And then I felt the swing. A powerful, angry arc. I felt the impact, a sickening, muffled crunch thud that traveled up my arm and into my shoulder. A jolt of adrenaline, fierce and wild and triumphant, flooded my system. It was not my emotion. It belonged to someone else. It was a rush of pure, destructive satisfaction. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my own hand open and empty, shaking violently in the dark. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. The sensation of the rock, the impact, the alien rage, it all faded slowly, leaving me drenched in sweat and terror. This was new. This wasn't shared pain. This was shared action, shared intention. I fumbled for my phone, the light blinding me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type. I opened a news app, my mind screaming a single terrible thought. Check the news. Check it now. I scanned the local headlines, my breath held. And there it was, a small article near the bottom. Vandalism in Riverside Park. The text blurred as I read. A historic bird bath, made of soft sandstone, had been found smashed to pieces. Police noted the damage suggested significant force. The park was less than a mile from her apartment. The report had been filed at 3:15 a.m. I looked at my clock. I had woken up at 3:18. I put the phone down. I didn't text her. I didn't call. I just sat there in the dark, the reality settling over me like a shroud. The board's joke wasn't funny anymore. The connection wasn't a curiosity. It was a conduit, and something was coming through. Something that started with a chill, graduated to a cut, and was now throwing stones in the night. I thought about her, probably asleep in her bed, unaware. I thought about the feeling of that rock in my hand, that vicious joy. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly colder than I'd ever been from any phantom chill. The question wasn't what is happening anymore. The question, the one that hooked into my mind and refused to let go as dawn finally broke, was far worse. What happens next? The days after the birdbath incident stretched thin and tense, like a rubber band about to snap. I didn't tell my sister about feeling the rock, about the jolt of that awful satisfaction. Saying it out loud would make it more real, and I was desperately clinging to the hope that I'd imagined it, that it was just a super vivid dream triggered by seeing the news. But a secret part of me started keeping a log. Just notes on my phone. A private, terrifying diary. March 14th, woke up 3:18 a.m. Sensation of heavy object in hand, impact. News, Riverside Park vandalism. Seeing it written down in plain text made my stomach turn. I tried to act normal. We met for lunch that weekend at a noisy sandwich shop, the kind of place where everything feels safe and ordinary. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes that mirrored my own. Sleeping any better? I asked, picking at my chips. She shrugged, avoiding my gaze. Not really. I keep waking up tired, like I've been running in my sleep. My feet were sore the other morning. She said it so casually, but my mind flashed to the feeling of the rock, the swing, the force of it. That would make your feet sore, wouldn't it? Planting your weight for a big swing. I just nodded, my mouth dry. Maybe you should see a doctor, I suggested, the words feeling weak and useless. And say what? That I'm a messy sleeper? She forced a laugh. We changed the subject, talking about movies, about work gossip, but the unspoken thing sat between us on the table, invisible and huge. The log on my phone grew. It wasn't every night. Sometimes 3 or 4 nights would pass with nothing but my own normal, restless sleep. I started to hope maybe it was over, a weird glitch that had fixed itself. Then it happened again. This time, it wasn't a rock. I was jerked awake by the feeling of a long, smooth wooden stick in my hands, like a broom handle. My arms were moving, not with a powerful swing, but with a quick, panicked jabbing motion toward the ground. I felt a frantic, scrabbling movement against my ankles, a blur of soft fur and sharp claws, and then a high-pitched, pained yelp that echoed in my ears. Not from my room, from hers, from wherever she was. I shot up in bed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My hands were empty. My ankles were fine, but the echo of that animal cry lingered in my head. I didn't need to check the news this time. I went straight to the local community forum online. I scanned through posts about lost pets, noisy neighbors, found items. And there it was, a post from someone in her neighborhood, just a few streets over. Missing, orange tabby, answers to pumpkin. Last seen Tuesday night. Came home Wednesday morning with a limp and what looks like a bruised rib. Very scared. Please keep an eye out. The post had a picture of a sweet-looking cat. The date lined up. My hands started to shake. This was worse. This was a living thing. The vandalism was one thing, but this was violence towards something that could feel pain and fear. The log entry felt like an accusation. March 22nd. Sensation of stick, jabbing motion. Feeling of animal impact. Sound of yelp. Neighborhood post. Injured cat found. I knew I had to talk to her. I couldn't carry this alone. I drove to her apartment, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. She let me in, looking surprised. "What's up?" she asked. I didn't know how to start. I just handed her my phone, opened to the Notes app, to the log. "Read it," I said, my voice tight. She took the phone, her brow furrowed. I watched her face as she read. Confusion first, then a slow dawning horror. Her eyes flicked from the screen to my face and back again. She read about the cold feet, the cut, the rock, the stick. She finished and just stood there, holding my phone like it was a dead animal. "What is this?" she whispered. "It's what's happening," I said. "I feel it. When you sleepwalk, I feel what you're doing." She shook her head, a hard, denying motion. No, that's not. I'm not doing those things. I'm asleep. Your body is, I said gently. I don't think it's you. Not the you that's talking to me right now. But something is happening, and I'm getting a front row seat through our connection. The word connection felt inadequate. Bond. Link. Shared soul. The words from the board game floated between us, unspoken. She sank onto her couch, staring at my phone. The cat, she said, her voice hollow. You think I hit a cat? I felt it, I said, the truth cruel but necessary. I felt the stick connect. She put her head in her hands. I'm a monster. You're not, I said, sitting next to her. You're asleep. It's like a glitch. A really bad, scary glitch. We sat in quiet for a long time. The traffic sounds from the street below felt like they were from another world. Finally, she looked up, her eyes red. What do we do? That was the million-dollar question. We talked in circles. See a doctor? What would we say? They'd prescribe sleep aids or refer her to a psychiatrist. They might even want to separate us for observation, thinking it was a shared delusion. Tell our parents? They'd just worry themselves sick and not know how to help. We were in a box with no clear way out. We need to understand it, I said finally. We need to see it. An idea, desperate and shaky, formed in my mind. We need proof. Not for anyone else. For us. To know what we're really dealing with. How? She asked. A camera, I said. We set up a camera in your apartment. One that records all night. We see what your body does. She looked terrified at the idea. The thought of watching herself do these things was clearly horrifying. But after a long moment, she nodded. Okay, we do that. We spent the next hour setting up my old laptop on a bookshelf in her living room, angled to cover most of the room and the front door. We used a simple program that would record with motion detection. It felt clinical and creepy. We were turning her home into a lab, and she was the experiment. We ordered pizza, trying to pretend it was a normal movie night, but the laptop's little green recording light stared at us like an unblinking eye. When it got late, she looked at me, her fear palpable. Will you stay? On the couch? I don't want to be alone. I nodded. I didn't want to be alone in my own apartment either, waiting for the next phantom sensation to jolt me awake. I lay on her couch in the dark, listening to her breathing slow down in the next room. The glow from the laptop light was a tiny beacon in the dark. I was exhausted, but every time I started to drift off, I'd remember the feeling of the rock, the yelp of the cat, and my eyes would fly open. I must have finally fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. But not from a sensation. From nothing. A deep, empty nothing. The room was dark and still. I sat up, disoriented. I felt normal. Just me on a couch with a stiff neck. I checked my phone. 4:07 a.m. I had slept for hours, and I had felt nothing. No shared cold, no pain, no weapons, no anger. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. It had worked. Maybe just knowing we were watching, that we were trying to understand, had broken the cycle. Maybe the connection needed our fear and confusion to feed it, and our practical plan had starved it. I lay back down, a real smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. It was over. We could figure out the rest in the morning. I was just drifting back into a peaceful, hopeful sleep when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Not a text. A call. I fumbled for it, the screen blinding me. It was her, calling from her bedroom. Why was she calling me? I was right here in the living room. A new kind of cold, deeper than any phantom chill, seeped into my bones. I swiped to answer, bringing the phone to my ear. Hello, I whispered. Her voice came through a thin, trembling thread of sound, choked with pure terror. It's in the living room, she breathed. I'm in my closet. The camera's on. I'm wide awake, but I can hear someone moving around out there. My eyes shot to the bedroom door, which was closed. I was alone on the couch. The living room was empty. I heard the faintest sound then, over the phone line. A soft, steady creak. The sound of a footstep on the old floorboard near her kitchen. A floorboard that was definitely not in my apartment. The relief I'd felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a terror so complete it froze the air in my lungs. The connection was silent. I was feeling nothing, because this time she was awake, and something else was in her apartment. The world narrowed to the sound of her shaky breath in my ear and that soft, impossible creak from her apartment miles away. Don't move, I whispered into the phone, my own voice barely a sound. I was already off the couch, my body moving on pure instinct, grabbing my car keys from the bowl by her door. My mind was a frantic scramble. The camera. The laptop was recording right now. The laptop, I breathed. Can you see the screen from where you are? No, she whimpered. I shut the bedroom door. It's out there, between me and it. Think. I had to think. I'm coming. Right now. Stay on the phone. Be quiet. I slipped out of her apartment, the door clicking shut behind me, and sprinted for the stairs. My car was in the visitor lot. The night air was cool and normal, a stark contrast to the electric fear coursing through me. I shoved the key into the ignition, the phone pressed between my shoulder and my ear. I could still hear her breathing, fast and shallow. I pulled out onto the empty street, pushing the speed limit. I'm driving. 10 minutes. Just keep listening. Tell me what you hear. There was a long pause. Then, nothing now. Just my own heart. It's so loud. That was good. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had just been the building settling, her fear making something out of nothing. But the timing was too perfect. The one night we set up surveillance, the one night I felt nothing, and an intruder shows up. That wasn't coincidence. That felt like a message. I'm halfway there, I said, my eyes glued to the road. Don't hang up. 5 minutes later, her breath hitched. A click, she whispered. Like a latch. The front door? My foot pressed harder on the gas. Someone had been inside, and now they were leaving. Or something was leaving. I'm almost there. Just stay put. I screeched into a parking spot outside her building 2 minutes later, not caring about the lines. I'm here. Walking up. I kept the phone to my ear as I took the stairs 2 at a time. Her front door was at the end of the hall. It looked normal. Closed. I put my hand on the knob. It was unlocked. My stomach twisted. I'm at your door. It's unlocked. I'm coming in. I pushed it open slowly. The living room was dark, lit only by the streetlight glow through the blinds and the soft green light from the laptop on the bookshelf. Everything looked in place. The couch where I'd slept, the coffee table, the TV. Normal. Empty. It's me, I called out softly. I'm in the living room. It's clear. Her bedroom door flew open, and she rushed out, colliding with me in a hug that felt more like a collapse. She was trembling all over. You're okay, I said, holding her. It's okay. After a minute, she pulled back, her eyes wide and darting around the room. It was here. I heard it. Walking. I'm not crazy. I know, I said. I know you're not. My eyes went to the laptop. The truth was on there. Whatever it was. We need to look. She nodded, her face pale. We walked over to the laptop together. My finger hovered over the trackpad. This was it. Proof. Not of a shared sensation, but of a physical presence. I clicked to stop the recording and opened the video file. The timestamp showed it had been running for over 6 hours. We fast-forwarded through the early, empty hours, seeing nothing but the still living room. My sleeping form on the couch was a weird, peaceful sight. Then, at 3:58 a.m., something changed. The bedroom door opened. She walked out, or her body walked out. The person on the screen moved with a calm, deliberate purpose that was nothing like her normal, slightly clumsy gait. This was the same efficient movement I'd felt during the birdbath incident. It walked straight to the bookshelf, right below the laptop camera, and looked up. The face that filled the screen was hers, but the expression was utterly blank. Empty, like a mask. It stared directly into the camera lens for a full 10 seconds, and a chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight down my spine. Then it turned and walked to the front door. It didn't fumble with the lock. It disengaged the chain and deadbolt with smooth, practiced motions, opened the door, and stepped out into the hall, pulling the door closed but not latching it. That was the click she heard. The timestamp ticked on. The apartment was empty. I was gone from the couch, having left after her call. We watched the empty room for what felt like forever. Then, at 4:22 a.m., the door opened again. It came back in. It closed the door behind itself, engaging the lock and the chain with that same calm efficiency. In its right hand, it carried something. A long, dark metal cylinder. A flashlight. A big, solid police-style one. It walked to the drawer where she kept tools and random stuff, opened it, and placed the flashlight inside. Then it went to the kitchen sink, turned on the water, and meticulously washed its hands, drying them on a towel. It walked back to the bedroom, opened the door, and went inside, closing the door behind it. The video showed an empty living room again. A few minutes later, at 4:31 a.m., the bedroom door opened again. This time, she stumbled out, her face a portrait of dazed confusion and terror, looking around wildly before grabbing her phone to call me. That was the real her. We watched the whole thing twice, not saying a word. The reality of it was worse than any phantom feeling. Seeing it move, seeing those empty eyes, watching it bring back an object from outside. It made everything solid and horrifying. It went out, she finally said, her voice flat with shock. It left, and it brought something back. I went to the drawer and opened it. There, nestled among screwdrivers and tape, was the flashlight. I didn't want to touch it. Using the edge of my shirt, I picked it up. It was cold, and on the metal barrel, near the bulb, was a dark, sticky smudge. It wasn't dirt. It flaked off brownish red. We both looked at it, and the same terrible understanding passed between us. That wasn't from the ground. We have to get rid of it, she said, panicked. We have to clean it and throw it away. No, I said, the word surprising me. I wrapped the flashlight in a plastic grocery bag. This is evidence. Of something. We can't just make it disappear. Evidence of what? That I'm a sleepwalking thief? Or worse? Her voice was rising toward hysteria. We don't know what it did out there. That was the problem. We didn't. I took the bagged flashlight and the laptop. You're coming home with me. Tonight. We can't stay here. She didn't argue. We drove back to my place in that same wordless shock. The sun was coming up, turning the sky a pale gray. At my apartment, I hid the flashlight in the back of my closet. I copied the video file from the laptop onto a hidden folder on my computer and then erased it from the laptop itself. We were destroying evidence and preserving it at the same time, criminals and detectives in one. She fell asleep on my couch almost immediately, the emotional crash too big to fight. I sat at my kitchen table, my own exhaustion await, and opened my laptop. I went to the local news site. My hands were steady now, cold and steady. I scanned the headlines. Traffic, weather, politics. Then I saw it. A small update box. Early morning robbery attempt, clerk injured. I clicked it. The article was brief. A 24-hour convenience store on the edge of her neighborhood had been hit around 4:10 a.m. A lone suspect, face obscured, had entered. The clerk reported being struck from behind with a hard object before the suspect emptied the register and fled. The clerk was treated for a minor head injury and released. Police were reviewing security footage. The store was 3 blocks from her apartment. 4:10 a.m. Right in the window when the thing wearing her face was out walking. The hard object. I pictured the solid metal flashlight in my closet. The sticky smudge. My vision blurred for a second. This had escalated far beyond broken bird baths and scared cats. This was a real crime, with a real victim, and her body had done it. I closed the browser window. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. The guilt and horror would swallow her whole. I had to figure this out first. I had to understand what it was. Was it a part of her subconscious, a violent, hidden piece breaking free in sleep? Was it something else, using our connection like a radio signal to pilot her body? The same soul idea took on a new, darker meaning. What if a soul could split? What if one half could get sick? I made a decision then, sitting in my quiet kitchen with the morning light growing stronger. We were past doctors. We were past rational fear. We were in unknown territory. I needed to learn everything I could about what happens when a shared connection turns predatory. I started searching online, not for sleep disorders, but for other things. Folklore about twin bonds gone wrong. Historical accounts of shared psychosis. Obscure parapsychology forums where people talked about energetic links and psychic vampires. It felt desperate and silly, but the facts weren't rational. A rational world didn't have twins sharing injuries and committing crimes in their sleep. I read until my eyes burned. Most of it was nonsense, crazy theories, and obvious fiction. But a few phrases stuck with me. Etheric tether, parasitic empathy, split soul phenomenon. They were just words, but they gave a shape to the formless terror. They made it feel like maybe somewhere, someone else had stumbled into this nightmare and tried to explain it. My sister slept through most of the day. When she woke up, she was quiet, withdrawn. We ate toast and didn't talk about the video or the flashlight. We talked about maybe getting her a sleep study, about seeing a specialist, but the words rang hollow. We both knew a doctor couldn't fix this. Not this. That night, we were both afraid to sleep. We stayed up watching mindless TV, the volume low. Eventually, our bodies gave out. I drifted off in my armchair, and the connection, silent for a whole day, woke up. It wasn't a jolt this time. It was a slow, creeping awareness. First, the feeling of cool night air on skin that wasn't mine. Then the sense of moving, walking, with that same purposeful stride. My hands, in my lap, began to feel the shape of something long and solid. Not a rock, not a stick. Metal, cool grooved metal. A pipe. My fingers curled around the imagined shape, fitting into the ridges perfectly. And with the sensation came the emotion again, that flood of dark intention. But it was sharper now, more focused. It wasn't blind rage. It was a hunter's calm, a certainty. It was looking for something, or someone. I tried to fight it, to pull my own mind back, to wake up. But I was trapped, a passenger in this waking dream, feeling her body move through the night, feeling the weight of the pipe, a tool chosen for a specific job. Then it stopped. The sensation of walking ceased. My borrowed ears heard a new sound. The soft, off-key humming of a person. A man's voice, somewhere close in the dark. The thing holding the pipe shifted its grip. My arm muscles tensed, coiling like springs. There was a moment of perfect, awful stillness. Then the swing. I felt it all. The launch of power from the legs, the twist of the torso, the terrible, smooth arc of the arm. The connection made me feel the air resistance against the pipe. And then the impact. A sickening, wet crack thud that vibrated up the pipe, through the arm, and into the very center of my being. The humming stopped. Cut off. Just gone. In my chair, in my safe, warm living room, I screamed. A raw, ragged sound that tore my throat. I was awake, scrambling backward, my own hands held out in front of me, whole and clean and shaking uncontrollably. My phone was ringing. I knew who it was before I looked. I answered, my breath coming in sobs. She was hysterical, words tumbling over each other in a flood of panic. An alley, downtown. There's blood. A pipe. There's a man on the ground. I don't remember anything. The sound of distant sirens wailed through her phone and echoed faintly through my own window. They were coming for her, and I had been there. I had felt it happen. I was the only witness. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing my voice to be steady. Listen to me, I said. Do not say anything else. Tell them you were sleepwalking. Tell them you have a disorder. Tell them you don't remember. Do you understand? You don't remember anything. Because I do, and I will be your alibi. I hung up, grabbed my keys, and ran for my car. I had to get to her. I had to stand beside my twin, the other half of my soul, and look the police in the eye and lie. Because the truth was impossible. And as I drove toward the flashing blue and red lights staining the night sky downtown, one clear, terrible thought cut through the chaos in my mind. It wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was showing off, and it had just shown me exactly what it was capable of. The scene downtown was a jagged cut of reality, something from a crime show but horribly, personally real. Flashing lights painted the wet brick of the alley in pulses of blue and red. Police officers moved with a slow, serious purpose. An ambulance was there, its back doors open, and paramedics were loading a stretcher. A shape was on it, covered with a sheet, but one hand dangled out, limp and pale. I parked badly, half up on the curb, and ran toward the yellow tape. An officer held up a hand to stop me. My sister, I gasped, pointing. That's my sister. I saw her then, sitting on the curb just outside the tape, wrapped in a silver emergency blanket that looked like tin foil. She was staring at her own hands as if they were strange, foreign objects. An officer was crouched next to her, talking in a low voice. They let me under the tape, and I went to her, kneeling down. She looked up, and her eyes were my eyes, but filled with a hollow, shattered terror I had never seen in my own mirror. I don't remember, she whispered to me, the words a desperate mantra. I just woke up here, with that, next to me. She flicked her eyes toward a patch of ground where a long, metal pipe lay, tagged with a little evidence flag. It was the pipe from my dream, from the connection. Seeing it in real life, under the police lights, made my stomach turn. It's okay, I said, putting an arm around her, feeling her tremble. We'll figure it out. The officer stood up. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face that looked more sad than angry. You're the twin, he asked me. I nodded, standing to face him. She was with me, I said, the lie coming out smoother than I expected. My voice sounded calm, convincing. All night, at my apartment. She has a sleepwalking condition, a really bad one. She must have driven here in her sleep. He looked at me, then back at her crumpled form on the curb. He didn't call me a liar right away, which I took as a small, shaky victory. We'll need to get statements from both of you, he said. Can you come down to the station? We went in separate cars. I followed the squad car that carried her, my mind racing. The alibi was thin. Would they check my apartment's security camera? It would show me leaving in a panic, not her arriving. But it would show her car wasn't there. That was something. Maybe. The police station was a bland, fluorescent-lit place that smelled of old coffee and cleaner. They put us in different rooms. A nice enough detective, the same tired-looking man from the alley, brought me a cup of water and sat across from me at a plain table. He had a folder. So, he began, his voice level. "You say your sister was with you all night." "Yes," I said, meeting his eyes. "We were watching movies. She fell asleep on the couch. I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to her calling me, saying she was in an alley. I drove right down." He nodded slowly, making a note. "And this sleepwalking, it's been diagnosed?" "We've been trying to get help," I said, which was technically true. "It's gotten worse lately. She'll do things and have no memory. We were planning to see a specialist." I was weaving truth into the lie, making it stronger. "The victim is in a coma," the detective said, watching my face. "Blunt force trauma to the head. It's very serious." I let my face show shock and fear, which wasn't hard. The word coma landed like a physical blow. That man was alive, but just barely because of what had happened in that alley. Because of what it had done. She wouldn't. I started and let my voice break. "Not awake. She's the kindest person. But when she's asleep, it's like she's another person." He was quiet for a moment, tapping his pen on the folder. "Let's say I believe you. Let's say it was sleepwalking. The courts call that automatism. It might mean she's not criminally responsible." Hope, fragile and terrifying, flickered in my chest. "But," he continued, "here's what bothers me. Sleepwalkers usually do simple, confused things. They might make a sandwich. They might wander outside. They don't typically get in a car, drive across town, pick up a specific weapon from a construction site, and use it with enough force to put a man in a coma." He opened the folder and slid a photograph toward me. It was a black and white image from a traffic camera, showing the mouth of the alley. The figure was blurry, but unmistakable. Her height, her hair, her coat. It was her. "Then who?" he asked, his voice still calm. "Is this?" I stared at the photo. My mouth was dry. "That's her," I said softly. "But she wasn't in control. It's the disorder." He leaned back, sighing. "We'll need to verify your alibi, of course. Check your building's cameras, her car's GPS if it has it. In the meantime, given the circumstances and her lack of prior record, she'll likely be released on bail. But she'll be charged. Aggravated assault. Possibly attempted murder if the victim doesn't improve." The words were legal and cold, but they painted a future of courtrooms, of lawyers, of a life ruined. All because of something that happened while she was unconscious. They processed her, and because of the sleepwalking defense and my statement, they let her go with a court date. We didn't speak until we were back in my car. The first words she said were, "Did you feel it?" I looked at her. Her face was drawn, her eyes huge. "Yes," I admitted. "I felt the swing." She closed her eyes, a tear slipping out. "What am I?" "You're my sister," I said fiercely. "This is something that's happening to you. To us. We didn't ask for this." "But it's me," she whispered. "My hands. My body. I'm the one who hurt that man." We drove back to my place in a quiet that was full of unspoken terror. The next few days were a weird, suspended animation. We were both afraid to sleep, existing in a fog of exhaustion and fear. She was officially charged. Lawyers were hired, money was spent, and the story of the sleepwalking twin became a local news item for a day or two, which was its own special kind of hell. We stayed together in my apartment, a united front. But the connection had gone dead. Completely. Since the night in the alley, I had felt nothing. No phantom chills, no shared emotions, no sensations of movement. It was as if the channel had been shut off. At first, it was a relief. A desperate, grateful relief. Maybe the shock of the attack, the police involvement, had broken whatever was happening. Maybe it was over. But as the days passed, the quiet began to feel wrong. It felt like the calm before a storm, a held breath. We didn't talk about the bigger questions anymore. We talked about legal strategy, about doctors' reports, about building a defense. It was almost normal in a horrifying way. We were dealing with a problem the world could understand. A crime, an illness, a legal battle. It was easier than thinking about shared souls and nighttime monsters. Then a week after the alley, I came home from getting groceries. She was sitting on the couch, my laptop open in front of her. Her face was bone white. "What is it?" I asked, dropping the bags. "A message," she said, her voice thin. "An email. It came to my account." I came around and looked over her shoulder. The sender address was a jumble of random letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body of the message contained just one line, a web link, and below it 3 words. "You are not alone." We stared at it. A prank? A troll who'd seen the news? But it felt like more. It felt like an address. "Don't click it," I said, but her finger was already hovering over the trackpad. "What if it's answers?" she asked. She clicked. The browser opened to a forum. The design was old, plain text on a dark background. It wasn't a normal website. It felt hidden, a place on the internet you had to be looking for to find. The title of the page was Project Symbiosis Archive, and the top post pinned was a thread titled Subject Pair A and B Observation Log. With a feeling of ice water moving through my veins, I scrolled. The first entries were dated years ago. They were clinical notes. Subjects female twins age 10. Baseline connection appears strong. Frequent reported instances of shared sentiment and nonverbal communication. Ideal candidates. My breath caught. Age 10. That was when we got the Ouija board. The next entry. Catalyzing event introduced. Guided channeling device, planchette board. Encouraged to explore the nature of their bond. Subject A asked pivotal question. What connects us? Device response, same soul. Significant spike in empathetic overlap noted in following weeks. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. We kept reading. The entries tracked through our teenage years, noting minor resonant events. Times one of us got hurt and the other felt a twinge. Times we knew what the other was thinking. It was all stuff we'd laughed about, called twin intuition. This log called it data. The most recent entries were from the last few months. Parasitic drive amplification successful. Aggressive, self-preservatory instincts are manifesting primarily in Subject B during low consciousness states. Subject A continues in a receptive, observational role. The tether is functioning as hypothesized. Field testing initiated. The entry after that was a single line. Field test 3, urban conflict scenario. Result, target neutralized. Subject B's physical vessel performed adequately. Subject A's receptivity confirms full experiential feedback. Phase 3 complete. Urban conflict scenario. Target neutralized. The man in the alley. I felt dizzy. I had to grip the back of the couch. This was a log. A lab report. And we were the lab rats. Who are they? My sister whispered, her voice shaking with a new kind of fury. Who wrote this? We scrolled to the very bottom of the page. There was no name. Just a tagline, a sort of motto for the project. It read, "To divide a soul is to understand it. To harness a tether is to master the unseen." Below that, in the comment section of the last post, was a new message, posted just an hour ago. It was from a user called Observer_1. It said, "The connection is quiet now. Do not mistake this for peace. It is integration. The dominant aspect is consolidating control. The witness sees all, but soon may see nothing at all. You have questions. The answers are closer than you think. Look to the source. The first gift." The message ended. We sat there, frozen, the glow of the screen the only light in the room. The first gift. The Ouija board. It wasn't a toy from a garage sale. It was a guided channeling device. A catalyst. A gift. Given to us when we were 10. By who? I racked my brain. It was so long ago. A family friend? An uncle? Someone at a party? The memory was fuzzy, a childhood blur. But the log was real. The details were too specific, too accurate. Someone had been watching us our whole lives, studying us, and they had done something to us. They had taken our bond and amplified it, weaponized it. We weren't haunted. We were experimented on. The terror of the last few months twisted into something else, a cold, hard rage. We weren't victims of a ghost or a mental break. We were victims of a person, someone with a plan, the observer. The quiet in my head, the lack of connection, wasn't a reprieve. According to them, it was integration. The thing inside her, the parasitic drive, was getting stronger, settling in. I looked at my sister. The fear on her face was mingling with that same dawning anger. "We find them," she said, her voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. We had a new goal. Not just to survive this, but to find the source. To find the person who did this to us. The legal problems, the court case, it all suddenly felt like background noise. The real battle wasn't in a courtroom. It was here, in this shadow war we never knew we were part of. We had answers now, but they were worse than the mystery. And we had a direction. We had to find observer_1. We had to find the one who gave us the board. The game had changed. We were no longer just trying to hide from what she might do in her sleep. We were hunting the ones who made her this way. And as we sat there in the dark, planning our next move with a focus we hadn't felt in weeks, I realized the hook wasn't a question of what would happen next. It was a promise. We were going to find them, and we were going to make them explain exactly what they had done to us. The discovery of the forum changed everything. The fear was still there, a constant hum in the background, but it was now edged with a sharp, clean purpose. Find them. The observer. The person who had turned our lives into an experiment. We became detectives in our own horror story. We started with the only solid clue we had, the Ouija board itself. We called our parents, separately, trying to sound casual. Hey, remember that old board game we had as kids? The spooky one? Whatever happened to it? Our mom said she thought it got lost in a move. Our dad, after thinking for a minute, said, "Oh, that thing. I think it was a gift from that odd friend of ours. What was his name?" Robert? The guy who was always into weird science and ghost stories. He gave it to you girls for your 10th birthday, I think. Robert. The name was a key turning in a rusty lock. A memory surfaced, vague and grainy like an old photo. A tall, thin man with glasses that reflected the light, making it hard to see his eyes. He'd come to a few barbecues. He was quiet, always watching people with an intense, curious stare. He'd ask us twins questions that felt like tests. Do you ever feel like you're the same person? If one of you got hurt, would the other one know? We'd just giggle and run off. He gave us the board in a plain brown box, no wrapping paper. He'd said, "This might help you explore your unique connection." We'd been thrilled with a new game. Now, the words felt like a sentence. Robert. We had a name. The next step was the digital trail. The forum was a ghost town except for that one log and the recent message from observer_1. We tried to trace it, but it was like grabbing smoke. The site was protected, rerouted through layers of hidden servers. We weren't hackers. We were just two scared people with a laptop. So we tried a different approach. We created a new account on the forum. We called ourselves subjects__B. We posted a reply to observer_1's message. We are looking. We want to talk. Face to face. No more notes. We didn't expect a reply. But the next morning, there it was. A private message in our rudimentary inbox on the site. It contained an address. Not a street address. A set of map coordinates and a time, 10 p.m., 2 nights from now. The coordinates plugged into a map pointed to an old, decommissioned water treatment plant on the edge of the city. A place known for being abandoned and crumbling. It was a perfect spot for a creepy meeting. It felt like a trap. Of course it was a trap, but it was also the only lead we had. We spent those 2 days in a state of wired anxiety. We planned. We would go together. We would park a distance away and approach on foot. We would bring phones, recorders, anything to get evidence. We told no one. Who would we tell? The police would think we were crazy, trying to deflect from the assault case with a story about a paranormal conspiracy. Our lawyer would advise against it. This was ours to solve. The night arrived cool and clear. The moon was a thin sliver, giving little light. We drove in my car, parking a half-mile from the chain-link fence that surrounded the treatment plant. The place was a silhouette of strange, angular shapes against the night sky, old concrete towers and rusted pipes. It looked like a skeleton. We climbed through a hole in the fence, our movements quick and quiet. My heart was beating so loud I was sure it could be heard. We had small flashlights but didn't turn them on, letting our eyes adjust to the dark. We picked our way through weeds and broken glass toward the main building, a long, low structure with most of its windows gone. The coordinates led to a specific door, half off its hinges. We stopped outside, listening. The normal sounds of night insects and distant traffic. Nothing from inside. I looked at my sister. Her face was set, determined. She gave a single nod. We went in. The inside was a cavern of shadows, smelling of damp concrete and rust. Moonlight sliced through broken windows in dusty beams. We stood just inside the door, waiting. You came. The voice came from our right, making us both jump. It was a man's voice, calm and measured. A flashlight clicked on, not pointed at our faces, but at the ground, illuminating the legs of a folding chair. Sitting in it was the man from our memories. Robert. He was older, grayer, but the same tall, thin frame, the same glasses. He looked utterly ordinary, like a retired librarian. "Hello, girls," he said. Or should I say, subject A and subject B, the receptive and the active, the witness and the instrument. His words, so clinical, so cold, ignited a fire in my chest. "What did you do to us?" my sister demanded, her voice shaking with anger. "I facilitated," he said, as if explaining a simple recipe. "Your connection was always there. A beautiful, rare thing. A soul so strong it expressed itself in two bodies. Most twins have a bond. You have a tether, a literal, energetic lifeline between you. My research was always about understanding that tether. What are its limits? Can it be focused? Can it be given a task?" "The board," I said. "It was a key," he nodded. "A tool to focus your joint intention, to make you both consciously ask about the nature of your bond. That question, what connects us?" asked with genuine curiosity while both of you were in contact with the planchette. It was like sending a signal down the line. It amplified everything, turned the volume up on your connection. After that, the minor empathetic events you'd experienced before became major. Shared sensations, shared experiences. "You made her hurt people," I spat out. "I didn't make her do anything," he corrected, his voice still irritatingly calm. "I simply observed which aspects of your shared psyche were amplified. Every soul has facets. Light and dark, anger and peace, action and observation. In most people, these are balanced in one body. In your case, with the tether amplified, they seem to have. Polarized. Settled into your respective vessels. Your sister's body, for reasons I don't fully understand, became the vessel for the more primal, self-preservatory drives. The instinct to lash out, to dominate, to protect the pair by any means necessary. It manifests when her conscious mind is offline. And you," he said, looking at me, "became the vessel for the observational, empathetic aspects. You feel what she does. You are the witness. It's a perfect, if volatile, system." "It's a monster," my sister cried. "It's us," he said simply. "A part of you that you've never had to acknowledge before, because it was buried. Now it's not. Now it has its own time to play." I stepped forward, my fists clenched. "You experimented on children." "I studied a natural phenomenon," he said, "and my study is nearly complete. The Phase 3 test was conclusive. The tether can transmit complex motor function and sensory data in one direction, from the active subject to the receptive one, during dissociative states. The potential applications are: a man is in a coma." I shouted, the sound echoing in the empty building. He paused, then nodded. "An unforeseen escalation in aggression. The parasitic drive is stronger than projected. It's why I contacted you. The experiment is entering a final, unstable phase." "What does that mean?" my sister asked, her anger giving way to fear again. "It means the dominant aspect, the aggressive drive currently housed in your body, is seeking full control. The quiet you've been experiencing, it's not peace. It's the calm before a storm. It is integrating, learning, getting used to the controls. When it moves next, it may not give control back. You could be submerged, permanently. And the witness," he said, turning to me. "If the active subject fully subsumes the conscious host, the tether could short out. You could be left with nothing, or you could be pulled under with her." The horror of his words settled over us, colder than the night air. He was telling us she could disappear inside her own mind, and I could be left alone, or worse, trapped with her. "How do we stop it?" I asked, my voice a whisper. He looked at us for a long time, his face unreadable in the shadows. "You can't stop a part of yourselves, but you might be able to reintegrate, to pull the polarized aspects back together, to balance the soul within the two of you again." "How?" we asked in unison. "A conscious joint effort, a reversal of the catalyzing event. You used the board to ask a question that split you. You would need to use a similar focus, together, to ask for union, to ask for wholeness. But the risk is enormous. You'd be inviting that aggressive drive into a shared space while you're both conscious and vulnerable. If it's as strong as I believe, it could overwhelm you both. It could take over completely." He stood up, folding his chair. "The decision is yours. Continue as you are, and let the process complete itself, with likely tragic results. Or try to force a reconciliation, with even higher stakes. My observation is finished. The data is complete." He began to walk toward a dark doorway at the back of the building. "Wait!" I called out, That's it? You ruin our lives and just walk away?" He paused, not looking back. "I didn't ruin your lives. I revealed them. The monster was always there. I just turned on the light so you could see it." And then he was gone, swallowed by the dark. We stood there in that broken place, his words hanging in the air. The monster was always there. It was us. We drove home, not speaking, both lost in the terrible choice he'd laid out. Do nothing, and let the thing inside her take full control, possibly forever. Or try to fight it, to pull it back in, with the risk of it destroying us both in the process. There was no good answer. When we got back to my apartment, the feeling of helplessness was suffocating. We had our villain, and he had given us a diagnosis and a death sentence, but no real cure. We sat at my kitchen table, the ordinary overhead light feeling too bright, too fake. "We have to try," my sister said finally, her voice firm. "We have to try to put it back. I can't live like this, waiting to black out and hurt someone else. I'd rather we both fight." I looked at her, saw the resolve in her eyes, and knew she was right. Letting this play out was not an option. We had to try, even if it killed us. "Okay," I said. "How?" "We don't have the board anymore." "We don't need the board," she said. He said a similar focus, something we do together with intention, to ask for union. An idea came to me, simple and terrifying. "We hold hands," I said. "We look at each other, and we both out loud ask for it to come back, ask for it to rejoin, to be whole again." It sounded like a prayer, a dangerous one. We decided to do it then. Waiting would only make it harder. We moved to the living room, sitting on the floor facing each other. We turned off the lights, leaving only the faint glow from a streetlight outside. We took each other's hands. Her palms were cold. Mine were sweating. We took deep breaths, trying to sync them, like we used to do as kids for fun. "On three," I whispered. "We both say, 'Come back to us. Be one.'" She nodded, her eyes wide and scared. "One," I said. "Two. Three." Together, we spoke the words into the dim room. "Come back to us. Be one." Nothing happened. We sat there, holding hands, waiting. A minute passed, then another. I felt a flicker of foolishness. Of course it wouldn't work. It was just words. Then I felt it, a warmth in my hands where they held hers. It grew, spreading up my arms. It wasn't a bad feeling. It felt like completeness, like coming home. I saw a smile touch her lips, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "It's working," she breathed. "I can feel it. It's come. It's coming home." The warmth filled my chest, a golden, peaceful feeling. For the first time in months, I felt whole. I felt our connection not as a terrifying wire transmitting horror, but as a lake, deep and still and shared. We had done it. We had pulled the darkness back in. We held onto each other, crying with relief. We had faced the monster and made it part of us again. We sat like that for a long time, until the warmth slowly faded, leaving a normal, quiet comfort. We let go of each other's hands, laughing a little through our tears. It was over. Truly over. We had won. We made tea, talking in excited, hushed tones about the future, about maybe the legal case falling apart now that the sleepwalking would stop, about getting our lives back. The fear was gone, replaced by a giddy, exhausted hope. We went to sleep in our own beds that night, feeling safe. True deep sleep. And that's when the hook slid into place. I woke up, not from a nightmare. I just opened my eyes. It was still dark, and I knew immediately that I was not alone in my mind. The connection was open, wider than ever before. But it wasn't a broadcast from her. It was a presence, a settled, patient presence sitting right beside my own thoughts. It wasn't violent. It wasn't angry. It was curious, interested, and it showed me a single clear image, projected right behind my eyes. The two of us, holding hands on the floor, smiling and crying with relief. And over that image, a new third feeling bloomed, one that belonged to neither me nor my sister. It was a feeling of cold, quiet amusement, the feeling of a hunter who had just watched its prey walk right into a snare. The warmth we had felt hadn't been integration. It had been a welcome mat. We hadn't pulled it back in. We had invited it into the front room. And now it was inside with us. All of us. Together. The feeling of that new presence in my mind, that cold amusement watching our relief, changed everything. The victory of the night before turned to ashes in my mouth. We hadn't fixed anything. We had made it worse. We had given it a seat at the table. The next morning, I watched my sister closely as she made coffee. She looked better than she had in weeks. There was color in her cheeks, a lightness in her step. She hummed a little tune. "I slept," she said, smiling at me. "Really slept. No weird dreams. No waking up somewhere strange. It's gone. We did it." Her joy was so real, so pure, it hurt to look at. Because I knew it wasn't gone. It was just quiet. It was sitting inside the connection we had just widened, waiting. I didn't have the heart to tell her. Not yet. Let her have a morning of peace. But I had to test it. I had to understand what we were dealing with now. While she was in the shower, I sat at the kitchen table and closed my eyes. I focused inward, on that space where I used to get the phantom feelings. Instead of reaching out, I just listened. And there it was. Not a sensation from her, but a presence in the link itself. A quiet, observing intelligence. It felt old and patient and deeply, unsettlingly familiar. It was like recognizing a part of your own face in the dark that you'd never seen before. I thought a question at it, directly in my mind. "What are you?" I didn't expect an answer. But I got one. Not in words. In a flood of understanding, of memory. It showed me the bird bath, not from my perspective of feeling the rock, but from its perspective. The cool night air, the satisfying crunch of sandstone, the rush of power. It showed me the cat, the quick, efficient jab to move a nuisance aside. It showed me the alley, the swing of the pipe, the perfect, focused execution of a threat. And overlaying all of it was a single, driving purpose: protect the pair. Eliminate threats. Ensure survival. It wasn't random violence. It was a brutal, simple logic. The birdbath was practice. The cat was a test. The man in the alley was a genuine threat neutralization. He had been following her for 2 blocks. She just hadn't known it. This aspect, saw the world in terms of danger and safety, prey and predator. And it considered us, both of us, its charge, its territory. It had been acting to protect its assets. Us. The understanding left me cold. This wasn't an alien invader. This was a part of us, of our shared soul, that had evolved into a ruthless bodyguard. And now, thanks to our little ritual, it was fully awake. And it was listening. I pulled back from the connection, my breath coming fast. This was worse than I thought. It wasn't a monster to be fought. It was a guardian that didn't understand laws or morality. It only understood survival. And it thought it was doing a great job. The day passed with a weird normality. We went for a walk. We talked about mundane things. I tried to act normal, but I was constantly aware of that new layer in the back of my mind, a silent passenger. I started to notice small things. My sister would glance at a person walking toward us, and a fraction of a second later, I'd feel a tiny, assessing flicker from the presence, a quick judgment of threat level. It was learning from her conscious perceptions, too. It was integrating, just as Robert had warned, but not by taking over, by merging. That evening we were washing dishes. She was scrubbing a pot, telling me a funny story about work from before all this mess. I was drying a plate, listening, smiling. Then, from the street below, there was a sudden loud bang, a car backfiring. We both jumped, but my jump was just surprise. Hers was different. She dropped the pot into the sink with a clatter, her whole body spinning toward the window, her hands coming up in a defensive posture. Her eyes weren't scared. They were sharp, alert, scanning. For a split second, she wasn't my sister. She was a soldier. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed nervously. "Wow, that scared me," she said, picking up the pot again. But I had felt it. In that moment, the connection had flared wide open. And I hadn't felt her fear. I had felt the Guardian's response, immediate, tactical, ready. It had pushed her body into a defensive stance before her conscious mind could even process the sound. It was sharing the driver's seat now. The legal process was moving slowly, but her lawyer was optimistic. The sleepwalking defense was strong, especially with my testimony and the history we were documenting. A psychiatric evaluation was scheduled. We talked about what she should say. "Just tell the truth," I said. "You have episodes. You don't remember. You're seeking treatment." She nodded, but she looked worried. "What if they ask about the connection? About you feeling things?" "They won't," I said, more confidently than I felt. "It sounds crazy. Stick to the medical stuff." The night before her evaluation, we were both anxious. She needed to appear stable, treatable, a victim of a disorder, not a danger to society. We went to bed early. I fell into a troubled sleep, and I dreamed, but it wasn't a normal dream. It was the connection, fully active, showing me things. I saw through her eyes as she slept. I felt the Guardian's awareness, a low, humming watchfulness, patrolling the edges of her consciousness. It was sorting through the day's memories, assessing faces, places, sounds. It was learning the modern world. Then the dream shifted. I wasn't observing her anymore. I was seeing what it was planning. Images flashed, the lawyer's face, tagged with a mild potential obstacle. The judge tagged authority, unpredictable. The psychiatrist tagged analyzer, threat. It was categorizing everyone involved in her case. And then a plan formed, not in words, but in pure instinctual logic. A simple, clean solution to the legal threat. It involved a car, a late night, a patch of black ice on a road the psychiatrist took home. An accident. No weapon. No witness. Just an unfortunate tragedy that would remove a problem. I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled around me. It wasn't just reacting to immediate threats anymore. It was strategizing. It was planning preemptive strikes to clear the path for what it saw as its primary objective, our unhindered survival. And its methods were permanent. I ran to her room. She was asleep, peaceful. I shook her awake. "We have a problem," I said, my voice urgent. "A big one." I told her about the dream, about the Guardian's plan for the psychiatrist. She sat up, her face pale in the moonlight. "It wants to kill him? It wants to remove an obstacle," I corrected. "It doesn't think in terms of kill or not kill. It thinks in terms of problem and solution." "We have to stop it," she said. "But how? It's not like we can reason with it. It's not a person." I remembered the feeling of its logic, its cold, simple programming. Maybe we can't reason with it, but maybe we can give it a new order. A stronger command. "What do you mean?" Robert said we focused it by asking a question. We gave it a command to reunite, and it came closer. What if we give it a direct command about this? A rule it has to follow. It was a desperate idea. We were basically trying to reprogram a part of our own soul with a verbal command. But we had nothing else. We sat facing each other on her bed, just like before. We held hands. This time, there was no warmth, no feeling of peace. The connection felt busy, alert. "We need to be specific," I whispered. "We both need to think the same thing, hard." We closed our eyes. Together, we focused our intention, pushing it down the tether toward that watchful, strategic presence. We formed the command as clearly as we could. "You will not harm. You will not act unless there is immediate physical danger. You will stand down." We poured all our will into it. For a moment, I felt a pushback, a wave of confusion, then frustration. The logic of it didn't compute. The psychiatrist was a danger. The legal system was a threat. Standing down was illogical. We pushed harder, together, insisting. "This is the rule. You will obey." There was a shudder in the connection, a feeling of resistance folding, a sense of reluctant acceptance, like a weapon being put on safe. It wasn't happy, but it complied. The plan for the car accident dissolved from my mind's eye. We let go of each other's hands, sweating and exhausted. "Did it work?" she asked. "I think so," I said. "For now." The next day, she went to her psychiatric evaluation. I waited at home, a nervous wreck. Every minute felt like an hour. When she came back, she looked drained but relieved. "It was okay," she said. "He was thorough, asked a lot of questions. I told him about the sleepwalking, the blackouts, the fear. I didn't mention you. He thinks it's a severe dissociative disorder, likely brought on by stress. He's going to recommend treatment, not prison." It was the best news we'd had in months. A path forward that didn't involve cages. We celebrated with takeout, allowing ourselves to feel a flicker of real hope. Maybe, with the Guardian commanded to stand down, and with medical help, we could build a life around this. We could manage it. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a gentle nudge in the connection. Not a scary one. It was an alert. I focused on it. The Guardian showed me a memory from her day. A man in a coat who had stood too close to her at the bus stop after the evaluation. The Guardian had tagged him possible follower. It had prepared a response, a sharp elbow to the ribs, a foot stomp, a run. But it had not acted. It had held back because of our command. It was showing me its restraint. It was asking, in its own way, for approval. Or perhaps for the command to be lifted. It was adapting. Learning not just to assess threats, but to navigate our human rules. It was trying to communicate. This was the new normal. A constant, silent partner in our lives. A brutal guardian on a leash of our making. We had stopped a murder today. We had saved a man's life with a thought. But as I lay in bed, feeling its watchful presence like a familiar shadow in the corner of my mind, I understood the hook it had left for us. The question wasn't if it would break its leash. The question was, as it learned more about our world, our weaknesses, our complexities, would we ever be able to trust its judgment? And worse, as we relied on it more, would we ever want to let it go? We had a bodyguard now, but it lived inside our heads, and it had its own ideas about what keeping us safe really meant. Life with the Guardian settled into a strange, uneasy rhythm. It was like having a very smart, very dangerous dog that lived in your mind. It was always there, a low hum of awareness in the background of my thoughts. I learned to sense its moods, its flickers of assessment when a stranger walked too close, its quiet satisfaction when we navigated a crowded space without incident, its pulsing frustration during the long, tense meetings with lawyers. It hated the lawyers. To it, they were talkers, people who used words as weapons, and words were a threat it didn't know how to fight. We had to reinforce the command often, a mental whisper of stand down, when we felt its focus sharpen on the suited man across the table. My sister was adapting too, in her own way. She started taking self-defense classes. Not the sporty kind, but the practical, brutal kind focused on escape and disabling an attacker. She said it made her feel less like a victim. I understood. She was meeting the Guardian halfway, learning its language of movement and threat. The psychiatrist diagnosed her with a severe parasomnia, a sleep disorder with complex, goal-directed behaviors. He put her on a mild medication to try and suppress the sleep-driving part of her brain. It made her groggy during the day, but we both slept better at night. The legal case was progressing. The district attorney was under pressure. The sleepwalking defense, backed by the psychiatric report, was strong. The victim was out of his coma, but had no memory of the attack. Without a motive and with a credible medical excuse, the case was looking shaky. A plea deal was floated. A guilty plea to a lesser charge, time served in a secure psychiatric facility instead of prison, followed by strict probation. It was the best we could hope for. We discussed it for hours. Taking the deal meant admitting guilt on a permanent record. But it also meant no trial, no risk of a jury seeing her as a monster, and a clear path to eventual freedom under supervision. The Guardian didn't like it. The idea of her being locked away, even in a hospital, registered as a major threat. I had to spend a whole evening mentally holding its focus, explaining in simple concepts of short-term confinement for long-term safety. It was like reasoning with a wolf about going to the vet. The night before she was supposed to give her final answer to the deal, we had a quiet dinner at home. We were both exhausted, worn thin by the constant negotiation, with the lawyers, with the doctors, with the thing in our heads. "I think we should take it," she said, pushing her food around her plate. "I just want it to be over. I want to do my time, get the help, and move on." I nodded. I agreed. The endless tension was eating us alive. "Okay," I said. "Then that's what we do." We cleaned up, and she went to take a shower. I sat on the couch, trying to relax, letting the day's stress drain away. I tuned into the connection, checking on the Guardian. It was quiet, contemplative. It was showing me images, a map of the city, the route from my apartment to the courthouse, the layout of the psychiatric facility from the brochure we'd been given. It was studying, planning, always planning. But it felt calm, accepting. I figured it had understood the necessity. I was wrong. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was in the connection fully, but not as a witness. I was an active participant in a waking dream. I was standing in my sister's bathroom. Steam from the shower fogged the mirror. I saw her reflection, but her eyes were wrong. They held the Guardian's flat, calculating focus. Her hands were moving, not washing, but writing. With a tube of lipstick, she was writing on the fogged glass. The words were big, red, sloppy. "Not safe. Trap. Will not go." A cold dread washed through me. This wasn't a plan for tomorrow. This was a declaration of war tonight. It had been pretending to accept the deal. It had been lulling us into a sense of resolution. And now it was making its move. In the dream, her reflection turned and looked right at me, through the connection. The message wasn't for her. It was for me. It knew I was watching. Then the scene shifted. I was feeling her body move with that terrible, efficient purpose. She was getting dressed, all in dark colors. She picked up her car keys. It was going to run. It was going to make her flee, to avoid the trap of the hospital. If she ran, she'd be a fugitive. The deal would vanish. She'd be hunted. Everything would be worse. I fought against the connection, trying to push my own will back down the tether. "No. Stop. You will stand down." The pushback was immediate and fierce. A wave of primal defiance. Images flooded back at me. Cages, needles, men in white coats holding her down. all culled from her own fears and from movies. To the Guardian, the psychiatric facility was a place of helplessness, of vulnerability. It was the ultimate threat. It would not allow its charge to be delivered there. It is the only way, I screamed in my mind, to keep her safe from prison. The logic didn't connect. In its view, a concrete cell was no different from a hospital room. Both were captivity. Freedom was the only safety. I felt her hand, my hand, turn the doorknob of my apartment. She was leaving. I had to stop her physically. I wrenched myself out of the dream, out of the couch, stumbling to my feet. The apartment was dark and quiet. Her bedroom door was open, the bed empty. I heard the faint sound of the front door latch clicking shut. I ran, throwing the door open just in time to see her back disappearing down the stairwell. "Wait!" I shouted, chasing after her. I caught up to her in the parking lot, grabbing her arm. She turned, and the look on her face was a terrifying blend of her own confusion and the Guardian's rigid determination. Her eyes were wide, scared, but her mouth was set in a hard line. "Let go," she said, her voice not quite her own. "I have to go. It's not safe here." "That's not you talking," I said, holding on tight. "That's it. It's lying to you. Running is the worst thing you can do." An internal war played out on her face. Her own fear and reason fighting against the Guardian's implanted certainty. "It feels so real," she whispered, tears welling up. "The fear, it feels like my own." "I know," I said, pulling her into a hug. She resisted for a second, then collapsed against me, sobbing. The Guardian's hold broke under the wave of her genuine emotion. I led her, shaking, back upstairs. We sat on the floor in the living room, just like we had for the ritual. This wasn't about inviting or commanding anymore. This was about negotiating a peace treaty. We held hands. This time, I didn't just send thoughts to the Guardian. I spoke out loud for both of them to hear. "We need to talk. All three of us." I focused on the connection, opening it wide, letting my sister feel my resolve, and letting the Guardian feel both our united fronts. "You are part of us," I said, my voice steady. "We understand your job. To protect. We accept that." I felt a pulse of acknowledgement from the Guardian. "But you have to understand our world," my sister continued, her voice gaining strength. "You see cages. We see a path. If we run, they will chase us forever. We will always be scared. If we face this, we do our time in the hospital, we follow their rules, and then we walk out free. No more chase. That is the safest way." We sent the concept down the tether. Short-term sacrifice for long-term security. A calculated risk. The logic it could understand. We showed it images not of fear, but of a future. The two of us, years from now, in a park laughing free, no one looking for us. The ultimate goal of its programming, permanent, sustainable safety. The connection thrummed with intense calculation. The Guardian was weighing the options. It ran scenarios, flight, fight, submission. It evaluated the odds of success for each. We felt its process, cold and lightning fast. Finally, a consensus reached us, not as words, but as a settled, reluctant agreement. It would allow the path of the deal. It would stand down, but with a condition. A single, clear imperative echoed back to us. Protect each other. Always. It wasn't just a command for itself. It was a rule for all three of us. We agreed. The tension bled out of the room. The Guardian's presence receded from the forefront, returning to its watchful post, but the feeling was different. Less like a warden, more like a partner. A dangerous, volatile partner, but one that had finally listened to reason. The next day, she accepted the plea deal. The following week, she was transferred to the secure psychiatric facility. It was a nice enough place, more like a dorm with locks than a prison. Visiting hours were strict, but I was there as often as I could be. The Guardian was quiet there. It approved of the routine, the clear boundaries, the lack of external threats. It saw the doctors as keepers, not immediate dangers. She worked hard in therapy, learning to manage stress, to build walls in her mind to contain the sleep drives. The medication helped. Months passed. The world outside moved on. My life became a cycle of work, visits, and the constant, low-level awareness of the connection. I could feel her boredom, her frustration, her moments of hope. I could feel the Guardian's satisfaction when a particularly annoying orderly was transferred to another wing. We were a system balanced, however precariously. The day of her release finally came. She walked out the doors with a single bag of belongings, squinting in the sunlight. She looked older, wiser, tired but clean. We hugged for a long time, not saying anything, Everything was said through the tether: relief, love, caution, hope. She moved back into her old apartment. We got her set up. Probation meant regular check-ins, a curfew, continued therapy. It was a leash, but a manageable one. We had dinner that night, a celebration. For the first time in over a year, there was no immediate sword hanging over our heads. We were out of the woods. We had survived. Later, as I drove home to my own apartment, I felt a deep, unfamiliar sensation: peace. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of stability. We had faced the monster, not with fists, but with words and will. We had tamed the guardian, not by locking it away, but by giving it a better mission. We were whole in a messy, complicated way. I pulled into my parking spot and turned off the car. I sat for a moment in the dark, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I reached out gently through the connection, a goodnight check-in. I felt her, already asleep, dreaming a normal, boring dream about grocery shopping. And I felt the guardian, a sentinel in the dark, watching over her sleep. Its presence was calm, protective. It sent back a single, clear pulse, like a nod. Everything was as it should be. I went upstairs, got ready for bed, and slipped under the covers. As I drifted off, the last conscious thought I had was a simple, grateful one. It was over. We had won. But just as sleep took me, the connection, which had been a still pool, gave one last, almost imperceptible ripple. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a plan. It was a question. A simple, curious query sent from the guardian's watchful mind to mine, accompanied by an image it had pulled from the depths of our shared memory. The image was of Robert, the observer, smiling his thin smile. And the question it asked, with the pure, logical curiosity of a child picking up a strange tool, was, what is his purpose now? The guardian's question hung in the back of my mind like a ghost. What is his purpose now? For weeks, I tried to ignore it. We had peace. We had stability. My sister was home, navigating probation and building a new, careful life. The guardian was a settled, if intense, presence. We had a system. Why poke the past? But the question was a seed, and it grew. Robert, the observer, he had walked away from us in that water plant, his data collected, his experiment concluded. He had seen us as a finished project. But what does a scientist do with a completed experiment? He writes his paper. He publishes. He shares the findings. The thought crept in slowly, chillingly. Our lives, our terror, the man in the coma, it was all data to him. And data has value. I started looking carefully online. Not on the normal web, but in the stranger corners I'd learned to navigate during our worst days. I used throwaway accounts, routed my searches through layers of privacy programs. I looked for mentions of tether research, parasitic empathy amplification, bipolar soul manifestation. The crazy stuff. And then I found it. Not on the old forum, which had gone dark. On a new site, sleek and professional looking, hidden behind a paywall and a membership questionnaire about advanced parapsychological studies. I couldn't access the papers, but I could see the titles. One title made my blood stop moving. Case Study A and B. Directed polarization of a shared psychic tether and its applications in covert operational security. The author was listed as R.S. The abstract was a single chilling line. A field demonstration of non-local operational execution via dissociative proxy, with full sensory feedback to a stationary observer. They had written a paper. About us. They had turned our nightmare into an academic article. And the words covert operational security and non-local operational execution meant one thing. Someone somewhere might want to use what he had learned. Not to understand souls, but to create untraceable soldiers. The peace I had felt shattered like glass. I didn't tell my sister right away. She was fragile, finding her footing. But I had to know more. I had to find Robert. I had to know what he had done with his knowledge. I remembered the way he talked, his calm, academic tone. He wouldn't have sold his research to some shadowy government agency in a back alley. He would have presented it at a conference. A very specific, very private conference. I dug deeper, using every digital trick I'd taught myself. I looked for private symposia on non-standard consciousness studies, for defense contractors with fringe research divisions. It was a needle in a haystack made of fog, but I had an advantage the normal world didn't. A direct line to a part of my own mind that thought like a predator. One evening, as my sister slept, I sat at my computer and opened the connection wide. I didn't just feel for the guardian. I focused on my memory of Robert, his face, his voice, his smell of old paper and faint chemical cleaner. I pushed that memory down the tether, toward the guardian's analytical mind. I asked it, not with words, but with intent. Find the threat. Find the source. The Guardian, always alert to the concept of a threat, engaged with a focus that was terrifying. It wasn't searching the internet. It was searching me. It combed through every sensory detail of my memories of Robert, every word he'd said. It analyzed his phrasing, his confidence, his arrogance. It saw him not as a person, but as a target profile. And then it showed me something, a memory I had forgotten. When he gave us the Ouija board at our 10th birthday party, he had been talking to our father. He'd handed our dad a business card saying, "If the girls ever have any more fascinating episodes, do let me know. It's my field." My father had laughed and tucked the card into his wallet. A business card, 20 years ago. My father was a pack rat. He still had the same battered leather wallet he'd carried for decades. A wild, desperate hope flared. The next day, I drove to my parents' house under the pretense of a casual visit. I helped my dad fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. As he worked, his wallet sat on the counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. When he went to the basement for a tool, I grabbed it. My hands shook as I flipped through the old, plastic sleeves. Receipts from 10 years ago, faded photos, membership cards to clubs that no longer existed. And there, behind a grocery store loyalty card, was a simple, cream-colored card. The ink was faded but readable. Dr. Robert Seger, Parapsychology Research Consortium. And below, a phone number and an old P.O. box address. No email, no website. It was a relic, but it was a start. Back home, I stared at the card. Calling the number was useless. It was certainly disconnected. The P.O. box was likely closed. But the name, Dr. Robert Seger, and the organization, Parapsychology Research Consortium, that was something. I went back online, now with a name and an official-sounding group. This time, the search yielded traces. Old mentions in archived newsletters from the 90s, linking the PRC to Defense Department grants for enhanced human perception studies. Obituaries for other members, calling them controversial visionaries. And one recent, very quiet mention in a blog about the history of psychic research. A note that Seger had been a keynote speaker at a small, private colloquium in Switzerland the previous year, hosted by a foundation called the Delphi Group. The Delphi Group's website was a masterpiece of saying nothing. It described itself as a forum for forward-thinking individuals to discuss the horizons of human potential. Its board of advisors was a list of names I didn't recognize, but their titles were things like former deputy director, advanced projects, and CEO Ether Dynamics. These were not academics. These were spooks and contractors. Robert hadn't just published a paper. He was consulting. He was selling his expertise. And we were his proof of concept. I had to confront him. I had to make him understand he couldn't do this. I crafted an email to the generic address on the Delphi Group's site. I kept it vague but menacing. Dr. Seger, regarding case study A and B, the subjects are aware of your continued interest. A conversation is required, discreetly, or the data becomes noisy. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one 12 hours later. It was from a different address. It contained a time, a date, and the address of a private members club in the city, the kind of place with a doorman and no sign out front. The email was signed simply, R. We had to go together. My sister insisted. "He's my monster too," she said, her jaw set. The Guardian, sensing a direct threat to the source of our torment, was a coiled spring of anticipation. It approved. The club was all dark wood and deep carpets. We were shown to a private room in the back. Robert was there, sipping mineral water. He looked the same, just in a more expensive suit. He didn't seem surprised to see both of us. "You found me," he said, gesturing to chairs. "I wondered if you would. You wrote a paper about us." I said, not sitting down. "You're talking to weapons people." "I'm talking to theorists," he corrected. "People who fund research into the furthest edges of human capability. Your case is illustrative." "It's our life," my sister snapped. "You turned us into a case study. That man in the coma, is he an illustrative data point too?" For the first time, a flicker of something like discomfort crossed his face. The escalation was unfortunate, but it proved the efficacy of the tether under extreme stress. The sensory feedback you received was flawless. From a research perspective, it was a breakthrough. I felt the Guardian's rage flare in the connection, a hot, black wave. My sister took a step forward, and I felt her body humming with its borrowed tension. Robert saw it. He didn't flinch, but his eyes grew sharper, more interested. "Fascinating," he murmured. The integration is more complete than I projected. You've reached an accord. We're not your lab rats anymore, I said, stepping between him and my sister. You need to destroy your research. All of it. You need to stop talking about us. He smiled that thin smile. It's too late for that. The genie is out of the bottle. The principles are documented. The interest is significant. What interest? I demanded. He leaned back. Imagine a soldier who can undertake a mission while physically asleep in a bunker miles away, piloted by a handler with no physical link. Imagine an intelligence asset who can experience an interrogation firsthand to better prepare for their own. The applications for deniable operations are limitless. Your tether, ladies, is the ultimate secure, wireless communication system, and we now know how to create one. He had done it. He had broken our bond down into a blueprint. You can't control it, my sister said, her voice low. It's not a machine. It's a part of a person. A dangerous part. Control is a matter of conditioning and parameters, he said dismissively, as you've so crudely demonstrated with your stand-down commands. With proper training from childhood, with the right catalysts, a usable agent pair could be cultivated. Reliable. Focused. He was talking about making more of us, raising more twins to be weapons. The horror was so vast it was numbing. We had come to stop him, but we were too late. The knowledge was out. Why are you telling us this? I asked. Because, he said, putting down his glass, you represent a unique problem. You are the prototype, and prototypes are often retired, but you've proven remarkably resilient. You've achieved a stable symbiosis I considered impossible. That makes you even more valuable, and more dangerous to my sponsor's future projects. They would see you as a loose end. The threat was clear. We were a liability to the people who wanted to build what we were. So what do you want? I said. A bargain, Robert said. You leave me and my work alone. You live your quiet, monitored lives. You do not interfere. In return, I keep my sponsors from viewing you as a threat that needs to be cleaned up. I can cite your stability as a success, not a risk. He was offering us our lives in exchange for our silence, letting him go on to potentially ruin other lives. We looked at each other. The connection was wide open, humming with our shared fury, our shared fear, our shared understanding. We didn't need words. The Guardian's logic merged with our own. This man was the root threat, the source. Eliminating him would not erase the knowledge, but it would remove its greatest advocate. It would send a message. It would protect us, and it would be justice. A plan formed between us instantly, a three-way consensus. It was cold, clean, and brutal. We didn't speak it. We just knew. My sister's face went calm, the Guardian's focus settling over her like a veil. She took a step toward Robert. He finally looked uneasy, leaning back in his chair. This is a civilized place, he said, a warning in his voice. I know, my sister said, her voice perfectly even. And we're going to be very civilized. She reached out and picked up his glass of mineral water. She took a slow sip, her eyes never leaving his. Then she held the glass out to me. I took it, my hand steady. I took a sip as well. A shared drink. A shared moment. A shared decision. We put the glass down. We accept your bargain, I said. We'll be quiet. You keep your dogs off our leash. Robert looked relieved, then smug. He had won. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. A wise choice. You'll be left in peace. He walked us to the door of the club, the picture of professional courtesy. We shook his hand, one after the other. A civil goodbye. We didn't speak in the car going home. The connection was a torrent of synchronized action. The Guardian was accessing everything we knew about Robert, his habits, his health, his paranoia. It was designing a solution. Not a pipe in an alley. Something elegant, untraceable. Something that would look like the natural consequence of a man who played with forces he didn't truly understand. 2 days later, Robert Seger was found dead in his home office. The official cause was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A tragic, sudden stroke. The police found nothing out of the ordinary. His computer was gone, wiped clean by a sophisticated virus that triggered the same night. His paper files were in disarray, but nothing seemed missing. His sponsors at the Delphi Group would find his research notes corrupted, his conclusions unverified. The prototype had malfunctioned, the data lost. A dead end. We read the news in my apartment, sitting side by side on the couch. We felt no triumph, only a cold, quiet finality. The route was cut. The Guardian was satisfied. The threat was neutralized. We had protected ourselves. We had become what he made us. That was a month ago. Life has returned to its new normal. My sister's probation officer is pleased with her progress. The therapy continues. We see each other often. We laugh sometimes. The connection is always there, a quiet hum, a third heartbeat in the room. The guardian is part of us, a settled, watchful partner. It is content. Its primary objective, our safety, has been achieved. The external threat is gone. But sometimes, late at night, I lie awake and feel the tether, not as a link to my sister, but as a thing in itself. A channel that was opened, amplified, and weaponized. And I remember Robert's words. The principles are documented. The interest is significant. We stopped one man. We destroyed one copy of the blueprint. But the idea is out there now, in the minds of powerful, curious people who attended his talks, who read the early drafts. The genie is out of the bottle. We are safe. For now. But as I finally drift to sleep, the last thing I feel is not the Guardian's watchful peace. It's a new, faint signal on the line, a distant, static whisper that isn't from my sister and isn't from me. It's just a flicker, a ghost of a thought that feels both familiar and alien, asking a question in a voice that is not our own. Can you hear us? Story number 6. My name is Frank, and I'm the guy you call when a mysterious old crate shows up at the museum where I work. I'm the one who unpacks history, who figures out what's valuable and what's just old junk. And let me tell you, the day the Harrow parlor set arrived was a day I will never forget. It started like any other delivery, with the rumble of a truck and the grunts of the movers. But the moment they wheeled that big wooden box into our receiving area, the air changed. It got this feeling, like the quiet right before a thunderstorm. My boss, a woman who usually only gets excited about budget reports, was practically buzzing, patting the crate like it was a winning racehorse. We'd been trying to get this collection for years. A full set of furniture and knickknacks from a famous old family who met a very bad end a long time ago. Everyone was talking about the silver letter opener, the one the newspapers whispered was the murder weapon. But for me, the thrill was in the whole story, in touching the pieces of a real-life mystery. I got my tools ready, my gloves, my clipboard, my camera, and I started prying open the crate. The wood creaked and the smell hit me first. Every collection has a smell. Dust, mothballs, sometimes a hint of perfume. This one was different. It smelled like dried lavender, like the sharp tang of firecrackers after they go off, and underneath it all, a weird coppery smell like holding a handful of old pennies. It was not a pleasant smell. It was a remembering smell. My boss chattered away about display cases and press releases while I carefully pulled out the pieces, wrapped in brittle old paper. A velvet footstool, a pair of tarnished candlesticks, a small clock stopped forever at 1:15 midnight. I wrote everything down, my pen scratching in the quiet room. Then I got to the last item, nestled in its own little compartment. It wasn't the fancy letter opener. It was a Ouija board. Just a simple wooden board made of walnut with the alphabet painted on in faded black, a moon and sun in the corners, and that little heart-shaped pointer they call a planchette. It looked so ordinary, so much like the toy version I had as a kid, that I almost laughed. But I didn't, because when I put my white gloves on and lifted it out, the planchette, which was just sitting in the center, felt freezing cold. Not cool, not chilly, but deep down, bone-aching cold, like it had been sitting in a snowbank. The wood of the board itself was room temperature, but that little pointer was an ice cube. "Feel this," I said, holding it out to my boss. She tapped it with a finger and shrugged. "It's cold." "So what?" "This whole dock is drafty. Probably just the type of wood." But I knew it wasn't. I've handled hundreds of wooden objects, and none of them ever felt like that. It was a wrong feeling. I put it aside on my work table and finished unpacking the famous letter opener. It was sharp and beautiful and sinister, but it felt normal, just heavy metal. For the rest of the afternoon, I focused on my job. I took pictures of each item for our records, my camera clicking in the empty stillness of the after-hours archives. I wrote detailed notes. Harrow parlor set, circa 1890s. Oak and velvet, signs of wear consistent with age. Normal, boring archivist work. But my eyes kept drifting back to that Ouija board sitting alone under the bright work light. It looked so innocent. It felt like it was watching me. Once everything was logged, I started setting up the permanent display case in our Gilded Age Tragedies wing. The case was a big glass box where visitors could see everything arranged nicely. I placed the footstool, the candlesticks, the stop clock. I positioned the letter opener on a stand of its own, its sharp point gleaming under the LED lights. Finally, with a strange reluctance, I picked up the Ouija board. That cold planchette was still nestled in the center. I quickly placed the whole board on a velvet stand at the back of the display, wanting to be done with it. As I leaned in to adjust the angle, I saw my own reflection in the glass. I looked tired, my hair messy from a long day. But for just a flicker of a second, something was off. In the reflection, it looked like my hand wasn't outside the case adjusting it, but inside the case, and it was resting right on top of that planchette. I jumped back, my heart giving a solid thump against my chest. I blinked and looked again. It was just my normal reflection, my hands clearly outside the glass. I shook my head, blaming tired eyes and a long day. I finished up, locked the case, and walked back to my desk, the click of my shoes on the polished floor too loud in the empty hallways. I had to finish the computer catalog entries. The museum was silent, just the hum of the servers in the next room. I uploaded the photos from my camera to the database. I opened the folder, and my blood went still. The pictures of the footstool were fine. The pictures of the clock were perfect. The pictures of the letter opener were crystal clear. But every single photo of the Ouija board was messed up. The board itself was in focus, the wood grain sharp, but the planchette was a total blur. In one photo, it was a smudge over the letter. In another, a fuzzy streak near goodbye. It looked like it had been vibrating or moving during the split second the camera's shutter was open. But that was impossible. It had sat perfectly still on my table. There was no draft strong enough to move it. No one had touched it. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I told myself it was a technical glitch. Maybe the camera's sensor was failing. Maybe the focus was messed up. A sensible, logical explanation. Not wanting to have blurry photos in the official record, I highlighted all the bad pictures and deleted them. The click of the mouse sounded final. I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and went back to typing the display placard descriptions. The words started swimming on the screen. The long day and the late hour caught up with me. I must have put my head down on my arms for just a minute, lulled by the hum of the computers. A sudden jerk woke me up. My neck was stiff. The digital clock on my computer screen glowed in the dark room. 2:14 a.m. I had fallen asleep at my desk. I groaned, rubbing my face, and reached to turn off my desk lamp. The light fell on my notepad, the one where I'd been scribbling my official notes earlier. My neat, printed handwriting filled the page. But there, in the bottom margin, was something else. Scrawled in a frantic, rushing script, pressed so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper, were 3 words: "Ask about the maid." I stared. The handwriting was undeniably mine. I could see my own familiar loops and slants. But I had no memory of writing it. None. I didn't know anything about a maid. The Harrow family had servants, of course, but no specific maid was mentioned in any of the paperwork I'd read. It felt like a message from a dream, a thought that had bubbled up from somewhere deep and desperate. It creeped me out, but I was also exhausted. "You're losing it, Frank," I muttered to the empty room. I circled the words with my pen, thinking I'd ask the research librarian about it in the morning, and then I shoved the notepad into my desk drawer, wanting it out of sight. I shut down my computer, grabbed my coat, and headed out into the night. The walk to my car in the empty parking lot felt longer than usual. Every shadow seemed deeper. I drove home in a quiet daze, the streetlights washing over my dashboard in regular, orange waves. I went through my normal routine, locked the door, brushed my teeth, and fell into bed, hoping sleep would reset my brain. That's when the real dream came. It wasn't a nightmare of blood or screams. It was eerily calm. I was in a grand, beautiful parlor, much fancier than the one we'd recreated at the museum. The air was warm and smelled of cigar smoke and roses. People in elegant old-fashioned clothes laughed and talked, but their voices were muffled, like I was hearing them from underwater. I wasn't me. I was someone else, shorter, dressed in a stiff, plain uniform. My arms ached, and when I looked down, I was holding a heavy silver tray laden with crystal glasses, my fingers straining under the weight. I wasn't part of the party. I was just moving through it, invisible, a silent observer carrying a burden. I woke up suddenly, gasping, the first gray light of dawn coming through my window. My right arm, the one that had been under my pillow, was throbbing with a deep, dull ache, as if I really had been holding something heavy for a long time. I lay there, perfectly still, the feeling of that silver tray imprinted on my muscles, the buzz of that phantom party still ringing in my ears. The dream felt more real than the room around me, and with a certainty that settled into my bones like that strange cold from the planchette, I knew it wasn't just a dream. It was a memory, but it wasn't mine. The week after the dream was a weird one, where I jumped at every little sound and found myself staring at the display case from across the room for way too long. The note about the maid was still in my desk drawer, a secret piece of craziness I didn't want anyone to see. So I tried to forget it and just do my job. But the museum itself seemed to be in on the joke. Security systems, see, are built to keep things out. We have motion sensors, cameras, the whole deal to protect the stuff inside from people getting in. It never once occurred to me to wonder what we might be locking in there with us all day. That thought came later, courtesy of the night guard. He was an older guy, a retired police officer who had seen just about everything and believed in exactly none of it. He was all about facts, logs, and procedures. He wasn't a friend, really, but we were friendly, sharing a nod and a comment about the weather during shift changes. A few mornings after I'd woken up with that sore arm, he caught me as I was coming in, his usual steady expression replaced by a tight, focused look I recognized from his cop days. It was the look of a man who had seen a fact he couldn't explain. He didn't say hello. He just held up his logbook, a thick binder with times and codes written in neat block letters. "You got a second?" he asked, his voice low. He led me over to the security monitor desk, out of earshot of the other early staff. "Take a look at this," he said, pointing a thick finger at 3 entries, each a day apart. Each one read, 3:07 a.m., motion trigger, Gallery 7B, Harrow exhibit. Video review, signal interruption. Gallery secure upon visual check. He looked at me, his eyes serious. Signal interruption means the feed goes to static for exactly 3 seconds. Every time. Then it comes back, and the room is empty. Nothing on camera. But the motion sensor, that's a different system. It says something moved. I felt that coppery taste from the crate smell come back into my mouth. A glitch? I suggested, my voice sounding thin. Maybe a wiring thing? A mouse? He shook his head slowly. The sensor is on the ceiling. A mouse doesn't jump that high. The wiring for that camera was brand new 6 months ago. I checked it myself yesterday. It's perfect. He leaned closer, and I could smell his coffee breath. I don't believe in ghosts, he said, the words deliberate. I believe in facts. The fact is, something in that room is moving at 3:07 in the morning, and the cameras don't want to see it. That statement from him rocked me more than any blurry photo ever could. He was the most solid, unshakable person I knew. If he was worried, then there was something real to worry about. We stood there for a minute, not saying anything, a silent agreement passing between us. He didn't want to report a haunting and look like a fool to his former cop buddies. I didn't want my prized exhibit, my professional baby, to get a reputation for being weird or worse, to be shut down for an investigation. So we made a pact without saying a word. We would keep it between us. He would keep watching the logs. I would. I didn't know what I would do. I decided to follow the only clue I had, the one my own sleeping hand had written. On my lunch break, I went down into the deep archives, the part of the basement where we kept the unprocessed files, the boxes of stuff that hadn't been digitized yet. It was cooler down there, and the air was still. I found the section for the Harrow estate and started digging through boxes of old bills and correspondence. It was tedious work, my eyes straining in the low light. Then, in a folder of household payroll records, I found it. A single-line entry, dated a month before the famous murders. Elsie, housemaid, dismissed. Final wages withheld. No reason given. No forwarding address. Just gone. Elsie, the maid. My skin went all prickly. How did I know that? How could I have written that note? I told myself it was coincidence, that maybe I'd skimmed the record weeks ago and forgotten, and my subconscious had dug it up. It was the only sensible explanation, so I clung to it. I photocopied the page and tucked it away, my secret growing. Things seemed to calm down for a couple of days. No more sensor triggers, according to the guard. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was all in our heads. Then came the morning with the letter opener. I was the first one into the Harrow exhibit, turning on the lights with my usual routine. The case looked fine at first glance. The footstool, the clock, the Ouija board in the back. Then my eyes landed on the letter opener. It was on its stand, but it wasn't lying flat like I'd left it. It was propped up, its sharp, pointed tip leaning against the vertical support of the display stand at a perfect 45-degree angle. And it was pointing right at the exhibit entrance, right where I was standing. A jolt of pure electricity went down my spine. That was impossible. The case was locked. I had the only key during the day. I fumbled with my keyring, my hands shaking, and unlocked the case. The air inside smelled faintly of lavender and metal. I reached in, ignoring every preservation rule I knew, and picked up the letter opener. The moment my gloved fingers closed around the cool silver handle, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the edge of the display case. My mouth flooded with a sweet, syrupy taste, like fancy sherry, a taste I hated. I saw a quick flash behind my eyes, a laughing woman's face, a swirl of a dark dress, a feeling of wild anger that wasn't mine. I dropped the letter opener back onto its stand with a clatter that echoed in the empty gallery. I stood there, breathing hard, the taste fading slowly. What was that? Stress? A panic attack? I locked the case again, my professional mind scrambling for an excuse if anyone had seen me. Checking the mount stability, I mumbled to the empty room. The rest of the day was a blur. I couldn't focus. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that angled blade pointing at me. I decided to work late, thinking paperwork would drown out the noise in my head. I must have fallen asleep at my desk again, because I woke up with a stiff neck and a dry mouth. The museum was deep in its nighttime quiet. As I stood up to leave, my desk lamp cast a low circle of light on the floor. And there, in the dust on the dark polished wood, I saw them. Footprints. Faint, but definitely there. One set, from the tread of my own shoes, led from the side of my desk to the closed office door. Another set, slightly overlapped, led back from the door to my desk chair. A perfect little trail. As if I had gotten up, walked to the door, and then walked back while I was asleep. I hadn't heard a thing. I hadn't remembered a thing. I stood frozen, staring at that pathetic loop in the dust. Sleepwalking. That had to be it. The stress, the weird hours. It was a known thing. It explained the note, maybe even the dream. It did not explain the letter opener. But I latched onto the idea like a life preserver. A medical thing. A sane thing. Something I could fix with more sleep and less coffee. I cleaned up the footprints, my heart pounding with a weary, frightened rhythm. I went home, took a sleeping pill from an old prescription, and crashed into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I felt almost normal. The guard gave me a nod, his face neutral. No new entries in the log. The letter opener was lying flat and innocent in its case. I started to believe I had imagined the angle, the taste, the dizziness. I buried myself in work, processing a new donation of antique dolls. Anything to stay away from Gallery 7B. At the end of the day, as I was packing up, my boss came by looking concerned. "You look tired," she said. "Everything okay with the Harrow display?" "No more. Chills." She said it like a joke, but her eyes were searching. "Everything's perfect," I said, maybe too quickly. "Just a lot of late nights." She smiled, not quite convinced. "Well, don't burn yourself out. It's a great exhibit. You should be proud." Her words were kind, but they felt like a weight. I was proud, and that's why I couldn't tell her any of this. I couldn't risk it. I was the expert. I couldn't be the guy who got spooked by an old board game and started sleepwalking. So I kept my mouth shut. That night, I decided to be smart. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, and right next to it, I placed my digital voice recorder, the one I used for interviews. I switched it on to record. If I was sleepwalking, maybe I would talk. Maybe I would hear myself get up, and it would prove it was just a weird sleep thing. Then I could see a doctor, get some pills, and be done with it. The thought was comforting. I fell asleep faster than I expected. The sleep was dark and solid, thanks to the pill from the night before. I didn't dream of parlors or trays. I woke up with the sun, feeling more rested than I had in weeks. I almost didn't check the recorder, but I did. I picked it up, pressed stop, and rewound it. I took a deep breath and hit play. The first part was just the rustle of sheets, my own steady breathing. Then, the clear sound of me sitting up, the creak of the bed springs. My footsteps, slow and deliberate, walking across the bedroom floor. A pause. Then my own voice, clear as day on the recording, but slurred and thick with sleep, uttering a single sentence I have never, in my waking life, ever thought. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. The recording ended there. I sat on the edge of my bed, the recorder cold in my hand, staring at the blank wall. I had my proof. I was sleepwalking. I was saying strange things. It was a problem with my brain, not with the museum. It was a sane, rational explanation. And yet, as I sat there, a colder, more terrifying realization was dawning. The voice on the recorder was mine. But the words, the secret it spoke, those weren't mine at all. Someone else was using my mouth. And that someone knew things about the Harrow house that weren't in any of the files. The words from the recorder played on a loop in my head all morning. A creepy little song I couldn't turn off. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. I had no idea what it meant. What key? Who was she? The maid? The socialite who owned the letter opener? My rational mind was in full retreat, and the part of me that was just scared was taking over. I went to work feeling like a fraud, smiling at my boss and my colleagues while this secret panic buzzed inside my skull like a trapped wasp. The guard gave me a long look when I came in, but he didn't say anything. The museum felt different that day, less like a place of quiet history, and more like a stage where something was about to happen, and I was the only one who didn't have a script. I tried to lose myself in my work, cataloging those antique dolls, but their glassy stares seemed to follow me. The day dragged on, each hour feeling longer than the last. I thought about going home early, claiming a headache, but something kept me there, a dreadful curiosity. I ate dinner at my desk, the cafeteria sandwich tasting like cardboard, and I must have dozed off again, because the next thing I knew, my phone was screaming on the desk, shattering the quiet of the empty office. The screen glowed with the guard's number. My heart immediately tried to climb out of my throat. I fumbled for the phone, my fingers numb. Hello. My voice was a croak. His voice was on the other end, tight and low, all business, but with an edge of something I'd never heard from him before, a controlled kind of fear. You need to come in. Now. What is it? The censors again. I asked, already grabbing my coat. Worse, he said. Don't talk to anyone. Don't call anyone. Just come straight to the Victorian wing. Use the staff entrance by the loading dock. I'll be there. The line went dead. The drive to the museum was a blur of streetlights and my own racing thoughts. I parked in the back, my hands slick on the steering wheel. The loading dock door was propped open with a brick, a sliver of ugly yellow light spilling out. He was waiting just inside, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. He didn't speak, just jerked his head for me to follow. We moved through the back corridors, our footsteps the only sound in the huge, dark building. The usual night lights were on, casting long, strange shadows from the covered exhibits. When we reached the entrance to the Victorian furniture wing, he stopped and put a hand on my arm. His grip was firm. "Brace yourself," he said, his voice a rough whisper. Then he pushed the door open. The wing was bathed in the deep red glow of the emergency exit signs. It made everything look unreal, like a photograph developed in blood. The usual scene was a peaceful tableau of mannequins in period clothes having tea or reading books. Not anymore. The 4 mannequins had been moved. They were now arranged in a tight circle around a central tea table. Their poses were all wrong. They weren't standing genteelly. They were slumped, their postures loose and terrible, like puppets whose strings had been cut. One was sprawled in a wingback chair, its head lolling back. Another was crumpled on the floor near the table leg. A third was leaning against the fireplace mantel, as if it had slid down. And the fourth, the one dressed as a gentleman, was seated at the table, its plastic hand closed around something that glinted red in the exit light. It took my brain a second to understand what I was seeing. My professional mind, the part that was still working, recognized the object in the mannequin's grip. It was the Harrow letter opener. It was here, not in its case in Gallery 7B. It was here, and it was pointed at the chest of the mannequin slumped in the chair. My eyes swept the scene again, and that's when the real horror clicked into place. I knew this arrangement. I had studied the one existing, blurry police photograph of the Harrow parlor after the murders. This was it. This was a perfect, terrible copy. A sound escaped my mouth, something between a gasp and a whimper. The guard was watching me, his expression unreadable. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and then held it up next to the awful scene. On his phone was the scanned image from our archives, the black and white photo of the real tragedy. He moved the phone, comparing. The mannequin in the chair matched the position of the father. The one on the floor matched the younger son. The one by the fireplace was the daughter. And the gentleman at the table with the letter opener was the socialite, the one who had supposedly killed them all before turning the blade on herself. It was a perfect match. Every angle, every limp limb, it was a meticulous recreation. How? I breathed the word, my lungs refusing to work properly. The board, the guard said, his voice flat. He pointed to the center of the tea table. I hadn't seen it at first, my eyes stuck on the letter opener. But there it was, the Ouija board. It sat right in the middle of the table, like the centerpiece of a deranged dinner party. And the planchette, that cold little heart, was resting, perfectly centered on the word goodbye. A wave of dizziness hit me. worse than when I'd touched the letter opener. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was a message, a demonstration, and my handwriting was all over it. Literally. The guard shone his flashlight on the small, elegant placards that usually described the furniture. Someone had written on them in black marker. In my handwriting, neat, curving letters that spelled out not historical facts, but fragments. On the card near the mannequin in the chair, it read, "He heard her arguing on the stairs." On the card by the one on the floor, "He tried to run for the front door." I stared, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. I had no memory of this. None. But the proof was right there, in my own hand. "We have to clean this up," the guard said, his practical cop voice cutting through my panic. "Before the day staff gets here in." He checked his watch. 4 hours. "Clean it up." I echoed, stupidly. This is evidence." "Evidence of what?" He shot back, his eyes hard. "Of a haunting? They'll shut this whole wing down. They'll fire you for vandalism or a psychotic break. They'll think I'm a senile old man who missed an intruder. This stays between us." He was right. The sheer professional shame, the ridicule, the loss of everything I'd worked for. It was a sharper, more immediate fear than the supernatural one. We became conspirators in that moment, bound by this awful secret. We got to work. Moving the mannequins was creepy. They were limp and awkward, their glass eyes staring at nothing. As I lifted the gentleman mannequin to pry the letter opener from its grip, I saw something on the floor. Deep, fresh gouges in the polished wood, right where the base of the mannequin had been. It looked like someone had taken its feet and twisted it violently into that exact position, grinding the base into the floor. The strength that would have taken, it was far beyond mine. I looked at my hands. The guard saw the marks too. He didn't say anything, just shook his head and kept working. We put the furniture back. We took down the defaced placards, putting them in a trash bag to burn later. I picked up the Ouija board. It felt normal, just wood. The planchette was room temperature. I carried it back to Gallery 7, be like a sleepwalker myself. The display case was still locked. I had to use my key. The case was empty where the board should have been. How did it get out? I placed it back on its velvet stand, my hands trembling. I returned the letter opener last, laying it flat on its stand, making sure it wouldn't move. We finished just as the first gray light of dawn started to seep through the high windows. We stood in the now normal-looking Victorian wing, breathing hard, two men who had just buried a secret. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice raw. "You go home," he said. "You call in sick. You say the stress got to you. You say you've been having episodes, sleepwalking. You get ahead of it." It was the only play. So that's what I did. I went home, showered in water so hot it scalded my skin, and then I called my boss. I told her I was having a hard time, that I was having blackouts, sleepwalking, that I needed some time off. I could hear the concern in her voice, and beneath it, the faint hint of doubt. She agreed to a 2-week leave. I was both relieved and utterly terrified. Relieved to be away from the museum. Terrified to be alone with whatever was inside me. I spent the next day in a haze, jumping at every sound in my apartment. I tried to read, to watch TV, but my mind was back in that red-lit room with the slumped mannequins. That night, as I was unpacking my work bag, I found something in the pocket of my jacket. I hadn't worn this jacket to the museum the night before. I had been wearing a different one. I reached in and pulled out a small, curled sliver of wood. It was pale with a dark stain. I held it under the lamp. It was walnut. And the stain wasn't a stain. It was a tiny bit of faded black paint, with the very edge of a curved letter. It was a piece of the Ouija board's frame. A piece that had been shaved off recently. The last thing I remembered was sealing that board in its case. A cold, solid certainty settled in my stomach, heavier than any fear. The sleepwalking, the voice on the recorder, the recreated murder scene. It wasn't just happening at the museum. It had followed me home. The board hadn't left the museum on its own. I had taken it. I had brought a piece of it back with me. And if I could bring a piece of it home in my sleep, what else was I capable of doing without knowing? The 2-week leave stretched ahead of me, not as a respite, but as a sentence. I was now a prisoner in my own apartment, with a cellmate I couldn't see and didn't understand. The mystery of the Harrow House was no longer a historical puzzle. It was a live thing, and it was using me to write its next chapter. I locked my doors, closed my blinds, and sat in the middle of my living room, staring at that sliver of walnut wood on the coffee table, wondering what key the maid had taken, and more importantly, what door it was meant to open. The terror of sleepwalking isn't the part where you lose control. It's the moment you come back and find your hands have been busy while you were gone. That first full day of my forced leave, I woke up on the living room floor, my cheek pressed against the cold hardwood, and my whole body ached like I'd been moving furniture. The morning sun was too bright, slicing through the blinds. I pushed myself up, groaning, and then I saw it. My living room wasn't how I left it. The coffee table was pushed to the side. In the center of the open floor, someone had made a little scene. My good steak knife from the kitchen was lying on its side. My expensive silk scarf, a birthday gift I never wore, was arranged in a weird zigzag pattern next to it. All the photo frames from the bookshelf were lined up in a row, but the pictures of my family and friends were gone, taken out and stacked neatly to the side, leaving just empty frames staring like blind eyes. My heart started that familiar, awful pounding. This was smaller than the museum tableau, more intimate, and 1,000 times more invasive. This was in my home. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there in my pajamas, feeling cold all over. It was so deliberate, so carefully arranged, but it meant nothing to me. It was like looking at a sentence in a language I couldn't read. My first, ridiculous instinct was to clean it up, to erase the evidence before I had to admit it to myself. But I stopped. The archivist part of my brain, the part that cataloged and documented, kicked in through the fear. This was data. Twisted, terrifying data, but data all the same. I got my phone and took pictures from every angle. I took close-ups of the knife, the scarf, the empty frames. Then, moving like a robot, I put everything away. The knife back in the block, the scarf folded in its drawer, the pictures back in their frames. I made the room normal again, but the feeling of violation wouldn't wash off. I sat at my laptop, the photos uploaded to a folder I labeled research. I stared at them. What was I supposed to do with this? Google, what does a knife and a scarf on the floor mean? Then I had a thought, a crazy professional thought. The museum had software, an internal database that could compare images against our digital archives. It was used to find similar artifacts or identify unknown objects in old photos. I still had remote access. My fingers shook as I logged in. I uploaded one of the clearest photos of my living room tableau. I set the parameters for a general search, my stomach churning. I didn't expect anything. This was a shot in the dark. The little hourglass icon spun for what felt like forever. Then, a single result pinged back. A match. My breath caught. I clicked on it. It was a scan of a very old, yellowed newspaper photograph from 1902. The headline above it read, "Maid found dead in prominent home." The article was brief, just a few lines about a young housemaid discovered in the conservatory of a wealthy family's estate. No foul play suspected, it said. A tragic accident, perhaps a fall. But the photograph, it showed the scene. The maid's body was outlined in chalk on a tile floor, and next to the outline, the police had arranged the items found with her. A small paring knife, lying on its side, a patterned neck scarf, tossed near her hand, and on a bench nearby, a series of empty photographic plates, their images presumably developed and taken as evidence. The arrangement was identical to the one on my living room floor. A perfect, terrible match. The room tilted around me. Elsie, the dismissed maid. This was her death scene. Not the Harrow murders, but another death 3 years later in a different house. How? Why? My mind was racing, a torrent of questions. I dug deeper into the database. The record showed this photo was from a donated box of material, a collection of miscellaneous ephemera related to unsolved or curious Gilded Age incidents. I knew that box. Every archivist did. It was a mess, a cardboard banker's box sitting in our backlog storage, full of crumbling papers and odd photos that no one had ever fully processed because it was low priority. I had seen it on a shelf. I had never opened it. I had certainly never cataloged this photo. I drove to the museum. I told myself it was to understand, to find a rational link. I used my key, slipping in through a side entrance, feeling like a thief in my own workplace. The backlog storage was a cavernous room with rows of metal shelves holding hundreds of unprocessed boxes. I found the section, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. And there it was, the box. It had a layer of dust on the lid that was undisturbed except for a single, perfect handprint. My handprint. The dust was smudged in the exact shape of my fingers and palm, as if I had placed my hand there to steady myself. But I hadn't. I hadn't been down here in months. With a feeling of dread, I lifted the lid. The smell of old paper and glue wafted out. On top of a pile of loose documents was the original newspaper, brittle and brown. Beneath it was more. A coroner's report, typed on a faint ribbon. It gave a name, Elsie. It listed the cause of death as trauma to the cranium, but noted the position of the body and the items suggested no clear indication of assault. It was ruled an accident. But then, at the very bottom of the box, pressed between sheets of wax paper, was a flower. A small, dried violet, its purple color faded to a ghostly gray. And in the notes of the coroner's report, a line I had missed at first. Clutched in the deceased's right hand, a single fresh violet. A detail that was never in the newspaper article. A detail only someone who had seen the report, or the body, would know. I stood in that cold storage room, the truth crashing down on me with the weight of a physical blow. This wasn't about me being haunted. This wasn't about ghosts replaying their trauma. I was not just a victim. I was a tool. The entity, the presence, whatever it wasn't just scaring me. It was using me. It was using my body to build its displays, to act out these old deaths. And it was using my skills, my access to the archive, as its own personal research library. It made me sleepwalk to the backlog. It made me find this box. It pulled this information into my waking mind through dreams and notes. And then it used my hands to recreate the scene, to make the past visible. I was a living, breathing cataloging system for murder. A curator for a ghost. The thought made me sink onto a nearby stool, my legs unable to hold me. The professional horror of it was almost worse than the fear. My life's work, my talent for finding order in chaos, was being perverted into this. I took the coroner's report and the pressed flower. I didn't know why. Evidence, maybe. Proof that I wasn't completely crazy. I went home, the violet tucked into my notebook. I felt exhausted down to my bones, a deep weariness that was more than just lack of sleep. It was the fatigue of being used. That night, I didn't even try to fight it. I took no pills. I just lay on my couch, the TV on for noise, and let the exhaustion pull me under. The dream came, but it was different. It was a memory that wasn't mine, clearer than before. I was in a small, plain room, a servant's room. I was looking at a handful of coins on a thin mattress. A feeling of desperation, of being cornered. Then the smell of lavender, very strong, and a different feeling, a cold, greedy satisfaction that was absolutely not my own. It was the feeling of someone who had won a nasty game. I woke up gagging, the taste of lavender soaked thick in my mouth. My living room was dark, the TV now showing static. And on the coffee table, where I had left my notebook, a new little tableau had been arranged while I slept. Paper clips linked together in a chain. Pens laid out like railroad tracks. My pill bottles standing in a little group. It was another scene, small and weird. And my laptop, which I had closed, was open and on. The screen showed the museum's image search software, still running. But it wasn't searching our internal archive anymore. The search bar showed it was pinging against a completely different public database. A national registry of unsolved cold cases from the last 50 years. The hourglass was spinning. It was looking for a match to the new arrangement on my table. It was no longer just interested in the Gilded Age. It was moving forward in time. I stared at the screen, the blue light reflecting in my wide eyes. The search finished. A single result popped up. A case file from 1974. A Jane Doe, found in a train yard. I didn't click it. I didn't need to. The message was clear. My curator was done with its old collection. It was acquiring new pieces, and I was its only means of acquisition. The 2-week leave wasn't a break. It was a head start, and the race was into a past that was getting closer and closer to the present day with every tick of the clock and every step I took in my sleep. I stopped asking, why me? That was a dead-end street. The only way to keep from screaming was to start asking, what for? I wasn't an archivist with a problem anymore. I was a detective assigned to a case by a phantom, and the first rule was to understand the pattern. So, with a grim kind of focus I usually saved for authenticating a rare document, I started my own secret research project. I bought a big roll of butcher paper and taped it to my living room wall. At the far left, I wrote 1895 Ouija board, then 1898 Harrow murders, then 1902 Maid Elsie. I drew lines connecting them. The board came before the murders. The maid was dismissed before the murders and died years later. This wasn't one ghost. It was a timeline of connected events, and my unseen partner was making me act them out in order. The new development, the Jane Doe from 1974 that my sleepwalking self had looked up, was the next data point. I forced myself to open the case file on my laptop. It was sparse. A woman never identified, found near some railroad tracks in an industrial part of the city that 100 years ago had been the edge of the Harrow family's original land holdings. The connection was thin as a spider's web, but it was there. The entity wasn't jumping randomly. It was following a trail of blood and lost stories that were geographically tied to that original house, moving forward through history like a curator expanding a collection theme. This changed everything. The fear was still there, a cold rock in my gut, but on top of it now was a layer of frantic, professional curiosity. If I could predict the pattern, maybe I could interfere. I called the only person I could trust, the night guard. I went to his small, tidy house, a place that smelled of coffee and gun oil. I laid it all out, the living room scenes, the coroner's report, the violet, the timeline on my wall. I expected him to throw me out. He listened, his face like stone, sipping his coffee. When I finished, he set his mug down with a careful click. "I knew it wasn't you," he said finally. "That night in the museum, the way you moved when we cleaned up. It wasn't your walk. Your shoulders were different. It was someone else's walk." His belief was a solid thing I could lean on. We became partners. He was my lookout, my failsafe. I told him about the sleepwalking, the recorder. "We need evidence of what's really happening," he said. "Not just your notes. Proof." So we set up a test. In my apartment, I pointed a cheap webcam at the area where I'd been making the tableaus. I told the guard the login. He could watch from his home computer. That night, I did something else. I printed out a file from the museum archives about a murder from the 1920s, a famous case that was completely solved, a jealous husband who was caught and executed. I left this file open on my desk, right under the lamplight. Then, as an extra precaution, I used a bike lock to chain my ankle to the solid leg of my bed frame. I felt ridiculous, but I needed to know. If I was sleepwalking, the lock would stop me. If something else was happening, well, I needed to know that too. I fell into a restless sleep, the metal of the lock cold against my skin. I dreamed of filing cards, endless rows of them, and a feeling of immense, impatient boredom. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my body aching as if I'd been straining against something all night. The bike lock was still fastened, untouched. I hadn't moved an inch. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong it made me dizzy. It was sleep. It had to be. Then I looked at my desk. The file on the solved murder was gone from where I'd left it. It was now on the floor, next to the wastebasket. The pages were out of order. And across the photograph of the convicted husband, someone had placed a single red archival thread, the kind we used to tie old bundles of letters, in a sharp, deliberate X over his face. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. He didn't do it. The lock hadn't stopped anything, because my body hadn't left the bed. Something else had. I checked the webcam. The footage was 6 hours of a still, empty living room. Nothing. But the file had moved. The guard called me, his voice tense. "The camera didn't see anything in the room," he said. "But pull up the footage again. Look at the wall, near the door to your hallway. Watch the shadows." I did. For most of the night, the shadow of my floor lamp was a long, still streak. But for about 10 minutes, around 3 a.m., that shadow changed. Another shadow fell across it, a taller, thinner silhouette that didn't match anything in my apartment. It moved slowly across the wall, pausing near the desk, then receding. It was there, and then it wasn't. "That's not your shadow," the guard said quietly. "The proportions are wrong. It's too tall." Denial was a luxury I could no longer afford. I started keeping a new journal, not of my feelings, but of the facts. Times, objects moved, phrases spoken or written. I treated it like a chaotic research project assigned by a malicious professor. I began to notice triggers. The episodes were worse, more detailed, after I'd physically handled original documents related to a case. The old police report, the coroner's inquest, touching them was like giving the entity a direct line. It wasn't just reading my mind, it was reading the paper through me, using my hands like scanners. This was a breakthrough. If I stopped handling originals, maybe I could blunt its ability. I focused on the timeline. The gap between 1902 and 1974 was huge. There had to be something in between. I spent days in the public library, away from the museum's archive, looking at microfiche of old local newspapers, searching for any strange deaths, unsolved incidents around the old Harrow properties. I found a few possibilities. A drowning in 1911, a suspicious fire in 1932. But nothing felt exactly right. The entity was specific. It wanted particular scenes. Then, one afternoon, As I was adding the 1974 Jane Doe to my butcher paper timeline, I noticed something my own hand had done. Weeks ago, in a sleepy daze, I had circled 3 dates on a calendar I kept on the wall. The dates of the Harrow murders, the maid's death, and the Jane Doe discovery. And next to the circles, I had drawn 3 small, clumsy violets. The same flower pressed in the archive box. The same flower from the maid's hand. It was a signature, a collector's mark. The entity wasn't just cataloging murders. It was collecting stories about violets. About things hidden, about secrets that bloomed in dark places. The realization made my skin crawl. This was its aesthetic, its theme. I was arranging exhibits for a gallery of violet-strewn tragedies. The timeline on my wall was no longer just a research tool. It was the exhibition schedule. And it was moving forward too fast. The 1974 case was more than 40 years ago. The pattern was accelerating. I needed to slow it down, to break its rhythm. The guard and I came up with a plan. We would create a fake file. I would type up a detailed case, a complete fabrication about a fictional murder from the 1950s, complete with fake police reports and staged photos I'd cobbled together from stock images. We would leave this out, a piece of bait. The hope was the entity would spend its energy cataloging this false story, this empty file, and buy us time to figure out how to stop it for good. It felt like a brilliant, desperate idea. I worked for 2 days on the forgery. My archivist skills turned to deception. I made it convincing. I placed the thick, fake file on my coffee table that night. I didn't chain myself up. I wanted it to take the bait. I went to sleep hoping I had created the perfect distraction. I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was up. The apartment was still. The fake file was gone from the table. A surge of triumph went through me. It had worked. It had taken the false lead. Then I walked into my kitchen to make coffee. There, on the small kitchen table, the fake file was open. Every page was shredded into long, thin strips, piled into a neat mound, and stuck into the center of the paper mound, like a flag on a grave, was a single, fresh violet. Its purple was shockingly bright against the white paper. It hadn't been fooled. It was insulted, and it had left a message. My triumph curdled into a deep, primal fear. I backed away from the kitchen table. My eyes went to the big timeline on the living room wall. I had taped a copy of the city map next to it. This morning, on that map, 3 new circles had appeared, drawn in a red marker I didn't own. 1 circle was around the museum. Another was tightly drawn around my own apartment building. The third was around a nearby neighborhood of big, old, expensive houses, a street known for its wealthy families and high walls. The timeline had a new endpoint. It wasn't in the past anymore. The 3 circles were here, and they were now. The entity had finished its historical research. It was ready to commission an original piece, and it had just circled the studio. We thought we had a plan. After the shredded fake file and the fresh violet, the guard insisted I not stay alone. "You're sleeping at the museum," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "In the security office, with me right there, and every camera on you. Let's see it try something then." It seemed logical, a fortress approach. If my body was the problem, we'd lock it down in the most secure place we knew. That night, I lay on a stiff cot in the little room behind the main security desk, surrounded by the soft glow of a dozen monitor screens showing empty halls and still exhibits. The guard sat in his chair, a cup of coffee in hand, his eyes flicking between the live feeds and the one focused on me. "Get some rest," he said. "I've got the watch." The hum of the electronics was a weird lullaby. I felt safer than I had in weeks. I closed my eyes. I remember the feeling of drifting off, thinking this might actually work. I don't remember anything else until I woke up. I wasn't on the cot. I was cold, and the air smelled of dust and something animal, like old fur. I was sitting on a hard floor, my back against a glass case. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the low night lights. I was in the natural history wing, surrounded by taxidermied animals in dramatic poses. A huge bear stood on its hind legs to my left. A fox was frozen mid-pounce ahead of me, and the scene in front of me was not right. The fox was no longer about to catch the ceramic rabbit in the diorama. Someone had moved it. Its teeth were now clamped around the neck of a different animal, a small rabbit from another display. A hawk, usually perched on a high branch, was now on the floor, its talons placed on top of a glass case containing delicate butterflies, as if claiming them. It was a tableau, but not of a peaceful forest. It was a scene of violence, of predation, crude and angry looking. My heart sank into my shoes. I had sleepwalked again. right past the guard, out of a locked room, under all those cameras. I stood up, my joints aching. I needed to get back before he realized I was gone and panicked. As I turned, my jacket felt lumpy. I reached into the pocket, and my fingers closed around something smooth and cold. I pulled it out. It was the planchette from the Ouija board, the little wooden heart. It was here in my pocket. I had taken it, or it had been put there. I shoved it back and hurried through the dark halls, my socks making no sound on the tile. The door to the security office was slightly open. I slipped inside. The guard was slumped in his chair, his head on his chest, snoring softly. His coffee cup was untouched. He was in a deep, unnatural sleep. I lay back down on the cot, pulled the blanket over me, and pretended to be asleep, my mind racing. In the morning, he woke with a start, grumbling about dozing off, which he never did. He checked the monitors, rewound the feed from the office camera. It showed me lying still on the cot. Then the screen erupted into 3 seconds of fizzing static, just like the Harrow exhibit feeds. When the picture returned, I was still on the cot, apparently asleep. It hadn't shown me leave. It hadn't shown me return. It just changed the medium, I said, my voice hollow. We went to the natural history wing together in the cold light of day. The scene was still there, the misplaced animals. The guard didn't say anything at first. He just took out his phone and started searching. After a few minutes, he showed me a news article from 1992. Animal mutilations baffle police. Several small animals had been found dead in a city park, arranged in strange, ritualistic ways. The descriptions matched what we were looking at. The case was never solved, but the article mentioned a suspect, a troubled young man who lived nearby. He was questioned but released. The killings stopped after he moved away. The entity was filling in the timeline. 1974, then 1992. It was working its way toward the present, and it was getting impatient. The animal scene was sloppy rushed. It wasn't the elegant, human drama of the parlor murders. Back in the security office, I took the planchette out of my pocket and set it on the metal desk. We both stared at it. "What now?" the guard asked. As if in answer, the planchette began to move. Neither of us was touching it. It slid smoothly, purposefully, across the polished metal surface. It spelled out letters. S-O-N. It paused. Then F-R-E-S-H. Another pause. Then B-L-O-M. Soon. Fresh. Bloom. The words hung in the air between us. The guard, the former cop, went very still. His face lost a shade of color. Fresh, he repeated, the word flat. That's cop talk. It means a recent kill. Within 72 hours. It's not talking about the past anymore. The understanding was a physical blow. The entity wasn't a historian. It was a connoisseur. And a connoisseur, after studying the classics, eventually wants a live exhibition, a new masterpiece. The fresh bloom was a murder that hadn't happened yet. It was selecting a subject, and it was going to use me to arrange it. The planchette was still. I picked it up, a sudden reckless anger cutting through my fear. "We break it," I said. "We find the board and we burn it, smash it, destroy it." The guard nodded slowly. "It's the only thing left, but it's in a locked case." "I have a key," I said. "We do it tonight." The plan felt desperate and right. We were done being archivists for this thing. We would become vandals. That afternoon, I tried to act normal. I went home, showered, ate something. I kept seeing those 3 red circles on the map. The museum. My apartment. That wealthy street. Which one was the target? I turned on the local news, half expecting to see a report about a strange prowler in that neighborhood. Instead, there was a lifestyle segment. An interview with a woman in a sleek, modern apartment. She was a popular true crime podcaster. She was talking about her latest series, which dissected famous local crimes with, as she put it, a healthy dose of skepticism and humor. The banner under her smiling face read, "Debunking the Haunting, Podcaster Takes on Harrow Myth." My blood froze. I knew her. Not personally, but I knew the type. And I knew her street. It was the one circled in red on my map. The camera showed a quick shot of her building's elegant facade. I turned up the volume. The interviewer asked about the Harrow murders, specifically about the rumors of the Ouija board's involvement. The podcaster laughed, a bright, dismissive sound. "Oh, please. A board game didn't make her kill her family. She was just a rich brat with a temper and a sharp letter opener. The whole haunted object thing is just a spooky story we tell to make a simple, ugly crime more interesting. It's an insult to the real victims." A loud crack echoed from my kitchen. I jumped, my heart in my throat. I went in to find a cabinet door, a solid piece of wood, splintered from the inside out, as if a great force had shoved against it. The entity hadn't chosen a random victim. It had chosen a critic, someone who mocked its existence, who called its story a lie. This was personal. This wasn't just about collecting anymore, it was about revenge, and about proving its own power. The fear curdled into a desperate resolve. We had to destroy the board tonight. After dark, I met the guard in the alley behind the museum. He had a small backpack with tools, though we hoped my key would be enough. We slipped inside through the loading dock, just like that first terrible night. The museum was a maze of shadows, the exit signs casting their bloody light. We didn't speak. We moved quickly through the back halls, our footsteps the only sound in the world. We reached the Gilded Age wing. The door creaked as we pushed it open. The Harrow exhibit was at the far end, a pool of darkness. We walked toward it, my key already in my hand. As we got closer, I could see the outline of the display case. Something was wrong. It looked empty. We reached it, and the guard shone his flashlight beam through the glass. The velvet stands were there. The letter opener gleamed. The clock, the candlesticks. But the space where the Ouija board should have been was just empty, dark velvet. The board was gone. My breath caught. Had someone else taken it? Then the flashlight beam moved, and I saw it. A square of white paper taped to the inside of the glass, right in the center of the empty spot. On it, in my own handwriting, were the words, "You cannot deaccession a collection. It deaccessions you." Deaccession is a museum word. It means to permanently remove an item from the collection, to sell it or give it away. It's a serious, final act. The board was telling me I couldn't get rid of it, because I was part of its collection now, and it was removing me from my own life. The guard swore under his breath. "It's in your apartment," he said, his voice certain. "It has to be. It's drawing you back there, to that street." We ran. We didn't care about noise now. We burst out of the museum into the cold night air, jumped into his car, and he drove toward my place, his tires squealing. The whole way, I had a terrifying thought. If the board was in my apartment, and it was controlling me, then going home was walking into a trap. But we had nowhere else to go. We pulled up in front of my building. My lights were off. Everything looked normal. We went upstairs, and I unlocked my door with trembling hands. We stepped inside. The apartment was icy cold, colder than the night outside, and on my dining table, under the glow of the streetlight coming through the window, was the Ouija board. It sat there waiting. The planchette was not on it. It was in my pocket, all around the apartment, on the floor, on the couch, on the kitchen counters. Every single note, photocopy, photo, and timeline I had made was spread out. But they weren't in the order I had left them. They were arranged in clusters, connected by red threads and drawn on arrows, a sprawling, insane map of connections only the entity could understand. It had been busy. It had been curating its own research. My home was no longer my home. It was the entity's gallery, its study, its preparation room. And we had just walked right into it. The guard looked around, his face grim. "We burn it right here," he said, pointing to the board on the table. But as he took a step toward it, a crushing fatigue washed over me, a wave so powerful it buckled my knees. It was the same feeling that had put the guard to sleep at his desk. It was being directed at me now, a forced sedation. I fought it, gripping the back of a chair. I saw the guard reach for the board. Then my vision tunneled, and the last thing I heard was his voice, shouting my name from very far away, as the darkness swallowed me whole, and I knew the final cataloging was about to begin. The darkness wasn't empty. It was full of pressure, like being deep underwater, and through it came memories that were not my own. I wasn't asleep. I was a prisoner behind my own eyes, watching a film I couldn't stop. I saw the Harrow socialite, not as a monster, but as a young woman, restless and furious, trapped in a beautiful life. She sat at the elegant parlor table, her fingers on the planchette. But she wasn't asking questions of the spirit world. She was whispering to it, confessing. She laid out a plan, not in a rage, but with the cold, precise excitement of an artist describing a new painting. She talked about angles, about timing, about the poetry of using the family silver. And she felt a presence listening, not judging, but appreciating. It admired the craft of it. The entity wasn't her ghost. It had been her audience, her one fan, and now its favorite performer was gone, and it had been waiting a long, long time for a new one to put on a fresh, original show. The memory faded, and I felt myself surfacing, but not to wakefulness, to a terrible, lucid paralysis. I was standing up. I was in my apartment. I could see the room, but I couldn't turn my head. My body was no longer mine. It was a rented vehicle, and someone else was in the driver's seat. From the corner of my eye, I saw the guard. He was on the floor near the door, stirring, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. He looked up and saw me standing by the dining table. "Hey," he grunted, pushing himself up. "You okay?" My mouth opened. My voice came out, but it was wrong. It was layered, like two people speaking at once, my own tone distorted under a whispering, older one. The exhibit must be completed. The guard froze. He saw my face, and his own went pale. He recognized that this wasn't me. He moved forward, not with fear, but with a cop's determination to stop a threat. "Let him go," he said, his voice low and steady. He reached for my arm. My body moved. It was fast, faster than I could ever be. My arm swung out, not to hit him, but to shove. The motion was effortless, a flick of a wrist, but it sent him flying across the room as if he weighed nothing. He crashed into the bookshelf, books and knickknacks raining down around him. He lay still, groaning. A scream built in my throat, but it couldn't get out. Inside, I was raging, pounding against the walls of my own skull. Outside, my hands were calmly, deliberately opening drawers. My hands took out my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. They pulled a pair of latex gloves from under the sink. They went to my bedroom and took a small vial of lavender essential oil from the dresser, a gift I'd never opened. Each item was collected with a collector's care. This wasn't a kit for arranging a tableau after the fact. This was a kit for creating the primary source material. My curator was done with recreations. It was time for live theater. My body turned and walked toward my apartment door. I fought with everything I had, a mental scream of NO. I managed to slow the walk to a stagger, to make the hand holding the knife tremble. An internal war was raging for control of a single step. The entity's was a steel cable, but my terror was a raw, live wire. For a second, I swerved my own leg, making my body lurch into the dining table. The Ouija board rattled. The entity's focus, which had been fixed on the door, on the mission, flickered to the board for an instant. That was all I needed. With a burst of effort that felt like tearing my own mind in two, I wrenched control of my right arm. I brought the hand clutching the knife up, not toward the door, but in a desperate, stabbing arc down toward the center of the Ouija board on my table. The entity realized my intent a moment too late. I felt a surge of its shock, its fury. It tried to stop my arm. The muscles in my shoulders screamed in protest, two forces battling in my flesh. But Milo had the element of surprise. The black handle of the knife plunged down. The point hit the smooth walnut of the board, right on the painted moon. There was a sound, not a crack of wood, but a deep, wet thud, as if I'd stabbed into living flesh. A shockwave, silent but physical, rolled out from the board. The windows in my apartment rattled in their frames. Every light bulb flared blindingly bright for a second, then popped, plunging us into darkness lit only by the streetlights outside. The pressure holding me vanished. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, my hand stinging where it still gripped the knife handle. The knife was buried to the hilt in the board. The wood hadn't just split, it had splintered in a jagged, sprawling pattern around the blade. And as my eyes adjusted, I saw the pattern wasn't random. The cracks radiated out from the wound in the shape of a wide, grotesque smile. A silent, screaming mouth frozen in the wood. A low moan came from across the room. The guard was sitting up, holding his head. What did you do?" he rasped. "I think I fired the curator," I said, my own voice raw and broken, sounding beautifully, wonderfully like just mine again. The apartment was warm. The crushing cold was gone. The sense of a watching, hungry presence had evaporated. We sat there on the floor for a long time, not talking, just breathing in the normal, dusty air of my home. We eventually got up. He helped me pull the knife from the board. The wood was just wood now, dead and broken. We wrapped the shattered board and the knife in a blanket. Later, we would drive to a remote spot and burn the bundle, scattering the ashes. The guard stayed on my couch for a week. Nothing happened. No sleepwalking. No whispers. No flowers. The museum's motion sensors stopped triggering at 3:07 a.m. The timeline on my wall was just paper and ink. I started to believe it was over. I had wounded the entity, broken its connection, deaccessioned myself from its collection. After a month, I even went back to work. My boss was cautious but kind, giving me light duties away from the Gilded Age wing. I avoided Gallery 7B. The empty spot where the board had been was filled with a harmless porcelain vase. Life became quiet, normal. I began to sleep through the night. The guard and I would have coffee sometimes. a shared look between us, the only acknowledgement of what we'd survived. We never spoke of it aloud. It felt like tempting fate. Then this morning, my boss called me into her office. She was smiling, excited. "We just got a fantastic new donation," she said. "The personal effects of a late, brilliant avant-garde artist. Very dark, very powerful stuff. I'm putting you on it. It's exactly your kind of thing." She led me to the receiving area. There was a single large crate. With a sense of dread that was almost nostalgic, I pried it open. Inside, packed in foam, was a sculpture. It was stunning, and it made my skin crawl. It was a twisted, beautiful form made of fractured, polished walnut wood, its pieces held together with gleaming strands of resin that looked like amber. Curled protectively within the wooden shapes was a polished steel form, sharp and elegant, shaped like a blooming violet. It was awful and gorgeous. My boss beamed. "See, it's so you. The mix of organic and man-made, the historical echo with a modern twist." She leaned closer, pointing at the resin. "And look, there are even these little textural details in the clear parts. Almost like fingerprints." I looked. Embedded in the resin, near the base of the steel violet, were faint, perfect whorls. Fingerprints. My boss laughed. "Probably the artist's, but it feels like a personal touch, doesn't it?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I looked down at my own hands. I remembered the fight, my hand gripping the knife handle, my fingers pressing into the cracking wood of the Ouija board. And then, without thinking, I brought my hand to my nose. I inhaled a scent I knew too well, a scent that had been on my skin for weeks, but that I'd blamed on soap, on memory. The sweet, cloying, unmistakable scent of lavender oil. The oil from the vial my sleepwalking self had taken from my dresser. The oil that had never been opened. My hand shook as I lowered it. The entity was gone. The board was ash. But a collection is more than one object. It's a theme. And my hands had helped create one last, perfect piece for it. The exhibit, it seemed, was still open, and my fingerprints were all over it. I stared at the sculpture, at my fingerprints trapped in its resin like flies in amber, and the world narrowed to a tiny, sharp point. The lavender smell on my skin was a verdict. My boss's cheerful voice buzzed in my ears like a distant insect. I had to get out of that room. I muttered something about needing air, about being overwhelmed by the piece's power, and I stumbled out into the hallway, leaving her looking puzzled but pleased by my apparent artistic sensitivity. I didn't stop walking until I was outside, the cold sun hitting my face. The guard. I had to talk to the guard. He was off duty, but I drove to his house anyway, my knuckles white on the wheel. He answered the door, took one look at my face, and wordlessly let me in. Over coffee I didn't taste. I told him about the sculpture, the walnut, the violet, the fingerprints. I showed him my hands, the lingering scent. He listened, his cop face back on, unreadable. When I finished, he sat back. "The board is gone," he stated. "We burned it. We saw the ashes." "I know," I said, my voice ragged. "But what if the board wasn't the source? What if it was just a tool? A favorite tool? A paintbrush? You can burn a paintbrush, but that doesn't kill the artist. Or the idea." He was quiet for a long time. "The artist is dead. The socialite. You said it yourself. The entity was her audience, not her." "Maybe an audience needs a performer so bad it becomes one," I whispered. The theory formed as I spoke it, pieces clicking into a horrible new picture. It watched her create her masterpiece. It loved the craft. For over a century, it's been appreciating, collecting echoes of that craft, other stories that fit its taste. But it's been stuck with leftovers, with history. It wanted to make something new, and it tried to use me to do it. But I fought back. I broke its favorite brush. I looked at my hands again. So it found another way. It didn't need to control my body this time. It just needed to inspire me, to use my fear, my memories, my trauma as ingredients. The guard's eyes widened slightly. He understood. The sculpture. It's made of what? Walnut? Resin? Steel? Walnut from a board that doesn't exist anymore. Resin that caught my fingerprints in a moment of sheer terror. Steel shaped like the flower from all its collected tragedies. It didn't make a new murder. It made a monument to its whole collection. And it used my hands, my experience, to build it. "But how?" he asked, practical as ever. "You didn't sculpt it. Some artist did, who's now dead." "I don't know," I admitted, despair creeping in. "Coincidence? A twisted kind of synchronicity? Or something persuasive? Maybe it whispers to other people too, people who are more open, people who call themselves artists. Gives them dreams, ideas. Use walnut. Use steel. Make a violet." And they do, thinking it's their own brilliant inspiration. We sat with that awful idea. The entity wasn't haunting a place or an object. It was haunting an idea, a theme, aesthetics of violence and loss. And ideas are contagious. The rest of that day was a blur. I went back to the museum, my professional self on autopilot. I had to process the new donation. I had to catalog the sculpture. It was my job. The irony was a bitter taste. I put on white gloves, the familiar ritual calming my nerves. I measured the sculpture, photographed it, described it. Vessel of Memory, the supposed artist had titled it. I handled it carefully, the polished wood and cold steel. It felt inert, just art. But when I was done, as I placed it in a temporary storage crate, I noticed something I'd missed. On the very bottom of the sculpture, carved tiny and neat in the walnut, were two initials and a date. E.H. 1895. Elsie Harrow? No, the maid's surname wouldn't be Harrow. But the initials matched. And 1895 was the year the Ouija board was made. A shiver that had nothing to do with temperature went through me. This wasn't a random artist's whim. This was a signature. A claim. That night, in my apartment, I didn't sleep. I sat at my table with the lights on, researching the deceased artist online. He was obscure, known for small, intense pieces. He had died suddenly, a heart attack in his studio. The obituary said his final work, completed just before he died, was his most profound, a departure into historical resonance. I looked at the date of his death. It was 2 days after the night I stabbed the Ouija board. The timeline fit. He finished his masterpiece and died. Had he been its last tool? Used up and discarded? My head ached. I was circling a drain of paranoia. I needed proof of something, anything. I decided to go back to the very beginning. The Harrow house itself. The original site. It had been torn down decades ago, replaced by a bland office building. But maybe the land held something. It was a crazy thought, but I had no sane ones left. At dawn, I drove there. The office building was closed for the weekend. The lot was empty, just concrete and dormant landscaping. I walked around the back, to a small, fenced-off area for dumpsters. It felt like the only place that wasn't polished and modern. The ground was bare dirt and old gravel. I don't know what I was looking for. A sign. A feeling. Anything. Then I saw it, partly buried in the dirt near the fence line. Not a violet. A weed with small, tough little buds. But around one of its stems, twisted tight, was a thin, tarnished piece of silver wire. It was the kind of wire used in old-fashioned picture framing, or to secure a bundle of letters. I crouched down, my heart thumping. I didn't touch it. I just looked, and I remembered the red archival thread laid across the photo of the innocent man in the 1920s file. This was different, but the same idea. A marker. A way of saying this one. This weed, in this forgotten spot, was part of the collection now. The entity was still curating. It was just working in a different medium. The world itself was its gallery. I stood up, backing away. The sun was higher now, the city waking up. A normal Saturday. People would go to brunch, to the park. And underneath it all, something was arranging, collecting, appreciating stories of pain with the cold eye of a connoisseur. I drove back to the museum. I didn't go home. I went to my office. I looked at the timeline still taped to my wall, the one that ended with the red circles. It was incomplete. The story hadn't ended with the burning of the board. A new chapter had started, and I was no longer the main character. I was a witness, maybe even a reference. My experiences, my fear, were now part of the archival material. I took down the timeline. I rolled it up. I put it in a drawer. Then I sat at my desk and did the only thing I could think to do. I started a new catalog, a clean digital file. I titled it Documented Phenomena, the Harrow Convergence. I began typing everything, from the smell in the crate to the guard's sensor logs, from the mannequins to the animal scenes, from the sleepwalking to the sculpture. I included photos, scans of my notes, a recording of the guard's statement. I was meticulous. I was professional. This was no longer a personal haunting. It was a historical and paranatural event that needed proper documentation. If the entity was an idea, then ideas could be studied, understood, maybe even contained. It wasn't a fight I could win with a knife. It was a research project that might outlast me. I worked for hours, the click of the keys a soothing rhythm. I was an archivist. This is what I did. I brought order to chaos, even to this chaos. As I finished, saving the file to a secure, encrypted server, I felt a strange calm. The fear was still there, but it had edges now. It was Data. I leaned back in my chair. The office was quiet. On my desk, next to my keyboard, was a simple potted plant I kept for greenery. A small, hardy succulent. I looked at it, and there, nestled at its base, half hidden in the potting soil, was a single dried, grayish petal. It could have been anything. It could have blown in from outside. But I knew the shape, the color. A violet. Not fresh. Old. Pressed. Placed. A quiet, persistent bookmark. It wasn't a threat. It was an acknowledgement. A curator noting a useful source. I didn't scream. I didn't throw it away. I took a pair of tweezers from my desk, picked up the petal, and placed it in a small, clear archival sleeve. I labeled it, Sample, Unknown Provenance. Found on personal desk. I filed it with the rest. The work was never over. New acquisitions were always arriving. All I could do was ensure the catalog was accurate and hope that someday someone else would read it and understand and be prepared. The museum around me felt vast and full of stories waiting to be told. Some of them were still writing themselves. I saved the file one more time, closed my laptop, and turned off the light, ready to go home, knowing I would be back tomorrow to continue the record. Story number 7. My name is Dale Jennings, but I go by my job title, and the call about a problem at Camp 7 came in just before midnight. I was sure it was a bear. Those black bears are smart, and they know a poorly locked cooler is a free meal. I drove over in my parked truck, the headlights cutting through the pitch black of the woods, and I parked a ways off, walking the last bit with my big flashlight. I heard giggling first, nervous kid laughter, and I relaxed. Just some campers breaking curfew. I rounded the corner of the campsite, and my beam of light landed right on them. For teenagers, maybe 16 or 17, were sitting in a circle on the ground. In the middle of them was one of those plastic Ouija boards, the kind that glows in the dark. Their fingers were all on this little heart-shaped piece of plastic, and it was zipping around the board. When my light hit them, they all froze. The laughter died in their throats. The air got cold, real cold, like someone had opened a freezer door. I felt a chill go right up my back, which was stupid. It was a summer night. I shook it off and put on my official voice. Park's closed, folks. You know the rules. They looked up at me, guilty as sin. I told them these things were nothing but trouble, a toy that scared people for no good reason. I felt a little sorry for them, getting spooked by a piece of plastic. I took the board from them. It felt cheap and light in my hands. I sent them packing back to their parents' campsite with a warning, and I carried the board back to my truck. I didn't even bring it into my cabin. I just tossed it onto a shelf in my metal supply shed, the one where I keep tools and spare parts. I locked the shed door with a solid padlock, chuckling to myself about the drama. It was a toy, nothing more. That night, I went to bed like normal, but I didn't dream. I had an experience. 1 minute I was asleep, the next I was standing in the middle of the black pine grove. That's a restricted area, dangerous because of the unstable ground. But in this experience, that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was the trees. They were too still. There was a wind. I could feel it on my face, but the branches didn't move. Not a leaf rustled. And the wind didn't sound like wind. It sounded like something big and rough being pulled slowly over a dry bone. A deep, grating scrape. And beneath that, a kind of pulse, a thumping from the ground itself, like a giant heart beating under the dirt. I woke up in my bed gasping for air, my sheets tangled around me. My heart was hammering against my ribs. It was just a nightmare, I told myself. A weird, vivid nightmare from dealing with those kids and their nonsense. I got up, made coffee, and went about my morning checks. Out of habit, I walked over to the supply shed. The lock was still on it, tight. I opened it up and looked at the shelf. The Ouija board was right there where I left it, but then I looked down at the floor. The shed floor is always dusty, and around the base of the shelf, the dust was messed up. But not with footprints. It was this strange pattern, like a bunch of curved lines all sweeping in a circle around the shelf legs, as if something with a lot of thin, wiry limbs had walked around and around it. I stared at it for a long time. Probably a mouse, I thought. Or a big spider. Yeah, a spider made sense. I kicked my boot through the dust, wiping the pattern away, and closed the shed, telling myself I needed more sleep. For 3 days, nothing happened. I almost forgot about it. Then, on the 4th night, I didn't wake up in my bed. I woke up standing. My feet were freezing and sore. I was ankle deep in the icy water of Grizzly Creek, 2 miles from my cabin. I was only in my boxers and a t-shirt. My feet were cut up from walking over rocks and sticks. and they were caked in cold mud. The panic that hit me was pure and simple. How did I get here? I must have been sleepwalking. I'd never done that before in my life. The forest around me was quiet, the pale light of a half moon making the world look blue and black. I stumbled out of the water, shivering, and that's when I saw it. In the middle of the creek, on a flat, gray rock, was a pile of bones. They were clean and white, picked spotless. It was a fox, or what was left of one. But the bones weren't just scattered. They were arranged. Neatly. Too neatly. They were laid out in a complex, looping spiral pattern. A kind of twisting circle that made my head hurt to look at for too long. It was beautiful in a terrible, creepy way. Someone had done this. It had to be a person. Some kid with too much time and a morbid interest. That had to be it. The sleepwalking was stress, and this was a gross coincidence. A ranger who starts talking about spooky bones and sleepwalking gets a fast ticket to a desk job. So I didn't tell anyone, but a habit from my job kicked in. Evidence. Before my brain could talk me out of it, I pulled my work phone from the pocket of my wet boxers, thankfully still there, and I took pictures. Several of them, close up, making sure the spiral pattern was clear. It was just for my own curiosity, I thought. I needed to see it in the daylight. Then I used my boot to scatter the bones into the creek. They washed away, and I felt a little better. I started the long, cold, painful walk back to my cabin, my mind racing. Later that afternoon, I was at the main ranger station, trying to act normal. I remembered the park historian, a friendly guy who knew everything about the local tribes and the history of the area. I found him in his office, drinking tea and looking at old maps. I sat down and made some small talk, then casually pulled out my phone. "Hey, you ever seen anything like this?" I asked, showing him one of the bone spiral photos. His jovial face changed. The smile faded away, and his eyes got serious. He took the phone and zoomed in, scrolling through the pictures. He didn't speak for a full minute. "No," he finally said, his voice quieter than before. "That's new. It doesn't match any local tribal art I know. It looks like a language, a written language, but not one I can read." He handed the phone back to me and looked out the window. "Where did you say you found this?" I lied. I said a hiker reported it, and I went to check it out. He just nodded slowly, not looking at me. I left his office feeling worse than when I went in. I got back to my own little office and tried to focus on paperwork. An email popped up on my screen. It was from the historian. The subject line just said, "Where did you take these?" The body of the email was empty except for a web link to something called an academic paper on eco-linguistics and parasitic symbol sets. I didn't click it. I wasn't ready for that. Then my park radio crackled to life on my belt. It was dispatch. Their voice was all business. "Ranger Dale, be advised. We have a missing person report. A hiker on the Grizzly Ridge Loop failed to check in this evening. He's experienced, so we're initiating a search at first light. Stand by for your assignment." I looked down at my phone, still open to the picture of the white bones on the gray rock. A spiral message from something I didn't understand, taken just a few miles from where that hiker was last seen. The coincidence felt like a cold stone dropping into my gut. I had a very bad feeling my sleepwalking days were not over, and that the forest was just starting to talk back. The missing hiker's file was on my desk the next morning. He was an experienced backpacker, which made it more serious. He knew the rules. He should have checked in. I was assigned to the search team covering the southwest quadrant near Grizzly Creek, which made my skin feel too tight. His girlfriend was at the station, her eyes red from crying. A deputy was taking her statement, and I stood nearby, listening. She was describing him, what he was wearing, his gear. Then she mentioned a tattoo. "It's on his left forearm," she said, sniffling. "A geometric design, like interlocking triangles and lines. He designed it himself. It's unique." She showed the deputy a photo on her phone, a picture of the two of them smiling somewhere sunny, his arm around her. The deputy nodded and wrote it down. I glanced at the photo. From my angle, I could see the tattoo. A jolt went through me, a sharp, electric feeling that started in my chest and shot down to my fingers. I'd seen that design before. I knew I had. I made an excuse and walked quickly outside to my truck. My hands were not steady as I fumbled with my own phone, pulling up the pictures of the fox bones from the creek. I zoomed in on the center of the spiral pattern. It wasn't a perfect copy, but it was close. Too close. The central knot of the bone arrangement, the way the lines twisted and locked, was almost the mirror image of the hiker's tattoo. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a coincidence. The pattern I'd made in my sleep, or that something had made me make, wasn't random art. It was a sign, a marker. It was his signature, written in bones by my own hands. A sick, hot wave of guilt washed over me. I felt connected to this stranger's disappearance in a way that made no sense and filled me with a deep, cold dread. Before the search teams mobilized, I had to know. I drove back out to the creek, my mind racing. I told myself I was looking for clues, for anything the hiker might have dropped. But I was really going back to that rock. When I got there, the bones were gone, of course. I'd scattered them myself. The creek babbled over the stone, innocent and clean. I stood there, feeling foolish and scared. Then I looked around. In a patch of soft, green moss about 10 feet from the water's edge, I saw a splash of color. I walked over, my boots sinking into the damp earth. There, in the moss, was a new arrangement. It was made of dark gray owl feathers, each one stuck straight into the ground. Holding them in place were sharp, needle-like thorns from a hawthorn tree. They weren't just stuck in randomly. They formed a shape, a sharp, angular symbol that looked like a crooked arrow or a mean-looking bird foot. It was different from the spiral, but it had the same feeling, the same deliberate, creepy neatness. It hadn't been there the night before. This was new. My mouth went dry. I pulled out my phone again and took pictures, my heart thumping a hard rhythm against my ribs. I was documenting evidence, but it felt like I was taking snapshots of a crime scene where I might be the criminal. Back at the station, I had to stand in front of my supervisor for the search briefing. He held the missing hiker's file. He asked if I'd seen anything unusual in my recent patrols. The photos on my phone felt like they were burning a hole in my pocket. I looked him in the eye and said, "No, sir. Nothing unusual." The lie tasted sour. I was keeping secrets, and every secret made the weight on my shoulders a little harder to carry. That night, alone in my cabin, I couldn't avoid it anymore. I opened my laptop and clicked the link the historian had sent me. The academic paper was full of big, confusing words, but the main idea came through. It talked about the theory that certain places, especially old, wild places, could develop a kind of awareness. Not a thinking mind like a person, but a slow, patient consciousness in the land itself. And that this consciousness could try to communicate. It would use whatever was around, bones, feathers, sticks, to write symbols. And it needed a mind to work through, to borrow like a parasite. It would tap into someone sensitive or maybe just unlucky, and use them to create these symbols. The paper called it a manifold locus. I read it twice. It sounded like the craziest thing I'd ever heard. It also sounded exactly like what was happening to me. I finished reading and just sat in the dark of my cabin, listening to the normal night sounds of the woods outside my window. They didn't sound normal anymore. Every little crack of a branch was a footstep. Every rustle in the leaves was something moving just out of sight. I couldn't just let this happen. I had to fight it. I started with simple things. I set up a small trail camera I used for wildlife surveys, pointing it right at my cabin door from a tree outside. I tied a little set of jingle bells to the inside doorknob. That night, I even took one of the mild sleeping pills my doctor had given me after a bad back injury, hoping it would knock me out too deep for any sleepwalking. It was a weird, restless sleep. The pill made my thoughts thick and slow, but it didn't stop the walk. In the morning, I felt groggy and wrong. I was in my bed, but my sheets were muddy. My knees ached. I rushed outside and grabbed the trail camera. Back at my laptop, I pulled up the footage. It showed my cabin door from the outside, a rectangle of black in the green night vision glow. The timestamp read 2:17 a.m. The door opened. I watched myself walk out. I moved slowly, stiffly. My eyes were wide open, but they didn't blink. They stared straight ahead, past the camera, into the dark woods. I looked like a stranger, like a doll someone was pulling on strings. I watched the figure that was me walk out of the frame and into the forest. The hook of a terrible question was already set in my mind when my park radio buzzed later that day. It was my supervisor again. His voice was tight. "Heads up, we've got a second missing person report. Different trailhead, but same time frame as the first. Keep your eyes open for anything unusual out there." I didn't answer right away. I just looked at the photo on my computer screen, the one of the owl feathers and thorns in the moss. I knew with a cold certainty that settled in my bones that I would find something unusual. I knew it because I was part of it. I waited until the afternoon, when the official search was focused elsewhere, and I went back to the mossy patch by the creek. The feathers and thorns were gone, but in a small clearing under a giant old cedar tree, I found a new arrangement. This one was made of woven pine needles and this bright, almost neon orange lichen that grows on the north side of trees. It was another symbol, more complex, with looping curves that ended in sharp points. I didn't need to wait for a missing person report or check a description. I knew this symbol would match someone, because I remembered seeing it. In the photo the first missing hiker's girlfriend had shown, she was wearing a silver necklace. And pressed against her shirt, right near her collarbone, was a pendant. A pendant shaped exactly like the symbol now woven on the ground in front of me from Forest Things. The land wasn't just talking. It was making a list, and I was its messenger. Rational methods had failed. The bells, the camera, the pills, none of it worked. I was still walking, still making those horrible symbols for something in the woods. I felt like I was drowning, and I needed an anchor, something physical and real to hold me down. So I drove to a hardware store in the next town over, a place where nobody knew me. I paid in cash. I bought a 6-foot length of thick logging chain, the kind used to pull stumps, and a hardened steel padlock that looked like it could survive a bomb. That night in my cabin, I felt a mix of shame and desperation. This was crazy. This was what crazy people did. But I was out of options. I wrapped one end of the chain around the solid oak post of my bed frame, a post as thick as my leg. I wrapped the other end tight around my right ankle, just above the boot. The metal was cold against my skin. I clicked the padlock shut, testing it. It held firm. The chain was short enough that I could roll out of bed, but I couldn't stand up. I couldn't walk. I lay back down, the chain a cold, hard lump under the blanket. The last thought I had before closing my eyes was that this was the bottom, the final proof of my own madness. But at least I wouldn't wake up somewhere else. I was wrong. I didn't wake up to the chain holding me. I woke up to the sound of Jay's screaming, a harsh, scolding sound that means dawn is close. I was standing up. My feet were on cold, gritty rock. A fierce wind was whipping my hair and my t-shirt, pulling at me. I blinked, disoriented. I was at the very edge of Devil's Drop. It's a 300-foot sheer cliff on the eastern ridge, a place with warning signs and a safety fence that tourists sometimes ignore. I was outside the fence. My toes were right on the lip of the cliff. One small stumble, and I would fall into empty space. A dizzying wave of terror washed over me, and I stumbled backwards, falling hard on my backside on the rocky ground, scrambling away from the edge. My heart was a frantic drum in my ears. That's when I felt the pain in my ankle. It was raw and burning. I looked down. My ankle was wrapped in a torn piece of my own sheet, stained with blood and dirt. The chain was gone, but between me and the cliff edge, placed carefully on a flat stone, was a new arrangement. It wasn't made of bones or feathers. It was made of broken sticks, little snapped ends of pine and fir, arranged in a harsh, jagged symbol. And placed right in the center of it, catching the first gray light of morning, was my own park ranger badge. My stomach turned to ice. They'd given me that badge 10 years ago. It was a symbol of my authority, of my duty to protect this place. Seeing it there, in the middle of that ugly stick symbol, felt like the worst kind of violation. It was a message. It was mocking me. My hands shook as I crawled forward and picked up my badge. The metal was cold. As I pulled it from the sticks, I saw my hands were a mess. They were caked in dirt, sure, but also in something dark and flaky. I brought my palms close to my face. It was a rusty brown color, dried and cracking. There was a smell, a coppery, metallic smell I knew from helping hunters field dressed deer, from a bad car accident I'd responded to years ago. It was blood, dried blood, and it wasn't mine. I stared at my hands, my mind refusing to understand. I had no cuts, no wounds. This blood was from somewhere else, from someone else. The two missing hikers flashed in my mind. A low moan escaped my lips, there on the cliff edge, alone with the screaming wind. I got back to my cabin somehow, moving like a ghost. The first thing I did was check my ankle and the bedpost. The strip of torn sheet was still knotted around my ankle. The bedpost showed deep, fresh gouges in the old oak wood, but the chain wasn't broken. The lock wasn't picked. The steel links themselves weren't cut. They were worn through. In two places, the metal looked like it had been rubbed away, ground down to thin, shiny points until they snapped. It looked like years of constant rubbing had happened in a single night. That wasn't possible. Nothing I owned could do that. I threw the ruined chain into a corner like it was a poisonous snake. I scrubbed my hands raw under hot water until the last flakes of the brown stuff were gone, but the smell seemed to linger in my nose. I looked at the picture I'd taken of the stick symbol with my badge. It was different from the others. The bone spiral, The feather thorn arrow, the lichen loop, they were made from natural things. This one used a man-made object, my badge. It felt aggressive, personal. It wasn't just a mark on the land anymore. It was a mark on me, on my role. An idea started to form, a horrible, creeping idea. The symbols matched the tattoos and jewelry of the missing people. What if they matched someone else? What if the thing was pointing me toward the next person? Or maybe even someone who was already part of this. I had access to the park's internal employee database. It had photos, emergency contacts, and for safety reasons, a record of any identifying tattoos, so we could recognize each other in bad situations. My fingers were clumsy on the keyboard. I pulled up the photo of the stick and badge symbol I'd taken. I opened the tattoo registry. The software had a basic visual matching feature, meant to compare photos of scars or marks. I uploaded my symbol photo and ran a search against the tattoo database. I didn't expect anything. I was just chasing a ghost, trying to feel like I was doing something. The computer churned for a minute. Then it pinged. One match. The angular, aggressive lines of the stick symbol matched the recorded image of a staff tattoo. My mouth went dry. I clicked on the employee file. The picture loaded. It was the new junior ranger. He just transferred in a few weeks ago from a park out west. He was young, eager, always with a quick smile that seemed just a little too wide. I'd signed off on his orientation paperwork myself, and according to the schedule on my desk, he was assigned to join me tomorrow at dawn. We were supposed to do a remote boundary survey together, a 2-day hike checking fence lines and markers in the backcountry, miles from anyone, just him and me. I stared at the photo on the screen, at the friendly, unfamiliar face of the man with the symbol on his skin, the symbol that had appeared with my badge on the edge of a cliff. The question wasn't what the forest wanted anymore. The question was, who was this guy walking into my life, and was I being set up to find him, or to lose him forever out in the deep, listening woods where I now knew I was not in control? The junior ranger was all energy and bright-eyed enthusiasm as we geared up at the trailhead in the weak morning light. He talked about trail maintenance schedules and the latest wildlife tracking techniques, his voice loud in the cool air. I nodded and mumbled replies, feeling like a hollowed-out log. Every snap of a twig under our boots made my shoulders tense. Every call of a distant bird sounded like a warning. I watched him constantly, studying his movements. The tattoo was hidden under his uniform shirt, but I knew it was there on his shoulder, a hidden mark that connected him to the cliff edge and my badge. Was he a victim, already marked by the forest like the others? Or was he something else, a part of this whole nightmare? I couldn't tell, and the not knowing was a constant itch under my skin. We stopped for a late lunch by a fast-moving stream, the water bubbling over smooth stones. He rolled up his sleeves to wash his hands and face in the cold water. And there it was. The lower part of the geometric design curled over the muscle of his forearm, the black lines sharp against his skin. It was the symbol, the exact one from the cliff. My mouth went dry as dust. I forced my voice to sound casual, like we were just making conversation. "Interesting ink," I said, nodding toward his arm. "What's it mean?" He looked down at the tattoo, then back at me. His smile was still there, but it didn't reach his eyes this time. They got a little distant, a little cloudy. "Oh, that?" he said, drying his hands on his pants. "Just something from my old life. Out west. A reminder, you know?" He didn't elaborate. A reminder of what? I wanted to scream the question, but I just nodded and turned back to my sandwich, my appetite gone. His answer was too vague, a door politely closed in my face. We packed up and kept hiking, moving deeper into a section of old-growth forest where the trees grew close together and the light came down in dusty shafts. He was ahead of me on the trail when he stopped suddenly. "Whoa," he said, his voice low. I came up beside him. Lying right on the middle of the path was a raven. It was big, its feathers glossy and black, and it looked perfectly intact, not a mark on it. It was just dead. "That's weird," he murmured, more to himself than to me. He crouched down, not touching it. No sign of a struggle. Not even any ants on it yet. Then, acting on some instinct maybe, he reached out and gently picked it up by the tip of one wing to move it off the trail. As he lifted it, the raven's head lolled in a way that made my stomach clench. And from its slightly open beak, a single, fat black beetle crawled out, antennae waving. He gasped and dropped the bird, stumbling back a step with a look of pure revulsion on his face. I didn't look at him. I was staring at where the raven had landed. Its body had fallen in a strange position. The wings were splayed out, and the neck was twisted at an odd angle. The way it lay there, against the dark earth and brown pine needles, it formed a crude, terrible echo of the symbol on his shoulder. It was like a rough sketch made by a clumsy hand. He saw it too. I watched his eyes track from the dead bird to his own arm and back again. The color drained from his face. He didn't say anything. He just pulled his sleeve down firmly over the tattoo and started walking again, faster now. I followed, my mind racing. His disgust had seemed real, the shock genuine. But that didn't clear him. It just made the whole thing more confusing. Was the forest showing him his own symbol, telling him he was next? Or was it showing me? My official side warred with my fear. I should send him back, cancel the survey. But what would I say? I have a bad feeling about your tattoo. He'd think I was insane, and my boss would agree. I had no proof, only a crazy story and a sleepless horror I couldn't explain. So I made a decision. I couldn't send him away, so I would stick to him. I became the world's most overbearing partner. I questioned his map reading, insisted on checking our bearings twice as often as needed, and made a point of never letting him get more than a few feet ahead of me. My supposed mentorship felt like the watchfulness of a hawk, and I could see it wearing on him, making him nervous. The forest noticed our tension. As we moved into a denser grove of fir trees, the normal sounds began to fade away. The cheerful chirping of chickadees stopped. The scolding chatter of squirrels vanished. The wind in the high branches seemed to pause. We were walking in a pocket of unnatural stillness, where the only sounds were our own footsteps and our own breathing. He felt it too. He slowed down, looking around, his eyes wide. "Spooky," he whispered, and his hand came up, fingers pressing against his shirt right over the tattoo on his shoulder, like it was aching. The quiet was so complete it felt like a held breath. Then it broke, not with a gentle return of birdsong, but with a violent, crashing sound in the thick brush to our left. It was big, too big for a deer, a solid body shoving through young trees and snapping branches. We both froze, our hands going to the bare spray on our belts. We stood back to back, turning slowly, scanning the green wall of leaves. Then from our right side, from a cluster of rocks we'd passed just minutes before, came a new sound. It was clear and sharp in the weird quiet, a rhythmic, grinding scrape, the sound of stone being dragged slowly, deliberately, over something hard and dry. It was the sound from my first nightmare, the sound I'd only ever heard in my sleep. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. This time I wasn't dreaming, and from the way his head snapped toward the sound, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own, I knew he could hear it too. The thing in the woods wasn't just in my head anymore. It was here with us, and it was making sure we both knew it. The junior ranger's face went the color of old paper. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice cracking on the last word. The scraping sound wasn't distant or fuzzy like in a dream. It was crisp, present, moving in a slow circle just inside the wall of trees around us. Hearing it with my own ears, wide awake, with another person to confirm it, didn't bring relief. It made the terror real, solid, and infinitely worse. The validation was a cold anchor in my gut. The crashing in the brush had stopped, but the grinding scrape kept its steady, horrible rhythm, a malicious heartbeat for the forest. We had to move. "This way," I hissed, pointing toward what should have been a small clearing to the east. We started walking, trying to be quick but quiet, our heads swiveling like owls. But the trails didn't make sense. A big pine tree with a familiar lightning scar I'd used as a landmark for years was suddenly on the wrong side of the path. My GPS unit, clipped to my pack strap, flickered and went dark. When I pulled out my old-fashioned compass, the needle spun lazily for a few seconds before settling, pointing in a direction that my map said should lead us straight into a swamp we'd already passed. The park I knew better than my own neighborhood had turned into a funhouse maze. "Are we lost?" he asked, his voice tight. I didn't want to admit it. "Disoriented," I said, the official word feeling foolish. "We need high ground." We pushed through a tangle of young fir trees, branches whipping at our faces. Under the palpable, pressing dread, something in me broke. I couldn't carry the whole secret anymore. "This has happened before," I said, the words tasting strange. Not the sound, but this feeling of being turned around. The land gets confused. I was admitting failure, and it made me feel naked, but I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Not judgment, but a desperate kind of recognition. He didn't question me. He just nodded, trusting the broken guide. Pushing through a final thicket of brush, he suddenly stopped and bent over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. When he looked up, his eyes were wild. "It's following me, isn't it?" he gasped. The words tumbled out of him in a rushed, panicked stream. He told me he got the tattoo after a terrible season fighting wildfires out west. Not after a fun trip, but after months in the smoke and ash. He said he saw things in the smoke, shapes that didn't belong. He heard voices that weren't from his crew, whispers that said the forest would remember him. He thought it was just stress, just his mind cracking a little from the heat and the fear. He came here to this green, wet, different forest to escape it, to forget. He looked at me, his face a mask of young, raw fear.